Welcome to Brawlhalla.
What's up, Brawlhalla?
Hey, how's it going?
Welcome to the South American Crew Battle Invitational. We've got a fun one lined up for you guys today. A very unique competition.
Yeah.
Something we've never done before. One, we've never done an official crew battle tournament ever. And two, we've never had a format anything like this before. That's for sure. So obviously a crew battle format, you guys get the deal. We've had a ranked crew battle inside the game for a while now. It's basically a relay race of 1v1 fights that happen over the course of however long it takes. Everybody gets 3 stocks. You alternate on each stock, right? That's another big difference.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, when we did Pro Series in the past, we had a crew battle section, and that was rotate by each player. So a player would fight, use all 3 of their stocks, and when they get eliminated, their next teammate would come in. But on this one, we're using the ranked crew battle rule this time, and this was after talking to a bunch of the pro players, and let's try it out. We're going to rotate on every stock now. So the first 2 players go in and fight, the person who loses that stock immediately gets swapped out for the next player.
Oh, yeah. 1
stock at a time. And it's still 3 stocks each, but rotate on each stock now.
That's cool. That's cool. You get a lot more matchups per game.
Exactly.
A lot less time between, cooldowns
having
and
to
warm-ups.
wait. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is going to be cool.
It's going to be exciting. And the most unique thing about what we're doing today is that we don't have the teams prepared. They are inside.
Well,
they are inside this little thing. Yes. We have actual horns here. These are real horns. And inside the horns, we've got popsicle sticks with the names of our competitors on there. So there's 3 groups inside here. Right? We're doing South America today.
Yes.
Our top 12 players in South America will be competing today, but we don't know what the teams are. We're going to make the teams live right now. Right now. Actually, yeah. So we've got 3 different groups here, and they're grouped by power ranking, basically.
Okay.
We've got the 4 lowest seeded players in this cup. We've got the middle seeded players in this cup. We got the best seeded players in this cup, and there'll be 1 of each on the team. So a team can't, even though we're randomly generating the teams here, we can't stack it too much.
They're kept in a
it's not going to
ballpark,
be Power Ranger and Wes on the same team. That's impossible because they're both in this cup. So only 1 stick from each cup is going to come in here. So
nice.
We're going to make the teams live right now. The players who are competing are the best in the region, and they will not know who they're competing with until you guys know. You guys will find out before the players. We're all finding out together.
This is cool. It's
going to be exciting. Yeah, I think it's going to be really cool. If the players were just picking their own teams, I think we would know who's going to win before the thing even started because it just snowballs.
Top 2v2 team grabs somebody else.
Yeah,
let's get the
3 best 1v1 players on one team. Yeah. So this is going to be
crazy. Gets crazy.
Anything could happen here. Anything could happen. One thing I know for sure is whoever gets Fiend is going to win. That's what.
Is that so?
That's my prediction.
The bias is unreal.
Well, let's see what kind of team Fiend gets. We're not going to know. Well, we're about to find out.
Ooh,
so I think we're ready to do this. Production, are we ready to go? Okay, the first team is going to be Team Red. Every team will have a unique color.
Oh, right? Starting off red. Very appropriate for the attire.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Team Red. That's our team right there. Here we go. So here we go. Here's our first horn.
Bump it up.
Let's see. This is the lowest seeded player on the team.
First round pick is going to be.
First round draft pick is Dexter.
Ooh.
Dexter, ranked number 12. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's power ranked 12. Just that he's 12th in the ranking of the people who are participating. Very well could be number 12. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but okay. So how about you pull that one out?
This one here, we've got the next bracket up.
These are the mid-ranks. Who else is teaming with Dexter on the red team?
Yo, it's DB locking in at number 6.
Okay, Dexter and DB. Hopefully they're friends. Okay, so here we go.
Dexter, DB. Is there another D name in the top ranks that we can just triple D this up?
Power Ranger, West, Feed. I don't know. Okay, all right, here we go. And the anchor for Team Red will be
rigged.
DV and Fiend on the same team.
What?
This is
What?
it.
What?
This is my team right here, dude.
Okay.
This is my
Okay.
team. I own this team. We are going all the way. Yep.
That's your roster
That's
right
a good
there.
team, dude. Fiend, DV, and Dexter, Team Red.
Oh my gosh.
Awesome. Okay, so there we
That's a
go. We
good
got our first
team.
team. There's going to be 3 more teams competing in the. Wait, am I counting right? Yeah, there's going to be 3
Yep,
more teams in this Crew Battle
got 12 players
Invitational
total.
for South America. Let's figure out the next team. What's the color of the next team? Do we know? Do we just get to say?
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, I think we're okay. Maybe I just get to pick it. Well, whatever. We're about to find out. Fiend, DV, and Dexter is our red team. The
Okay.
next team that we are going
What's it
to
gonna be,
assemble is Team Blue.
Ah, yes, of course. It makes sense. The classic.
It makes sense.
Red versus
the classic, red and blue. Yeah. Red and blue. But we'll have a Team Yellow and a Team Green as well. So
I like it.
Let's do Team Blue, TWK.
All right. What's it going to be? Shake them up. Oh, you're giving me the pick.
Yeah. Let us know.
Oh.
Who is it?
So generous of you. We've got Baltazar.
Baltazar. Oh, man. Imagine if
Number
Baltazar and Fiend were on the
11.
same team. Okay, so Baltazar, rank
Number
11. Yeah, our last team, by the way, was number 12, number 6, and number 3. Kind of like,
Ooh, okay.
yeah, the middle of the pack. Okay, next, the middle. I'll do this one.
Yes. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
Brujo.
Oh,
we got Brujo.
let's go.
Okay, Baltazar and Brujo. That's a pretty strong-looking team already. That's rank 11 and rank 7 on the same team. All right, the anchor. Let's find out who it's going to be. Oh, okay.
Yes. Photo's choice. Let's find out.
Wes.
Hey!
We got Wes. The popsicle sticks was a great idea. This is
really cool. This is fun.
Okay, so Team Blue is Baltazar, Brujo, and Wes. That's rank 11, rank 7, and rank 2 on the same team. So far, pretty balanced. I think
Pretty even
hard
there,
to-
yeah.
Yeah. Even though Fiend, DV, and Dexter, like, I represent them. Okay, we are definitely going to go far in this tournament.
Mathematically, pretty balanced. Emotionally,
Though,
very one-sided here.
I mean, yeah, Fiend and DV and Dexter. That's awesome. Well, here we go. We got the
Okay,
blue team
okay.
all set up now. Baltazar, Brujo, and Wes. Wes being the anchor of the team. By the way, I think this is something I forgot to mention about how the format of this works. Game 1 is going to be balanced in terms of the team order in that we have just decided the order.
Oh.
This will be the order of the players for Game 1. Every set that we're playing today is a best of 3.
Naturally.
So Game 1 is going to be this order, balanced for both teams, the lowest seeded player, the middle seeded player, the best seeded player, right? But then after that, it's counter picks. So the winning team has to lock. They can change their order, they can change their legends, but they have to lock in first and give the other team an opportunity to change their order and their legend selection based on what they've done.
Naturally.
Yeah. So that's how,
get the counter
that's how
pick
it
when
gets
they're
balanced
behind.
out. All right, next team is what's the next team word?
Oh,
Team
I think we should go with
Yellow.
Yellow's
Yellow's
Yeah.
a good one. Okay, Team Yellow. What's it gonna be?
Here we go. Here we go.
TWK.
Oh,
Let us know.
why? Thank you very much. News.
Okay.
News. Number 9.
Okay. Whoever else is on this team is lucky to have their lowest seeded player be News, because News is kind of a beast.
He's the top of that group.
Yeah. That's right. He's ranked 9, so he is the top of that group right
9,
there.
10, 11, 12 in that first horn.
Okay. All right. Let me get this one. Feeling good about
Ba-ba-ba.
Monexo.
Oh.
Number 8. They got 9
wow.
and 8 on the same team. So the
Stacking them
highest
close.
the highest of the low, but the lowest of the mid
Interesting.
on the same team.
Interesting.
Now, TVK, let us know who the anchor of Team Yellow is going to be.
We're going to have
News, and Monexo is being joined by
Kaina, number 4.
Okay.
All
Kaina,
right.
Monexo, and News. That's Team Yellow. This is shaking up to be something special. Man, I really don't know who's going to win
It's a
this.
good mix.
Okay, so our last team is whoever else is still in these cups.
We're going to find out in just a
We
moment.
don't need to do a lot of shaking on this one.
But yeah, that Team Yellow combination.
News, Monexo, and Kaina. I like sneaky Asuri in there. She's
Very sneaky.
Just peer it up.
Ready
over
to
the
pounce,
brain.
you know?
Let's go. News, Monexo, and Kaina, Team Yellow. We've got one more team to go, and you may already, if you're doing the math at home, you may already know who's on this team, but let's go ahead and figure it out.
Yeah.
For the green team, we have got Hazard L, yeah?
Oh, yeah?
Number 10.
The last one here is Use at number 5.
Use,
That's
okay.
a big grab.
Hazard L, Use, and who is
top
the
of the
only
mid group.
player missing from this one? It's got to be Power Ranger, right?
It's got to be.
It's got to be Power Ranger, who is the number 1
Oh
ranked
my
player
gosh.
in South America. There's our team. Sorry, production. I think we did that one pretty fast. That was pretty fast. Okay, yeah. They're catching up. Here we go.
Hey.
Hazard, Use, and Power Ranger.
Now, this one's actually kind of crazy because they grabbed the top of 2 categories.
That's right. They have the top rank of
the top
of
category,
the top
the mid category,
and the mid, and not bad on not the highest of the last category, but pretty.
Yeah.
I think mathematically, Power Ranger, Use, and Hazard are maybe the team to beat. But they
Here's
don't have
the crazy
they don't have
thing,
the
though.
heart of Dexter DV
Oh,
and Fiend.
well, you know,
of Red Team.
Emotionally very one-sided. We've already established that. But here's the crazy thing about crew battles, since you're swapping between stocks.
Yeah.
Mathematically, it's really hard to actually say what's going to happen.
Right.
Just
the
because
matchups can be.
Yeah, it's like,
all
oh, this
kinds
player
of
beats
things.
this player typically, but not this one.
But
so
they
even though
didn't
they're
happen
ranked
to
number
even
one,
fight
it's-
them on this because of where they were.
Exactly. What?
Oh, whoa! We just received word. If you average out all the rankings on this, every single team but one averages out to 7, to rank 7.
Oh.
Except for who was it? Green team. Green team is 5. Green team. They're busted.
That's, well,
They're
you know,
they're the team to beat. They're
the luck of
they're
the draw,
top
man.
seed. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't know. They're
pretty good at
this is a
flipping those
good-looking
coins.
team. Yeah. Oh, luck of the brawl.
Yes,
That's right.
yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So again, do we have our teams? Do we have a graphic for this? I don't know. Can we summon up graphics here? We've Team Red, Fiend, DB, and Dexter.
Yes.
Team Blue, Wes, Brujo, and Baltazar. Team Yellow is Kaina, Monexo, and News.
Yes.
And Team Green is Power Ranger, Use, and Hazard L. Who's going to win this crew battle? Well, we're about to find out. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break as we generate some brackets with these players in them.
Oh, yeah.
We need to make the teams really quick.
Gotta let the players
generate
know.
the brackets. We're going to get some casters in here for you guys, and we're going to have a fun night in a unique competition with
This
the
is cool.
best South American players in the world competing in something that we've never seen before. It's going to be a good time. Stay tuned for more action.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the South America Crew Battle Invitational. I'm Taza. Casting with me is Zip, and we are going to be bringing you the first of its kind when it comes to Brawlhalla tournaments. I'm so incredibly excited about this. Zip, we have some awesome teams that have just been thrown together, and I believe we're starting with teams red and green. But before all that, how excited are you about this event, man?
Super excited. I'm excited to just be here in the building with all the people and be here to be right in front of this camera and talk to the squad, the Brawlhalla squad, the Brawlhalla family.
Yeah, it's incredible. Not to mention, I mean, this set's pretty crazy, right? We had a new event. Okay, Arcadia just came out, right? It's been a whole thing. I'm not going to be seeing much of Arcadia in the tournament, though, because she literally just came out. But yes, this tournament is going to be awesome. The set is great to boot, and we're going to be having some matchups coming up. And to talk a little bit about it, I'm sure, right, Photo and TWK have gone totally over the format that we've got with the Crew Battle Invitational. With Crew Battle as a format, it is a team game like no other, in the sense that we're not going to be able to talk about team combos or players being able to throw their weapons to save their teammate or what have you, because everybody's going to be fighting against each other in a series of 1v1s. And they're going to be doing it with people that they may or may not have played with together since due to the format, right? So
that's the good thing. You don't have to have played with somebody before. You come in and you have to stretch your stuff 1v1.
That's right.
And hold it down for the team.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we have some prolific 1v1 players here, and I think that the way that they did it and they spread them throughout through rank.
Yes.
And made sure
looking
each
at the power
team was
ranking.
pretty even. So it's just looking too good. I'm excited. I'm
Yeah.
excited.
And so the teams that we've got coming up first, when I heard correctly, is red versus green. So we've got Power Ranger, Use, and Hazard L on the green team going against up Team Red, DB, Fiend, and Dexter. I know they were talking on the desk photos. He's like, Team Red, that's his team.
Yeah.
Has absolutely nothing to do with the seed. I guarantee you is because Fiend is on it. It's just one of those cases. We were talking, and I was talking with you in the back. I was looking at blue. They're not up yet, right? But
Yeah.
Wes and Brujo and Baltazar all on a similar team. It's weird. When it comes to these crew battle spreads, you really got to be looking at it as like, who has the best chance of taking on literally everybody else in a 1v1 and not doing horrifically, right? It's like one of those things.
Yeah,
It's, it's not even a matter of winning. Sometimes it's kind of like, hey, can you go to last stock every game? That's valuable in a crew battle.
That's how this works, right? Like when you go up, if you are the first one to lose that stock, now you're putting your team at a deficit. That's
right.
where it becomes really dangerous. Because if you go, say you lose your first stock early, your next guy comes out, maybe he gets that stock, but he gets put to red before he even gets that one out of there. It's so hard to come back from something like that.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is my favorite mode in the game. You know what I mean? I play this a lot with my friends, so you know, if you've played this mode, you understand the gravity of losing that stock early.
And there is a ton of different pressures, both in the game when it comes to the type of 1v1 that you're fighting from the state of the game that you're in, right? Because you can enter a brand new mode while being down a stock and a half or up a stock and a half. There's also the aspect of really wanting to not let down the rest of your people on your team, right? And that can really change for better or for worse the way that you're playing in the situation, right? Because if somebody's in last stock red, but they just won their section of the crew battle, we have no idea how much damage they're going to do the other team.
Exactly,
they can take another stock or two. We've seen crazy reverse 3 stocks in singles, let alone in crew battles. So yeah, we just saw the matchup there, or the matchups that are going to be coming up on stream as we get through this crew battle invitational. But yeah, very excited to see all of these teams fight against each other, red and green, and then blue and versus yellow that's right afterwards.
Definitely. So I think we made it pretty clear that our favorite team is blue, right?
Are we taking that?
Yeah,
as
I think we're gonna do
okay,
that.
good.
I think we're gonna do that.
It's odd, right? Usually with casters, we just it's never really planned. That beef kind of just happens. And Zip and I we're all team blue here. Okay, we're just looking at this analytically. We're like, look, okay, Wes, Brujo, and Baltazar can't really get better than that. I mean, we look at green, and yes, Power Ranger has literally just been the best player in the region, in my opinion, for quite some time, fighting against everybody else there. But look, when he's on a team with, this is why we talk about these things, because I just realized that Use is sitting on Power Rangers' team. Use was really, really impressive to me with how he was being able to play with the Vector in particular. And then Hazard Al, who while sitting at seed 10, the reason why I recognize and I'm familiar with that name change, right, is that because of how well he was doing in the most recent championship. So maybe there's something there. I don't know. But yeah, Blue's just like a personal favorite. I mean, Brujo is fantastic. Baltazar is amazing. And Baltazar is, in South America in particular, when it comes to 2v2s, this is interesting. I'm tangenting quite a bit, but I'm realizing that it's all coming to me right now, right? That you can actually take away from 1v1 and 2v2 skills and apply both of them into this format.
So now you gotta let me understand, how do you apply 2v2 skills to this? I don't understand how that fits.
In South America in particular, this is a storyline that we talk about. Every single tournament, the teams change. There's very few teams that actually stay the same. I think the longest running one was Power Ranger West, and even they split up, right? So everybody that's in the region, or on the top 8, the top 16 area, has had some time playing with each other, whether it be in 2v2s or against each other on the ladder. It's one of those things where the community has actually had so much diversity with the kinds of play styles that they have and the teammates that they're with, that in this particular region, I think that the crew battle format is actually going to be very fascinating, because there's very few players that haven't teamed with each other in these lists.
Understood.
In Europe and North America, I don't think this applies as heavily, just because team swapping in South America almost happens every single tournament.
Well, see, I mean, still, like we were saying a moment ago, I just don't think that 2v2 factor is going to matter too much, man.
Yeah?
Because it's more of a relay race.
Okay.
So that's where your anchors and your starters become more,
I see.
you know what I'm saying? They're going to be so much heavier in this type of competition. And when you get to the end of this team and you're going to have to deal with Wes,
you think they're going to use Wes as the anchor?
I think, I don't know if they explained this already. So the way that the teams are set is they do go from lowest ranked to the highest ranked as the anchor. That's how each team is going to start off. Now, if a team loses a round, they can now alter their order.
That's right.
To try to make counter.
Great refresher of something that I totally had on lock. Thanks you. Anyways, and you know what? That's pretty great because well, I think it also offers naturally to how a lot of teams would like to set up with their anchors. I mean, when we were watching, because Crew Battles as a format, we had a special event that came out where we were able to have a lot of teams in the Pro Series, because this was right around when Crew Battles first became a format. And it was one of those things where when you had teams that were able to pick exactly who were on their teams, and we had teams like in North America where Sandstorm was on it, they would use Sandstorm as the anchor almost all the time.
Definitely.
Just because it was a natural pick. And if you never get to Sandstorm, then it's not even a problem. You've already won the Crew Battle. But in this case, yes, going with the anchor being this is the highest seed makes a lot of sense because you expect him to be the player that's going to be able to take the most stocks. But the cool part is that because these aren't just best of ones, we can see what the teams actually think they want their lineup to be after they get that little bit of reconnaissance going on in game one, win or lose.
And that's one thing. Maybe sometimes you don't want to rely on an anchor. Maybe you put that strongest player out front and you want to see if he can take two stocks, take two players out, and then set you up. So it's definitely going to shake things up when we get into these round twos of these, and we'll see what happens in round one, of course. We got red versus green, but we'll see what happens after we get to start switching up these roster lineups. That's going to be crazy.
Yeah, and so with that all explained, right, for teams green versus red, Dexter versus Hazard L will be the first 1v1 that we see set up. And really when it comes to the crew battles, the first matchup is the first true, like, there's no weirdness about it. It's a 1v1 straight up, right? And then after that, so that's when everything gets really offset, and you find out who are the players that play better under that pressure of being behind, or might crumble from being ahead, right? Like you get a little cocky about it. It's like, okay, I'm up a whole 5 stocks in this crew battle coming in, and they might be able to throw 3 of them before even taking one. So it's like, we'll have to see how this plays out. These two teams, as I see them locking into the lobby, we've got teams red versus team green.
I like it.
And we get to have a little bit of a look. We're like blocking it right now, but the screen's literally right there. Hold on, I'll step to the side. Red, 0-0 to green. We can see some of the legends that are being picked here. Fiend locking in the Atori, of course. Volkov going on DB, and Stavoni on Dexter. On the other side, I'm seeing a Roland from Hughes, and this doesn't surprise me too much. I was talking about how Hughes with the Vector just really jumping around on a bunch of different Lance legends, and then the Jae-Yun. Coming out from Hazard L, and we just have to wait for Power Ranger to lock in, which there's a number of legends that Power Ranger could lock in here, but it's going to be the Koji, it appears, for this game one of the Crew Battle Invitational game one. The first real official Crew Battle that we're going to be seeing here on the Brawlhalla stream. Sip, I am so excited about this.
I am too, and I'm really excited about this Jae-Yun pick.
Ooh,
you know what I'm saying? Like, that is a super
they're
cool
swinging.
character.
They're opening up with that, with the Jae-Yun too. Okay.
Oh, it's going to be so nice. It's going to be so nice. And then we got a Volkov, man. Come on. They're catering to me, man. These are the type of characters I play on my off time. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's one of the awesome things about spectating South America as a region too, is that, like, the fact that I could say Vector and not laugh, right? Like, it's because it has been picked unironically in the region and used incredibly well. And we're seeing now here, right, the Jae-Yun and the Volkov being locked in here. But yes, here we go. The head-to-heads up here. We're getting ready for game number 1 of the Crew Battle Invitational, Hazard L versus Dexter on Small Brawlhaven.
And here we are. The weapon is taken by Dexter, sword in hand. And now, so the sword, I feel like the sword dominates the greatsword, right? That's how I feel. It's too fast. It's too active for the greatsword to really leak in there, and it's covering a lot of ground spaces that the greatsword wants to work in. Whenever you throw out those neutral lights. So I mean, he
has to pick up a greatsword.
He has just been one up, right?
He has just been getting babies at the edge there with these side airs. Finally, one's picked up, and let's see. So I agree with points about that analysis there, and in particular that I feel like greatsword has difficulty with weapons that can actually just dash into its space. It kind of has a bit of a dead zone similar to Blasters in the sense that when greatsword opens up in neutral, you just lunge forward so far that anybody that can just attack you while stacked on top of you, which, I mean, sword sidelight, sword neutral light, it works out great. And we see Hazard out there, does stabilize with the greatsword, switches back over to the sword, throws the weapon forward, and now Dexter and Hazard are really fighting for these first stocks. You know, Zip, this is something that's so fascinating about this. I can already feel them going, oh man, every stock that I lose is a detriment to the team, right?
Exactly.
It's not like this is just one stock in a best of 5 here. And there he goes. Dexter down to 2 stocks, and we go right over to DB here.
DB is in the building, but what's crazy to me is that Hazard was on the side. It looked like that stock was toast.
Yeah.
I really thought while we were speaking about the Greatsword that was the end of that stock. Yeah. But right now, we need to see that stock end, and there it is. DB is going to even up for his team.
That was a really well-placed side air, too. Caught him right out of the recovery. We saw those stuffed recovery effects, and people often forget, yes, side air is actually a knockout move. It's pretty darn good. I mean, granted, you'll probably only see that early on Brawlhalla, but now Hughes is up to the plate with the Roland. Highest defense Lance Legend that you can possibly ask for. And goes right over to the sword to be able to fight against DB. And DB's actually been starved for quite a bit. This is great damage coming out from Hughes.
Definitely. Came out the gate swing, and that could have been... Ooh, is it still going to be the end?
No,
doesn't
DB!
land it.
He did touch the ground. Oh, he does touch the side of the stage. I thought Hughes was going to go for a weapon toss down or a ground put or something, but DB playing really risky there. But he wants to get that early stocks. And due to the format of this crew battle, right, when a stock is gone, the next player comes in. So you're not just losing all 3 of your stocks and then going on to the next person, right? So the way that you're playing against these things is really different. If you have a matchup that you feel like you're particularly strong against or not, you may want to go for those really risky plays that we just saw DB do with the side.
Definitely. I feel like I wish Hughes would have got a little bit more risky on the edge right there. Saw all the jumps expended, and now you're going to lose your stock to a Sayer, and the red team is taking the lead. I like the scythe in hand to try to, maybe you can get you a quick 0-to-death KO, but okay.
DB!
What's going to happen?
It has been all DB so far, yet to get hit by Power Ranger, dodges out of the side air. He opened up this stock with a side stick, and that is the first hit that Power Ranger's gotten on DB all of this stock. And DB, since he came in after Dexter, has yet to lose the stock, and he's done so much work on Power Ranger here.
Yeah, that's big time damage. It's only it's like goldish, right? It's almost to red, and I think that's definitely what you need to do for your team. And here we are, Fiend in the building, tacking it on instantly, no weapon in hand, and just landing neutral unarms, man.
Yeah. Okay, Fiend is here. Anchor for the team, gets the sidelight, tries to go for the neutral stick read, and Power Ranger with that down air recovery. Let's see if Power Ranger can have a performance akin to DB's on that last stock where DB came in at a deficit, got the lead for the team. Fiend versus Power Ranger, though, is quite the matchup, and the side stick comes through, and Power Ranger is out. All that extra credit that DB got is paid off, and now Hazard L is coming in on the JU, and weapons being starved? No. Sword picked up, and he's got to take down Fiend to make it onto his next opponent.
If Fiend takes this stock, man, are you going to call it insurmountable?
Oh, no.
No, we're not doing that?
Just because, I think that using Power Ranger in particular, it depends on how offset things get, right? Like if we keep, I actually think it's more insurmountable if it keeps going one stock apiece. I think that the red team will just end up winning. So we'll have to see, because once the matchups get disjointed,
beautiful.
I don't know. There's the neutral stick though come from out from Hazard L, and it's not too bad. This is about the difference in damage that there's been between both teams the entire game.
Yeah, this is how it stays when you're very closely matched. All right, this is how this mode goes. But I'm liking that each team is making sure that they don't go too far behind. You don't want to take that 2 stock deficit, and they're staying within 1 or tied the whole time. So and right now, this Greatsword's looking great.
Yeah. So last time we saw this matchup, it was purely sword versus sword. And Hazard L just was able to take it back after what was almost an amazing edge guard from Dexter. I want to see if Dexter can make up for that, or now that we're back onto this matchup again, has Hazard L had the time to adapt to how Dexter's playing in this particular match, and is he just going to take a super solid lead? Because it looks like it. He hasn't been put on the edge at all this game.
Yeah, Hazard. So I said earlier that the sword versus sword was the better matchup, and I think he just showed me that the Greatsword is the answer to the sword of Dexter. But now the gauntlets are in hand. Boom, puts it together, and that's going to be the stock. Nice combination.
I love the matchup that we're getting between Dexter and Hazard L as it's happening, because every time one player has the lead, it's the other player that's been getting the stock. And now we're back in the favor of the red team here. Dexter taking down Hazard L. The sider from Hughes cleans that up right away, and we're back to that even matchup between DB and Hughes. Now, last time, DB was responsible for saring Hazard L off the side of the stage and then taking Hughes to bring it over to Power Ranger. If Hughes can take down DB here, I think that gives Green Team a super solid lead.
And Hughes, DB actually had a lot more damage on him when he came in last time, so now he's free to work, right? But he's getting worked by the Lance, that newly buffed Lance.
Yeah, well, and so it's funny that you mentioned the Lance there, because the amount of time that you have weapons in your hand in this crew battle format because they're only using one stock at a time is pretty small, right? So if you could get your hand on a weapon of choice that you like in that matchup, that's huge. And Yu's now switching over to the sword, putting up the down 6, trying to keep DB from landing on the stage. Gets up the D-Life Cider. This could be it for the green team. They could get a really huge lead here if he's able to get the downer, but no, the weapon throw up covers DB's head. He makes it back to the stage.
Yeah, it made him have to adjust, made Hughes have to adjust the way he approached with that down air just perfectly to where he was able to, DB was able to get back on the stage. And now got the axe in hand, and Hughes has the lead, but he's got to be wary of getting hit by that axe, but trying to get a sight that looks like DB is.
Okay, Hughes. I like what he was going for. He likes to go for the weapon throw up with the lance, bounce him off of it, get a combo with it, but he doesn't quite get it. And is it going to be another side air knockout for DB? He goes to the ground, catches the neutral stick. Oh, Hughes went for the D-Light punish. The neutral stick slides right over it. Hughes still gets the recovery. And that is a lead for the green team in what previously was a huge comeback for the red team when DB did it the first time around.
I was so scared that neutral stick was going to get punished.
Like
and I
he misses the down light and the neutral stick just hits him?
Yeah.
I thought the exact same thing was going to happen. Like, that is some Volkov nonsense. What?
Able to capitalize off the chase dodge up, but it's something that you just can't really give away. I get that you capitalize afterwards, but you can't just allow him to get that chase dodge upwards because that could have been a turnaround.
Man, Zip, what better of a match could we have gone for this for game one, right? Like, all of the things that I want to talk about when it comes to possibilities of crew battles, it's just off the table. These are just 3 best of 3s at this point because the players are doing such a great job cleaning up after each other. The variance is so small. It's really on Fiend and Power Ranger here to see who's the more powerful anchor, and Fiend goes up for that edge guard. Ground pound hits. The Power Ranger jump. He gets it down here. Is that it? The ground pound gets it, and Fiend beautiful on that stock, bringing down everybody on the green team to their last stock. That means every time that a player goes down here, they're out for this game.
That edge guard was maximum coverage, no Verizon. I'm telling you, covered everywhere he wanted to go. He had reception.
Definitely. Look at it. And it wasn't even like a matter of Power Ranger getting greedy with his recoveries either, right? Because that's emphasizing the maximum coverage there because it was 4 consecutive downers or ground pounds covering each time that Power Ranger got back to the stage until eventually the knockback was just enough to take him down. And now look at what Fiend's doing to Hazard L here on this last stock.
Yeah, doing some good damage, but I feel like, I was literally gonna say 1-6 gonna take this stock, and it happened.
Yeah, and Jay Insight's it's pretty darn good for sweeping anybody off the stage in any direction on Brawlhalla. So Hazard L now with the great sword. We were talking about this before, right? Weapon matchup aside, Dexter seems to be having a real tough time against this weapon when he had the sword in hand. So now he's like, okay, last time I got the comeback in this matchup with the gauntlets. Who's gonna win this? Because right now, in the grand scheme of all of the one stock matchups that's been happening throughout this crew battle, they're 1-1. Hazard Al has won the first encounter, Dexter's won the second. Who's going to win this best of 3 in a sense? We're going to find out in just a little bit as Dexter is getting that damage lead.
It looks like Hazard is doing a very good job with that great sword. It was a lot of spacing and keeping the gauntlets away from being able to play. But now the weapon tossers are coming into play. No weapon in hand for Hazard. Dexter going to be able to capitalize. Weapon starve attempt. No.
Nice landing neutralite there, getting that little bit of extra knockback instead of using the nair. Oh, I can't believe he spot dodged that. And he gets the recovery off the top. That was such a beautiful punish. That was all or nothing there for Hazard L on that. And now with that hit, it's funny because when he hits the ground, right, the boulder still connects. So I was for sure that Dexter was off. But Hughes looks like he wants to equalize this right away. He wants to make this the most dead even matchup he could possibly have with DB. Let's see, can Dexter do anything? No, he can't. This is as close as it gets, Zip.
Quick sig.
Covers
man. The space. Popped in the left field. It's a home run. And it's an even game, perfectly even. Actually, I think this is the most even it's been yet. They have whites on both stocks.
Yeah.
One is 2 stocks each. For each team, we are down to the wire.
And between DB and Hughes, both of them have won against each other once in this crew battle. And so right now, favoring team of the red team, right? Dexter's been doing a much better job against his opponent, Hazard L. And now Hughes is trying to do something about DB, but DB refuses to get hit. The lance sent flying from Hughes' hand. He avoids one side sig, but DB still going strong with Volkov on the axe. Is looking for, that pivot ground pound was crazy. Cider gets him 2, weapon throw. Tries to chase him all the way up. Okay, DB DB?
Oh my
Hello?
gosh!
I was so scared. I thought he was gonna fall, and that was just gonna be it. Hughes is still jarred from that, right? He's like, what just happened? DB's chasing him off stage. Okay, Hughes, Nair, recovery, good damage coming through, and DB might be risking a bit too much with all the style right now.
Yeah, definitely trying to style and profile, but and you're just allowing yourself to take damage that is unnecessary. Oh, Hughes finally able to put something on. Weapon toss up, goes up to get it. No, not even gonna chase down. Tries to cover with the down sig. And what's the option? Just scaring him, keeping him in place. Got 2 exclamation marks into a Sair, and you're out of there.
Okay, it is all on Power Ranger here to be able to win it for the green team. DB only in light orange, did a great job against Hughes, and this is an amazing start, right? That's what you want to see as any Scythe player. Getting the down light, getting the active input in, getting the read with the Nair, and attacking on even more damage. Power Ranger hits 1 hit with the bow, sword goes over, and he wants that 1v1 against Fiend. Let's see if he can do it. Recovery hits. Can he get a D-Light recovery? No, DB continues to get that extra credit. He wants to make this as unfair for Power Ranger as possible. Oh, but the side sig whips, the D-Light recovery comes out, and we are down to a last stock scenario, Fiend versus Power Ranger.
All right, Fiend. You got to hold it down for your team. You don't want to come in here with DB putting in all that work and setting you in the position to win, and then you blow it. But you are going against Power Ranger.
Oh, Silent hits the neutral and gets him. I thought that was going to be it. Power Ranger just barely survived, but decides it hits, and Fiend puts down the flag after that, barely getting touched. Didn't even need the extra credit from DB, but he was thankful for it as Team Red takes game 1 in this crew battle.
That was amazing. I love it. That was great. That was a great starting round.
Oh, we're going to see some highlights here from the replays. This is DB versus Hughes. Jumps right over the down stick. If anybody wants to know how you counter that move, that's how you do it, right? You jump around, you land with the side right afterwards. It's like, oh, but it's so good. It covers so much of the stage. Well, you're getting a masterclass right now here in the South America Crew Battle Invitational. Dexter, was this the D-Light? Yeah, D-Light recovery.
D-Light recovery.
The entire stock, I was like, Dexter's losing, he's losing, he's losing. Hey, he took the stock. Wow, way to go. Oh, that was crazy.
Oh, I think that was one of the biggest moments.
Still get the combo.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Oh, the spot dodge from Dexter. You know, now that I think about it, that was such a huge moment for the red team, for Dexter to not lose that stock there against Hughes, because how close that crew battle was going the entire time. It could have been a completely different story if DB went down to that side 6, or Dexter went down to that side 6. So really great play from both teams. And honestly, Zip, I think that the counterpick order, right, for the green team is really going to matter here.
We're going to see what they do. Because in that game, I felt like DB was the MVP. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
I think that,
I think it was like we were talking about at the very beginning, that moment where you were like ready to call curtains for one team, and it was just like
it was too early.
Well, it was pretty early, but we both watched quite a bit of Brawlhalla, right? We get a vibe when we're thinking like, okay, I don't think the matchup's going to get too much more explosive from here. It's going to be pretty close. And I think the reason why you were thinking that until DB started playing was that it was really just going one player against another, and then you get a stock, the other player comes in, wipes the other stock, it's done. DB was the one player who didn't do that. He was really the only player that took a stock and then continued to go, take another stock before his stock was up, and really secured that lead for the red team, and contributed ultimately to that win.
And put in a lot of damage when they came in, especially at the end when it really, really mattered. He came in and he put that, what did he get him to about? Orange red?
Yeah, orange red. And then Feed comes in, side light, neutral sig, side sig, done. That was it. It was every single landing that he caught. So I'm wondering, with you mentioning that, if green team's going to look to try and use a player in particular to snipe DB in the lineup, right? Are they going to think, is DB still going to be in that second place spot? Should we move Power Ranger up a little bit, maybe put Hazard L as the anchor instead? Because Hazard L and Dexter, they had a pretty good matchup, but let's face it, we didn't really get to see any player fight any other player besides DB, right? Like it was just, they were sticking to their best of threes.
That's it. They stuck to exactly who they were supposed to be fighting. Well, if you look at the way it's charted, right? Everybody should be fighting everybody if the leads get a little lopsided. But they kept it from getting like that, and whoa, I like it. The Negan Jae-Yun.
That's right.
That's
sometimes you just need a little bit of an aesthetic change when you're going in from games 1 to game 2, right? And the green team coming in.
So did they swap it? Or?
They did. They did. They put Power Ranger in to snipe DB, which was something that I was thinking about. And I wasn't sure if they were going to do it, but Hughes is now the anchor. And Power Ranger is going to be in that position to stop DB from being able to get that lead or comeback, right? Either one, because he did both in the previous crew battle. But Hazardell and Dexter still going to be the opening. And I like this because the matchup was so darn close that it was hard to say that it was like, okay, one player counters the other. It's just going to be a matter of if Hazardell can get the great sword against Dexter's sword, and when Dexter goes over the gauntlets, he switches over to his sword, I think, if we're looking for how the green team comes back in this crew battle.
For sure, for sure. I mean, one of the things that we did notice when they were going against each other is
Ooh, Hazardell getting hit with a silent recovery, hits recovery into Nair. Down air hits, and now Hazardell is really close to being able to take a huge lead here. And this is the biggest lead that either of these players have had against each other. Hazardell goes in for that combo starter on the greatsword, doesn't get the bridge, and the neutral light from Dexter comes out instead. And there is a little bit of what we were talking about the sword can do against greatsword. He puts up the sidelight opener, doesn't reach, and the sword sidelight actually outranges it, but there's the neutral sig after the opener, catches Dexter not dodging, and takes him off the top.
That was actually the same way that he took the first stock he stole in game 1. Put a little string together and go for that neutral sig. It's just such a big hitbox. It's so powerful.
Yeah.
Take you out over the top. Like you said, this character can take you out front, side, left, right. It doesn't matter.
And Hazardell doing such a better job against DB here in game number 2. Already, like when you see a 3-piece greatsword string coming through, right? That's just so much damage.
Yeah.
Look, he gets it again with the sidelight finisher. He goes off with the side stick, and because he doesn't touch the ground, he gets the aerial attack. Doesn't hit DB on the way back up. Avoids the neutral stick. That was smart. That was smart, just a little misplaced. But I liked what he was thinking.
I thought that we were going to see an unarmed recovery to be the punish there, and that's going to be the end of the stock for Hazardous. But he did a lot of damage.
Yeah, he did.
Lot of damage.
Now we get to see if the green team strategy pays off here, because Power Ranger is up a spot earlier. Yu is sitting down there at the anchor. Power Ranger wants to stop DB from potentially getting any further of a lead for the red team here, and he's doing fantastic so far. Look at that. Nair and a neutral stick at the landing. Caught DB trying to fast fall back to the stage, and instead DB doesn't get the return at all, as Fiend is now here as the anchor for the red team.
Pinpoint accuracy with that neutral sig. I love when people land these sigs with Koji, because me, myself, I struggle. Because there's no coverage with those, right? It's just dead on. It has to be spot on.
It's not quite Scarlet neutral sig on Lance, right?
Yeah.
You're just kind of like, there's just a giant ball, and I'm the hurt box, right? No, Koji, you get that benefit of the extra range, though, for the fact that you have to be so precise. And so when players can do it, it's always incredibly impressive to me. And now we have got Fiend versus Power Ranger. Fiend trying to take Power Ranger down to go against Use. Depending on how much damage Power Ranger going to get here would be a massive lead for the green team, but the D-Light recovery that high up in the sky, that's going to be it. And Use is coming in to fight against Fiend to fight for this this final third stock in the crew battle.
That's how you anchor, right? Like came in and made sure that you, oh my goodness, Use. But you came in and you made sure you executed before you took too much damage.
Yeah.
And now you're having to deal with Use, and you're in the anchor spot. You're fighting their anchor. You're the anchor. This is perfection. But can you sit there and take out 2 stocks, right? Your team puts you in a position where you need to take 2 to take the lead, and you're looking good. Fiend looking great.
Yeah. Fiend getting hit by that recovery, though. Use was doing a little bit of sword maneuvers that was reminiscent of how Fiend likes the edge guard. The side sticks from Use are being played around by Fiend quite nicely. And yes, Use did get a down stick a little bit early on, but now it seems Fiend's doing a good job fighting back here. Weapon throw comes forward, and Fiend trying to do the wake-up neutralite. Sider's not going to get him, but one more Sider will do it. He doesn't need anything after that. Use just needs to secure this stock for his team and get a bit of extra damage onto Dexter to really secure.
Ooh,
I can't believe Fiend did that.
Gravity cancel.
Fiend might take the entire game off that. Like, I'm not even joking. That neutral sig was so, like, mental shattering for me. Okay, down sig, wake up from Use, amazing. I thought he was going to take that neutral sig right into a D-Light recovery and secure the red team the lead for the rest of the game, but Use holds strong.
I thought so, too. Use just didn't go over the top. He landed it, but it did not KO. And now we're going to see some Lance. I was going to say, in that matchup just now against Fiend, you saw he didn't really use Lance at all. It was all sword.
Ooh. And now we get to see Use versus Dexter. A bit of an opposite scenario than how we're used to seeing it. Usually Use just needs a side air and Dexter's out of there, right? So now Dexter on the opposite end with the sword, putting out the neutral lights, trying to catch Use getting over the edge, and the exclamation points are coming out. How can he make it back? Dodges, sweat beads, ground pounds for safety. Did he ever touch?
No.
He's out of there.
That's gotta hurt. because it's just so shy, just shy of touching the ground, right?
But that animation didn't come through, and if you don't touch the ground, it doesn't matter if the sword neutral light looks like it's grabbing you.
Exactly.
you're not getting your jumps back. But he did try to get him back, and now Hazard versus Dexter is coming through again. Last time, Hazard did such a great job getting a huge lead against Dexter here. He might be able to take the stock without barely taking any damage at this rate. Oh, down air nair, such a beautiful true combo on the great sword. Oh, he really tried to bait him out there.
Definitely did. Just turned the back and they popped up real quick. Tried to land something swift, but does not land it. Dexter needs to get some damage, man. Because this is just going to start opening the lead very, very large, especially the way that Hazard is playing. Man, if he keeps this up, right, so potentially he can take the stock from DB. You know what I mean? Like just last time, he did very, very well against DB. Almost was able to get the KO, was just shy. And that great sword is looking so good.
Yeah. This is one of those things where looking a little far ahead now, everybody still has a pretty good amount of stocks. But if the red team gets put in that position where they are now counterpicking the characters, maybe get Dexter fighting against somebody that's not Hazard L. Because as this crew battle's progressed, Hazard's doing a better and better job against Dexter in the 1v1. And now DB has been getting weapon starved this entire matchup. And Hazard, with so many mix-ups on the great sword, he's been tacking on a ton of damage.
I love the way that he's mixing it up too, right? Like nobody's getting time to sit with his great sword, so you're not really getting to recognize his patterns. So he's going, all right, this time I'm going to let the full string rip. This time I'm going to hit you once and I'm going to dodge through. This time I'm going to hit you twice and I'm going to dodge through.
So this time I'm going to hit you once, just literally wait. Like, and that's something, because like depending on how the person plays Brawlhalla, nice sides, it gets to spike, right? Some people are waiting for certain visual cues to react to something. So if you hit them with the silent on the greatsword, you do nothing, and they're just like, what am I dodging to? What am I jumping to? And then you get the delayed response afterwards. Those kind of reads can really mix up an opponent. And DB severely damaged after that matchup with Hazard L.
Yeah, he was tearing him to shreds with the greatsword. It was looking so good. Probably my favorite play. Big time this round. DB was the MVP last time. It's looking like Hazard this time. Sayer coming out for Power Ranger, and that lead is starting to open up for the green team.
Fiend's really got to put on the hurt here for Power Ranger. And he did a great job finishing off Power Ranger's stock in the previous matchup. But yes, when it comes to the MVP of this round, Hazard L has been putting in the most damage that counts so far and really making it an easy job for Power Ranger, in particular Use, to be able to come in and feel a little bit more comfortable with the matchup that they got ahead of them. And Power Ranger now getting hit with that side air. Fiend goes for the side stick, but Power Ranger not falling for it this time. Is getting even more and more damage on here. This could be huge. It could be 5 stocks of 3 at this rate, Zip.
It definitely could. This is I like the attempt.
I like it. That's good. I mean, when you're this far ahead for your team, it's really interesting. Even though you are about to be knocked out from playing for a little bit, going for those leads is huge. And he didn't take the stock. Use is up, but Fiend severely damaged. I mean, he's a lance sider away from potentially losing the stock here.
Oh yeah, definitely. But first, he's got to get a weapon, and the sword is the choice. Oh my gosh, forget what I was going to say, right? Just throws the ground pound. I don't need to analyze nothing.
I mean, great edge guard from Use, and that's unusual for me to see happen to Fiend. And that's one of those things where it's like, it's pretty unusual when you take an opponent's stock that you are suddenly in the middle of a game, no pauses, no breaks, in a completely different game. Right? And so Fiend's like adjusting, getting a weapon, goes off stage for a little bit. Wait, Use just did something that Power Ranger never would have done, and he lost the stock for it. And that's something that you have to think about and adapt to in these games. And now we've got Dexter versus Use, and Use is the only player on both teams with 2 stocks left to his name.
And Dexter hasn't been having that glowing performance in this specific round. Did pretty good against Hazard in the first round, right? But this time around, we're not really seeing too many of the KOs. But, you know, I don't think we've seen him fight Use.
Yeah, not to this far extent, right? And so now we've got Dexter really sticking to the gauntlets to fight against Use's lance. Goes to the ground pound. Use. Oh, he's going to go for that ground pound off stage again. What?
Okay.
All right. Use might be stealing MVP status from Hazard L after that one. It's rare that I say that a Roland moves so fast that I couldn't believe it, right? But that's what he just did there. Holy cow.
Oh, I don't know if that was just I'm going to catch you off guard or if that was did he expend the dodge already?
I just think he caught him off guard.
Just caught him off guard?
Well, and the thing with the neutralite, right, is that a lot of the times Lance players at most will follow up with a downlight afterwards if you are low enough on damage, but you usually use it as a get-off me tool. So the fact that Use was able to look at the damage, look at the knockback, and if he jumps here, he's dead. That was huge. And DB with the neutral light, sure, he takes Hughes down, but Hughes has done the greatest job of anybody on the team so far taking out those 2 stocks, and now it is 3 stocks to 2 and DB with a little bit of damage on him.
And you have to deal with Hazard coming right back out here. Great sword. You saw how Swifty picked that up and put it together?
What? He has been incredible with the greatsword against DB. I feel like the setup here for the green team has been working out even better. What? Oh, I thought he was going to finish it. He's still going. He's still going. It's been 6 straight hits on the greatsword here. DB is just. DB had no idea. He was so jarred by what hit him there. He wasn't even able to touch the stage. He just fell. I can't believe it. Hazard L. It's like a competition right now between Hazard and Hughes. Right now, it's like, no. I did the best this crew battle. And you know what? I think Hazard took it back. Because now Fiend has to go through 3 players on 1 stock for a chance to get this 2-0 lead for the red team.
I think Hazard has been my favorite to watch. That greatsword is, man, I can't say too much about it. I've been saying it looks great, it looks good.
Yeah.
What else can I say? It looks amazing.
Well, if we want to talk about Hazard as a player with the greatsword, too, every single player that he's been up against, he's been getting better and better as the crew battle goes along. And this is the first time we've had Fiend and Hazard L against each other in this style where it's been this close in damage. D-Light neutral sig from Fiend, though, that is a tool that you want to use if you want to make a good comeback. And he gets it, but was able to get the stock. Oh, is Hazard going to do it? Side sig hits. Fiend goes all the way off of that side or edge guard.
The way that Hazard is defending against the edge guard is pretty dang nice. I like the way that he went out with the recovery wide left a minute ago and then came back with a Sair and just covered that space perfectly to get back on there. And now putting himself in a position. Ooh!
Still makes it back. Dodges in. He touches the stage. Oh, he's got to be careful. Dodges back. I can't believe Fiend didn't get that edge guard. And now Hazard. This is so much pressure for Fiend, right? Hazard, there's 2 more stocks left on the team. Look at the damage that he's done to Fiend before going down. He was able to go through 3 of his opponents there. And now Power Rangers, look at, what does he have to hit here? Neutral sig on bow, D-line recovery on sword. It's so, there's so much more effort that Fiend has to go through to be able to make this match possible.
Yeah, almost anything is going to do it. And it's not like I want to call it over, but it just looks that way. And the ground pound is going to say that I'm right today. Power Ranger squad, the green team, going to take the game. And look at that 869 damage.
869 damage? Okay, it is. No, it is Hazard all the way. It's nice to be able to be like, it feels like he's doing a ton this game, right? Just annihilating DB, getting 7 straight hits on greatsword in a row, forcing DB off the side of the stage where he can't even recover. What an amazing performance from Hazard after that game 1 loss for the team, where really all he was doing was keeping Dexter in check. He went to keeping the entire red team in check into that game number 2. And the switch between Hughes and Power Ranger, having Hughes be the anchor and Power Ranger really being the one to stop DB, to stop DB in case something goes wrong, was really, really smart. Amazing adaptation coming out from the green team.
Amazing. Hazard was putting them on a mixtape, man.
Yeah.
He was putting them on the track, and he was mixing and mastering it. You know what I mean? Like I'm over here, I'm over there, I'm everywhere.
Yeah, so red team's now got to do what green team did so effectively, right? And that's decide how they're going to set up their lineup or predict how they're, that's not how it works because they're losing. They get to react to how the lineup's going in, right?
Exactly.
So the green team's going to lock something in. Guessing the Power Ranger's still going to be staying at the 2nd spot. But what does the red team have to do here to be able to deal with the fact that Hazard L is now such a problem, right? Because opening up with Dexter just seems to be giving Hazard L a lot of room to fight against whoever heck he wants, as long as the greatsword's still in his hand. Maybe they just lead with Fiend, stop him from getting anything started in the first place. I don't know. What do you think?
I think that's tough to say because we just watched what he did to Fiend. So putting Fiend out first, I don't think that saves you.
Whoa.
I don't think that saves you.
So a plethora of things happened that we never would have had a time to guess, right? Dexter switches over to the Mordex. That's cool. DB on the Ragnar. Hughes on the Vector. Right? So let's go. Right? So there's a whole bunch of things happening here, right? So the green team preemptively, they brought back Power Ranger into the anchor position. And that's interesting to me. So that means that Hughes is now going back to following after Hazard L. And Dexter, over here on the Mordex, has made a complete switch up from the Stavoni that he was playing on so far in the matchup, as we've got now an even set. And Hazard L and Dexter going against each other. I like this pick. I think the Gauntlets were doing the best against Hazard L out of all the weapons that he had. Now we have to just see how the signature kit and the Gauntlets, and the Scythe, size up against Hazard's greatsword.
Exactly. And one thing that I do love about the red team right now is that they had the faith to just say, you know what, Dexter, get back out there and fight Hazard.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to handle this guy.
Yeah,
Listen.
it was one of those things where when I was talking to you about, like, should they switch him? I was like, no, wait, every other position just doesn't make any sense. I think the lineup that they've got going on right now is pretty darn good. Dexter just has to be able to have a better matchup against Hazard. Now, whether he takes the stock or not, as long as the damage isn't red, he's doing a lot better. And here, Hazard may have overstepped. Oh, one more sword recovery, that's it. But he's still living.
It was looking close. Almost was able to get it out of there. Just missed time from Dexter to get that KO on a ground pound or something like that, downlight. But that one's not going to be misplaced. The recovery from Hazard is going to be working, and Hazard doing exactly what we've been seeing happen. A lot more damage on him. Dexter did a great job putting a lot of damage, but now DB is going to have to pretty much go untouched, right? You don't want to let him put a lot of damage on you like he's been doing in every other round.
Ooh, DB.
Ooh, that was a nice turnaround save.
Yeah, that was, well, what was particularly nice about it, I mean, you're absolutely right. Yeah, really nice.
I gave the short version.
But even nicer is that off of the recovery, he's sweating, and when you're sweating and falling back to the stage, it's like a gut reaction for players to want to chase after you. It's like, you've got no resources left. What are you going to do? He turns around and he side airs while drifting to the left. Completely catches him off guard, takes the stock. Now use on the Vector. I love seeing use on the Vector. Super huge bias coming out, but it's just so much fun. Look at that neutral sig, trying to read a jump that would never happen, but it was a cool move. DB on the Ragnar now, gets him with the neutral signature, and wow, this is kind of actually a tough matchup, Zip. I always put Axe in favor against Lance. Let's see what Use is able to do. Okay, all right, side sig. That's some Vector Ragnar shenanigans. That's the only time you're going to see that side sig knock back in that direction.
That was great. The wonkiness of that sig sent him to the other side. And here we are. Use is trying to find that right moment. What an unarmed sidelight to knock him off and say, I'm getting this axe back. You're not going to touch me.
Nice job sneaking under the axe down there with the recovery, but Use is going to have to do better than that on the way back here as DB's ready for it this time. Down to get some. You know, that's what that move I feel like was like envisioned to be used for. I never see it used that way. So it's like pretty. I was like, yeah, it makes sense. It's kind of like it's basically a fire trap move in the sense that you're just breathing fire, hoping somebody hits it. If they do, they trigger the attack that sends you out the top of the stage. It's just we rarely ever see it, and DB makes it work. Power Ranger comes right in as the anchor, though, evens things up quite well, and makes this game literally dead even.
So let's go talk about that Ragnar downsig a little bit.
Okay.
I like that the way that he came back onto the stage a little bit and covered that space from a distance.
Yeah.
Because generally when you see somebody do it, they kind of hang over the edge and let the fire linger out there to try to cover like wide recoveries. But yeah, so
he
just
really
like you said.
specifically covered unarmed or bow recovery, or if somebody was trying to slap the stage and dash arm.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what he got. Because last time, the other edge guard that he did was an axe down air, and Hughes did exactly what he ended up covering for on the down sig and got the stock. So really well played. But here we are, Power Ranger versus Fiend. Fiend a little bit behind as Power Ranger's doing a great job as the anchor for the green team in game number 3. And that side air hits, and Fiend, he's really got to find a weapon. There it is. Sword picked up. D-Light neutral sig? No. D-Light side air. I love, because Fiend, doesn't matter who he's playing against, there's a 10% chance that it's D-Light neutral sig, and you lose your stock.
Fiend has been looking really good against Power Ranger every single set, right? Like, this is not insurmountable at all. It was looking like it was in Power Ranger's favor big time, and Fiend has tied this up and got him off the side.
Side
Power
air?
Ranger missed the side air.
Oh, side air again. Oh, he tried to side air bounce with a stage. Doesn't quite get it. Spear picked up. Okay, Power Ranger. What an amazing comeback there. And you know what? It's similar to how we were impressed with DB. It's one of those situations where looks like all your options are exhausted, but the unarmed recovery gets him to Fiend, gets punished for going for that spear recovery on the landing, and now Power Ranger has taken down 2 stocks in a row, and Dexter has to be responsible for knocking him out and getting back into that matchup with Hazard L.
This is scary, right? Because you come in as Dexter, wow. You come in as Dexter and you're getting hit a lot. It's so scary when you're that last line of defense. You're the reset of stocks. You really don't want to take this KO from Power Ranger. Gets hit by the second part of the side sig.
Yeah, this is huge. I can already see Dexter kind of... Dexter's doing that thing where you're looking for unarmed attacks. Okay, well, you know what? I stand corrected. He wasn't looking. He found it, and that was perfect. But up until that point, there was a lot of unarmed attacks that he was going for instead of trying to pick up a weapon that I think was ending up in his detriment. And now he's in this matchup against Hazard. Well, Hazard's usually up at least 2 color shades of damage, right? Going up against Dexter, and he's already starting there. So I feel like he's just going to go in for the neutral sig, neutral light finisher, do something really quick. He's going for the recovery. But Dexter does get some damage in. Okay, this is great.
That's it. I think the biggest thing for Dexter right now is
lucky.
don't play scared. You got to get as many hits as you can.
Oh,
right?
and he's getting them.
Yeah,
Look at that.
doing a great job. Weapon toss, no weapon. You have the sight. Try to make him. I was gonna say, right? Like try to make him throw something out and waste his dodge and get jiggy on him.
Oh, Hazard. What is he going for here? You could go. It's something that I don't think I've seen Hazard do too much so far. And the side air hits and he gets the knockout. Even though it is the weakest variant of the move, Gravity Cancel Goliath Attack is great sword. Gets you right to that finisher. And Gravity Cancel Sidelight is a pretty darn good knockout move if you're trying to catch somebody off guard there. But he ends up doing the same function, sword side air there at the end. And now he's up against DB once again, who I really feel like has adjusted to both having to fight against Hazard L and Use with this Ragnar pick. But man, there's something about these openers from Hazard L that just catches.
Oh,
you gotta be kidding me. What? The double down air dunk from the greatsword on Hazard. Now, he is MVP of this entire set now at this point, right? He has just made so many quick comebacks here against DB, all after switching. He didn't even switch the legend, right? Just going to Negan off of Jae Yun, and all of a sudden he's a completely different player. Fiend, he does take that stock, but he's down a whole stock in this round.
That Jae Yun is crispy. A wise man once told me, when you're playing a fighting game, right, you got to have movement. But there's layers to it. You gotta have you start off at movement, then you get to schmovement. And then after schmovement, you get to groovement. And when you get grooving, it's hard to stop, I'm telling you.
Oh man. And I feel like the only player that's really living up to that mantra is Hazard L. Because he does. Once he starts taking a stock, the next stock he takes even faster. In game number 2, he even brought Fiend to red, and now Use here on the Vector. He's put out the side sig. Fiend tries to get. Oh, that's great. He read the jump after the neutral sig whiff. And Use gets the weapon throw down, dodges back, tries to get the side air through. If Use could take the stock off of Fiend, that is almost guaranteeing the green team win for me. The only thing that Use should never do here is the vector down sig, which means I'd pop off if he did it. But there's no way. There's no way.
You guys call that the forbidden sig, right?
Dude, it's like, I don't actually know. But I feel like it's 180 frames of startup. Okay, down sig comes through, D-Light recovery hits, Use gets him off the top. That is massive. It is 1 stock apiece for the red team, and Power Ranger and Use still have 2 stocks to play with. And Hazard L is used to taking 2 to 3 stocks at a time. At this point, red team's got to pull out a miracle here, as Dexter on the Mordex has to take the stock now without getting hit anymore if he wants to even have a chance.
That's tough. Did you just give out? Wow, what
the vector tech, the neutral sig. And that is actually tech, right? It's similar to how Val can side sig with the sword at the wall. If you neutral sig into the wall, you're going to travel up a lot farther than if you were just to use the move regularly. Gets the damage, and Dexter, sure, he takes a stock, but he is in orange because of Use's vector expertise.
So what we've seen this time around, right, is Hazard L being able to create these situations for them to take the lead, and his teammates capitalizing off of what he's done. Whereas the last time it was really close because nobody was really capitalizing off of the things he did. Power Ranger, are you kidding me? Get him out of there.
Yeah, that's huge. Dexter going down super early. Down air gets the stuff recovery. Weapon throw for insult to injury. And now DB going up against Power Ranger. And the thing is that DB's hardest matchup so far hasn't been Power Ranger, hasn't been Use. It's been Hazard L. And he's going to be the opponent that he goes after. If he can even get this, it's DB. Tries to go for the double recovery up the top. Power Ranger trying to get the reversals with the nairs. It's just been getting so much more damage here. I mean, are we going to see a 4 stock in this after Green Team lost game 1? That would be crazy.
No way. If we see a 4 stock, I'm running out of the building.
it's only the first set of the day, is it?
Exactly. And they're gonna run me out of here, man.
Oh man,
DB going to the other side to recover.
DB's thinking about running out of the building right there. Gotta do the stitch. It's like, I gotta get out of this. Oh man. He's looking for a weapon. Oh, Power Ranger takes that one. Neutral Light catches the landing, but Power Ranger recovery dodges to the stage. I mean, Power Ranger's up a whole stock over DB here, and DB is the one that's allowing Power Ranger to have the most room to move. I mean, oh no. Is that it? Oh, Zip, it's Fiend. Last time it was 1 versus 3 stocks, I think, and now it is 1 versus 4.
Fiend had taken one of them. Yep. But yeah, even if he takes this one, still going to be a 3 stock situation. It's looking really, really tough.
Oh, and Power Ranger. Oh, Power Ranger wants this. He wants this 4 stock. I actually think that in Power Ranger's mind right now, the way he's playing, I feel like if he loses the stock here, it's a loss. Like, okay, recovery hits and he goes down, but man, Power Ranger was like not allowing anything to happen. All right, Fiend, I want this comeback so badly, but Hazardell has been playing like a monster. I still wouldn't be surprised if his damage was highest at the end of this game. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm gonna agree, because when you get right here, it's like, does Hazard just go buck wild and try to take the stock, or does he play it safe? Right?
Oh, well, I mean, he doesn't look like he's playing it safe so far. Hazardell hasn't really changed his play style per se. He has been really just learning how his opponents play so that he could do crazy stuff like that. We're talking about those gravity cancel light attacks. The down light, when gravity canceled, has that momentum downwards while you're doing that tornado slash, and he gets him towards the bottom of the stage. And now Fiend in deep red he can fall to so many attacks from Hazard. Weapon throw goes forward. He wants to finish the stock off right now. Sidelight opener comes through. Fiend kicks him away. Hazard gets hit away again, but Fiend has to do so much more. Hazard, no hesitation. Down air, nair, true combo, gravity cancel, sidelight to celebrate. All right, it was actually Power Ranger with the highest amount of damage there, 750. I mean, Power Ranger was crazy, but what an awesome performance coming out from the green team. And all off of the back of that Game 1 loss, too.
Yeah, they've all seemed to step up. Every single one of them. Hughes had that breakout moment in Game 2.
Yeah.
Hazard, we can't say too much more about that player. And then Power Ranger right here just said, you guys know who I am, and I'm going to show you who I am.
Yeah.
Right here, front and center. You know, so everyone's had these moments to show why they have the lead they have.
Look at that.
The double dunk, no Oreos. Come on.
Every single Hazard clip when ending these stocks here is basically a highlight at this point.
Definitely.
Look at that down under weapon throw. Dexter just had it completely rough there on the Mornex switch. We're going to see Power Ranger. I think this was the D-Light recovery.
Yep.
And even though the knockout wasn't flashy, the fact that Power Ranger was able to do that 3 stocks in a row is what really made that a huge deal. And that down air into nair, one of the fastest conversions off of that I've seen in a very long time coming out from Hazardell, just makes me so excited to be able to see Great Sword being played at such a level here in South America. It's so awesome. We've got a team that won with Jaeun and Vector.
I'm saying, man, are you kidding me?
I mean, they really got themselves some all-stars there in terms of just like when it comes to a crew battle, right? There is just, it goes without saying, Vector's got to be like one of the most unknown matchups in competitive play. And it's why it's so much fun to watch. I mean, we saw an example of what could happen when a Vector gravity cancel neutral sigs into the side of a wall, right? It completely caught Dexter off guard. So I'm really excited to see how the green team shapes up as we go throughout this this bracket, because the teams that we talked about a lot at the beginning were the red and blue team, right? And we kind of didn't really give yellow and green team a lot of that stuff. Go ahead.
No, I said that the green team was the best in the beginning. You said blue.
Hold on, wait a second. Wait. Am I? You're joking with me, right? We were agreeing with the blue team. You know what? No, this is the new storyline. Green versus blue. You're giving me that look right now. That say you totally got me. You know what, Zip? You did. You got me. Can we both switch to green?
Can we?
I really like Hughes as a player.
I know.
You know, the bias is really coming through here, but the fact that like they were winning. Right? And from a winning position, they were just like, Hughes, get off the anchor position, go to Vector. That was like, where did the decision come from? That's another cool thing about how the green team played out in that best of 3, right? Is that they utilized switching off the anchor really well in a way that I thought made a lot of sense. And then they kind of predicted that their opponents were going to be doing something different with the legends that they picked up, went back to that original lineup, just had a little bit of a difference with Hughes onto the Vector, did such a better job in Game 3. It was so cool to see. And now we're going to get the other 2 teams in the bracket going up against each other. It is going to be Team Blue versus Team Yellow. Wes, Brujo, and Baltazar on Team Blue, and on Yellow, it's Kaino, Manexo, and News. Not Hughes. I know it sounds very similar. News does not play Vector.
No.
I support it. If you'd like to lock in Vector, go ahead. We've got the legends on screen. I'm getting ready for them to be behind us. They're not quite there yet, but taking a look at this. Yet? They are.
No.
No? Okay.
No,
right,
just kidding.
We don't have to move
right there.
The
What do you mean?
Wes on Orion. Kaina Nimue, Rayman coming out as well. And now we've got on the other side Kaina on Bodfar. Manexo on Koji. And I'm very, very interested in this. News? Is News Hughes? Wait a minute. They're opening up with the King Knight. I'm pretty sure that's just rolling. I mean, it's a pretty cool looking roll. But like starting off with a similar pick is very interesting to me. And we're entering this like 2016, 2017 meta strategy where Roland was picked a lot in 2s, simply because it was a sword character, and B had a lot of defense and could last a very long time. And the fact that two teams have now had the idea of using Roland as this anchor character where they just want to take as little damage as possible.
Yeah.
It's a very cool idea.
So Hughes was in the middle last time, if I'm not mistaken.
That's true.
I mean, but that's still
true.
Still, you put that brick wall in the middle of your team.
Yeah.
You know, you're still gonna
you
make them have to deal with that
Hughes
defense.
was definitely playing middle or anchor, and so opening with news on the King Knight here, going up against Baltazar on Rayman. We're going to be playing on Mammoth Fortress for this.
Yeah.
So we had a pretty fast crew battle gauntlet, right, going on Brawlhalla. So we're going to get a different taste of the kind of gameplay that can happen here. And I feel like when it comes to super early knockouts, we're not going to see them in quite the same fashion. And because Qatar players are nowhere to be seen here, I don't expect to see them going down in orange here either. So leads could get a lot bigger here.
They definitely can, because the outplay potential is bigger, right? You don't get sent off the side so easily. You have space to recover and get back onto that stage and keep strutting your stuff. Ooh, see, I'm saying stuff like that, and then if that landed, that's the end of the stock, man. Get me out of here. I feel like we're not commentators cursing right now. This is commentators' premonition.
We are just willing cool things into existence, right? It's like, come on, the neutral sig was supposed to hit news. There we go.
Exactly.
Off the right side of the stage, same direction too. Now Brujo is up against News on the Nimue, bringing out the spear and the orb. So now let's see what News is able to do with King Knight. Jumping around with the sword, weapon throw comes forward, and as far as stocks on Mammoth goes, hitting a Roland neutral sig off the top of the stage is pretty darn early. Like I expect this character to be living long, not be taking stocks that early on, and he's not even in the red yet. Gravity cancel, sidelight attacks even more damage, but he's low on jumps. He's got to be careful. If Brujo gets the edge guard, that's it.
That's it. You're not making that. Yep, just fast fall, get it out of there, you know it's over.
I never look down on the player that tries to recover even though they don't know they're not going to make it back, because I have literally seen players over eagerly give them a chase dodge. So sometimes you just got to be like, maybe he doesn't know, because sometimes they'll dive kick forward, try and end the stock, they miss it, you get a nair, suddenly you're back onto the stage. But now that's not the case, and Minexo's up to fight against Brujo.
Yeah, I've seen that a good bit too. I respect that, because I always feel like, just get him up out of there. But you're right. If the other player gets overzealous, tries to come out there,
options are like totally like, I get it, right? I see a player fast falling. Sometimes they have the jumps to make it back. They're just kind of like, I don't want to get knocked back that far again. they just dive kick off the side of the stage. It's like, let's just reset. Side air hits Brujo on the orb. Tries to go for the gravity cancel neutral light, but the platform, I feel like the platform wasn't there. When Exo was set to fall into that attack.
For sure. I thought what we were seeing was a gravity cancel neutral sig, but either way.
Neutral sig not used, but side sig definitely used. And Brujo takes that stock off the right side of the stage, and now Kaina is here to fend for his team as the anchor, trying to stop News from going up again at a stock deficit as that sidelight comes through, and he's trying to get down to Wes as that anchor opponent.
Oh, that was a very nice pickup. Takes him out over the top, kind of smooth. I was actually worried that he was going to end up taking a lot of damage. You know what I mean? I kind of thought he was in a predicament. You know what I mean?
And, well, in the D-Light recovery, I felt like you were almost ready to be like, oh, didn't knock out yet. Because it looked just barely like it wasn't going to. But no, Brujo goes off the top, stocks evened up. Now Wes going up against Kaina. And, that wake-up stomp could have been huge, but Wes doesn't fall for it. But instead loses the weapon. Picks it up. Nair hits.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Piecing them. Those add up.
Yeah,
Those
kind of playing really well with the hammer here. And this is a pretty huge deal because Yellow was at a decent deficit before kind of got in here and started hitting Wes. And if Wes goes down, Yellow team just steals the lead away. And we have no idea how Kaina versus Baltazar is going to look unless Kaina can get through Wes right here.
That's the power of the anchor, right? Kaina's doing exactly what he was supposed to do.
Wes is just oddly feeling clueless in this matchup, I feel like. I've yet to see him really get that ground, that center ground to get something started. I mean, downsing on Orion, just hoping that he falls into it.
Well, you got to think about it, right? This is my take. Ooh,
yeah.
Come on. Tried to take him to the dance hall and get taken off over the top. Once again, I feel like almost everyone has gone over the top. But my take is, it's your first game in, right? You come in and you're dealing with Kaina, which is already rolling on momentum.
Yeah.
So I think that's what kind of made him look a little clueless.
And that's a bit of the mental differences when it comes to playing a crew battle too, right? Because he also came in with his team at a lead against a person who was damaged more than him, And that's the thing that you think about, right? It's just like, okay, I clean up the stock really quickly, worry about my next opponent. But that's not what happens. Instead, Kaina completely reads his opponent and takes the lead for the yellow team. Balthazar has to come in and clean up. And now News is back in this matchup where he got a super early neutral sig knockout. And Balthazar doesn't seem too happy about that.
Yeah, I think Balthazar last time didn't really get to show him what Rayman's talking about, but I feel like he's going to have a conversation this time. Nice movement with his axe.
Both of their movement was crazy, right? Like News was expecting a hard left fadeaway, and Balthazar almost goes around it to where they were. Anyways, Balthazar gets hit by the nair on the way back down, and News gets hit by it gets the side air onto Balthazar, and he's trying to go for those neutral knockouts again. Oh, Balthazar jumped up there. He was going to go for the finisher, but he decides against it. Can News keep the lead for the yellow team, or is Balthazar going to get the turnaround here?
Recovery taken, going to go for the weapon starve instead of chasing off on the side. I like it.
Okay, all right.
Going for the
how many times does it have to miss before you stop liking it?
Exactly,
exactly. You got out on the first stock here, but Balthazar does know that you have that sig. Side air hits though, and News does take that stock, although this is much closer than last time, and in a similar position before, Brujo really brought it out for the blue team to be able to take that lead.
That's for sure, because that lead was hefty, and Brujo dang near tied it up perfectly and ties it instantly.
Yeah.
No, Brujo gave them a lead last time. Yeah.
Well, because when West got in, that's when I was kind of like, oh wow, how is kind of making it all back here, right? Because Brujo was able to take down Balthazar, then go take down Manexo, and then bring Kaina into orange before finally going down. And it looks like he's trying to repeat the performance, if not do better, as he's only at a slight deficit here against his second opponent so far, as his second time here on the stage. But Manexo fighting back better this time around.
Yeah, and you were talking about earlier characters that unexplored matchups, right? This is
Dusk.
This is one.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little less hype about Dusk because he doesn't turn into a literal rocket ship. but something that I find interesting about Dusk Nimue, who's an epic crossover for Dusk as a character, is that their signatures are precise in a similar way as Koji's, to where they have a lot of those two-part hitting moves, or they hit in a very specific part above the stage from them, to where if you get them to connect, the reward's very high. It's just difficult to do so.
That's correct. That is correct. But this orb is doing work.
Like the down sig from Orb, it has that crazy like triangular movement, right? Like I'm ready to see that. So far, it's been all side sig, really catching the landings. We'll have to see. Look at that.
There it is,
He's
once again.
3 knockouts, by the way, on that same sig. He's been doing fantastic with it.
I'm definitely ready to see the damage that this Enchantress has brought to the table.
Oh, and now we've got
Not
Kaina
Enchantress.
Nimue. You got it. But you fooled me. You've been just so good at that today. Yes. Yeah. Nimue, because Enchantress, oh, wait. No. Okay. No, it's Nimue for sure. Orb, Spear.
Definitely.
You can just say Dusk is going to be all right. Now, Kaina. Last time we had Kaina here, send to the orange, but then after he cleaned up Brujo, West got like 2 hits, and then West was gone. And West is sitting here as seed, or as power rank number 2 in South America. And his I say almost definitely the one with the lowest amount of damage, maybe tied with Manexo. He's really, this matchup looks really tough for him. We got to see if that was just maybe it was a warm-up, and if he gets a weapon here, maybe he'll do better, because Kaina was just moving like crazy with the hammer last time they were in this matchup.
Yeah, I feel like West was sitting there stewing after losing that stock and is ready for action. And as we're seeing this, got the damage racked up, just needs one good touch, and Orion's pretty good at doing that, right? Boom, there it is. Shoot him with the back of the lance and shoot him into the heavens. I love it.
And that's fantastic. West using that move in a very similar way as how Roland does it with the neutral sig on sword. And this time we didn't just see him using spear signatures, hoping that they fall into it that time. It was very much in reaction to something else. Okay, Wes, what the hell, man? That is crazy. He's still going. Weapon throw pickup. I thought he was going to get him again. But News, instead of jumping, goes for the wake-up sider. News just doing anything to stop the onslaught of Lad's attacks. I can't believe it. Wes is just really not happy about how his performance looked in that first stock, and he wants to make up for it, because so far News just can't play the dang game. What is going on? That neutral sig almost finished him off, I swear.
I told you, man, he was stewing. He did not like how he performed.
Gets the chase dodge there.
It.
What? West goes for the sidelight finisher. Okay, doesn't quite get him with the sider, disarms him. Oh man, weapon toss goes for the sidelight. Okay, West.
That was almost it. That was almost
Pogo,
it.
slide charge down sig.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, Wes. I'm sorry. I should not have. I won't comment on the performance on the first stock. The fourth stock never happened.
It never happened.
You're doing great. And look at this. 4 stocks to 2 all of a sudden for the yellow team, right? Last time Wes was on the screen, he did like 80 damage and kind of got a 2-stock comeback. Now, kind of's going to potentially be in the same position that Fiend was in the previous game if Wes keeps doing this because Monexo, we haven't seen this matchup yet. And so far, it's looking good for Wes. I mean, Monexo, you just got to hit a neutral sig, a down sig, D-Light recovery, weapon throw. There's a number of things that could work out here. Getting hit by Sidelight, D-Light, neutral sig is not one of them.
Not one of them.
I mean, Wes, way to go. Weapon throw, pick up Nair, what?
Oh, my goodness. I'll say one thing. Monexo's been doing a good job of not being taken to the Lance dance. The Spear's going
the Spear's doing some pretty crazy. Oh,
yeah.
There's no way.
Oh, no.
Wes is going to take the stop.
No,
okay, great
no.
dodge. You know what? I love it. Monexo has at least played against enough Orions to know with the neutral sigs coming in, right? He diagonal dodges right in there. He's like, don't you dare. He D-Light recovers. I was like, you can style on me all you want. You're not going to be hitting me with that neutral sig.
Oh, my goodness. Slides off with the side sig. I mean, I feel like I'm a scrub whenever I get hit by that. I wonder how these prolific players
The only
feel.
thing that's worse to me, well, okay, so Rayman's is definitely a lot more BM looking, right? But I feel about the same way when Asuri hits me with side sig too off the sword.
Definitely.
You get the sound effect long before the move is even active. It's just, you just kind of like, you like kind of look at them and you're like, what are you doing? And then you just get hit and you're off the right side of the stage. And Balthazar takes that stock and now kind of has to do basically a task that we have not seen anybody be able to come close to doing yet. And that is take 3 stocks in a row off of 1 stock. Kaina has to do it against Balthazar, then Brujo, then Wes. Let's see how it could go. I mean, I thought Kaina had Wes's number, but after that last exchange, this is looking really difficult, but this is a good start.
Is this another one of those?
Whoa.
Do I run out of the studio? Is that what I'm about to do?
I will make sure that the door is unlocked for you to be able to run out of the studio. I actually think it's going to happen. Like, we have to get prepared. Production, get ready for Zip to literally just destroy half the set on the way out here because
move the cords, move them. No, I'm just kidding.
Was not happy that I said
they
that.
weren't happy about that at
because
all.
Kaina is going crazy, right? He took down Balthazar without taking any damage, and now he's got Brujo in orange.
Yeah, he's. Oh my gosh.
Wait, actually though, Kaina. Wait. Side air hits. Okay. Oh, this is so exciting. Side comes through, neutral light connects. Side stick, no one's taking him down. The side air forces the jump. Brujo has to use the dodge to get back to the stage. Last time we saw a double D-Light ground pound. Kaina's looking for that stomp side to take him off. Nair hits, not going for the weapon starve. There it is. D-Light recovery, I think, does it.
D-Light recovery, and it did it. And we're here at the final stop.
Okay.
Are you freaking
Kaina's
kidding
taken like
me?
3 hits. And last time, okay, so Kaina has either gone 0 to death by Wes or 0 to death Wes. And Kaina's got the momentum rolling. And this is the best amount of health that they've ever been in this position. And now Wes on the spear. Last time, he really screwed Kaina up with the lance. But the spear didn't look so hot. So let's see it. Oh, Kaina, there's no way. Are you going to make this happen?
Kaina is on a mission.
What? Did D-Light recovery hit the Nair?
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
I thought the Nair was going to hit.
I thought he had another recovery he was going to be able to use.
This is it. Kaina's going to make the 3-stock comeback. I swear, he's barely taking any damage. Okay, the side air hits. Wes takes off the stage. Nair recovery. Down air hits. Kaina goes off stage with a recovery, and Wes gets the Nair on the way back. Side air to the side. Wes gets him to the side air. He's low on jumps. Fully charged recovery, but he's got to dodge back to the stage. If Kaina goes to the ground pound here, he doesn't want to risk it. Side air hits. It's anybody's game. The neutral stick misses. Kaina goes to the left. Can Wes do the job as the anchor?
Oh, the side air, and the recovery's already been spent.
Oh, he goes to the ground pound. Oh, the spear's picked up. Oh, there's no way he. Okay, side air hits. He has a recovery. He has only exhausted recoveries back. Dodges, come back to recovery. Hits. Kaina gets the reverse 3-stock. Takes down every single player on the opposing team and gives the yellow team the lead. I can't believe it. Zip, why are you still here?
I'm trying to compose myself and not break into full sprint.
I'm like trying to be incredibly hype right now, but you would not run out of the building yet.
I'm trying my best.
I guess
production told me not to, man.
That's right. That's right.
So I got to stay here.
We have to get the go-ahead. But you know what, Zip? Regardless of the fact that you are still standing beside me, that does not take away the hype of the fact that Kaina just did the most incredible thing that you would hope that any anchor could do in a crew battle, right? That is literally why you are the anchor. I do not see Kaina moving from that position at all, right? That second stock did not look great from that. And then when it was all on the line, it was like, okay, no offense. It was kind of like he was running through bots. I'm going to be honest, that is how good it looked at the end there that I was kind of like, why are his opponents really not, like, what happened to them? Why aren't they playing on the screen? But that is just how great Kaina was doing in the end there, and I cannot believe it. 3-stock comeback. What the heck?
I came in here thinking that there was going to be some washes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So was I.
I definitely 100,000,000% did not expect to see somebody run 3 stocks straight.
Yeah,
did not see it
not
coming
against the
at
blue
all.
team, right? And the strength that I give the blue team, you know what? I still do give them this. I think that this is going to be one of those things where if this is going to happen, it's only going to happen in one game because I think the strength that the blue team has with all of their players is that they are able to fight against everybody that's on the opposing teams. In fact, anybody in the region, I feel like, and not have to worry about getting consecutively put in a position where you're in a 3-stock like that. I think kind of really popped off, and oh my god, it would be so hyped to see kind of continue playing like that. But for the sake of getting a game 3, I really hope that the blue team brings it back there because that was just that was the perfect example of a pressure player in that situation being like, yes, 1 stock against the world. Heck yeah, I want that every single time. And the other team's just gonna be like, guys, why are we losing?
I can only imagine.
Balthazar loses that stock, gets up, goes and gets a drink, comes back, and he's like, why does it say 0? what just happened?
I can only imagine being in that Discord. There's probably a lot of unsavory words being said there.
Yeah, or depending on the team dynamic, just it happened, run it back, right? And it's one of those things where this is why we don't have best of ones in tournament play, right? Because in a fighting game, there's a whole heck of a lot that's going through everybody's minds in those matchups. And there's a particular player strength that some players are better at than others, and that is adapting in between games rather than during, right? And we're going to have to see how that works in this crew battle because with this crew battle format and the fact that each player takes a break per stock, they get a little bit of both worlds, right? Where it's you are technically getting some time to think and adapt before you fight against your next opponent. So I'm wondering how this is going to work for the blue team. Are they going to change their character lineup? Are they going to try to have somebody there to better snipe Kaina? I mean, after that last matchup, I don't know if they've got somebody that can do it besides Wes.
Yeah, either Wes or Brujo, man. I don't know.
Wes or Brujo?
I don't know what they need to do. I feel like maybe you just go ahead and because Brujo being in the mid has really been keeping them alive and solid, right?
Yes, and that's
actually why they had the lead.
Before the matchup got out of hand, Brujo was being up there as the player that I was the most impressed with at that point, right? And I still was very impressed by Brujo's performance. It just became a thing that kind of was an unstoppable monster. Though something that we didn't really talk about is that legend switches are a possibility here.
Definitely.
You see on the screen, Gruagach coming out for news. Which is off of the Roland. So I don't have to worry about getting too confused and accidentally saying use.
So, it's all good. Because
we got a different legend. But that's something that could come in huge here. And on the other side, Bryn coming out for the blue team. So
you want to hear something funny before we get into this game?
Yeah, sure.
This is for all you guys out there, too. And this story, I don't know if this is a you had to be there one. But started playing Brawlhalla. I'm seeing Gruagach. I didn't know how to say that, right? I tried to say it 4 times, and then I just called him Baba Ganoush.
Baba Ganoush?
So me and all my homies, we call him Baba Ganoush.
Is that what you're going to be calling him in the set?
That's what I'm going to call him in the set.
I'm ready for it.
That is Baba Ganoush, a resident slapper.
You do lose out on a ton of hilarious memes when it comes to Gruagach's name, though. But you know what? It's fine because that was actually just as hilarious. But you just can't be saying that you got by the Gawk anymore, right?
No.
You just can't do that. When you got Baba Ganoush,
that's actually amazing.
But anyways, we've got Brujo versus Kaina, and they do. Okay, so we were talking about how we liked Brujo being the middleman in that situation, but they're leading it. And then yellow team, on the other hand, right? Before the blue team, because in this case, when it comes to the lineup, right? Yellow team being the winner, they get to lock in the order of which people are going to be playing, and then blue team gets to respond. They saw what Kaina did last game. They're like, Kaina, just do that every single stock. We'll just, we don't have to play the game if you go in. But the blue team having that advantage of being down a game to get the counter pick gets to be like, okay, Brujo, you held your own the best against Kaina. We're going to have you go in, mitigate the damage, and look at that. I was talking about how Dusk's signature kit is precise in a similar way to Koji. I rarely ever see that neutral sig, but when it connects and you get that jump read, and it's like, it's like the bow neutral sig, but instead of knocking him off the top, you also have to position it correctly to be able to get the swing off the stage.
Exactly.
And he did both of those things perfectly, got the stock right away, and all of a sudden Kaina, who was a complete beast in the last game, barely did any damage going into the first stock.
So the coolest part about seeing that sig hit was you speaking about it earlier, and then Brujo letting everyone know, This is really hard to hit. Landed it and then threw it 3 times before his next opponent came out. Like, check it out.
He was just kind of like, oh, yeah, you guys probably didn't know this was a move in the game, right? He's like, that's right. That's what it looks like.
Oh, my goodness. All right, and we got the spear going up against the bow. Tries the gravity cancel down sig.
Okay. Sideline comes through. Neutral sig was, I guess, like a diagonal dodge up, diagonal upwards dodge. But it doesn't get the read right there. Monexo with the recovery. This would be pretty big. Monexo has been a bit of a weak link for the yellow team, where he has been doing a lot of damage because it usually get the knockouts. And oh man, Brujo.
Brujo doing
this is fantastic.
Look.
This is graduating from that second place spot, right? Brujo's just kind of like, wait a second, I could just destroy everybody else. Let's just get me in there. And now he gets news and news out of everybody on the screen, besides Balthazar, hasn't really had a chance to warm up on this character yet.
My goodness. Yeah, hasn't had time to warm up on the character, but is out there with Baba Ganoush. Baba Ganoush lands 1 good hit, and that's a KO.
I can't. Oh, man, it's just like axe recovery. He could just be like moving from one spot to the other. He's like, I was just trying to catch a train, man. I don't know why you're in the way of my axe recovery. That's your fault. He's hit by the back swing. It's like, and then here we are as casters. Great spiking hitbox from the recovery. Side air hits and news on Bob Ganoush, that's right.
That's it.
Taros, Hammer and Axe Legends. Goes over the scoop on the Balthazar, and Balthazar on the Bryn. I don't even know what the name of the skin is, but I know for a fact that Balthazar is the only player that likes using it. And that's how I know that it's Balthazar playing the Bryn. Is here, now switched over to a character that I'm very excited to see him on. Is hitting a ton of sidelights, and the slide charge pivot neutral sig. We've had Roland's do it, we've had Orion's do it, and now we've had Balthazar on the Bryn do it, and it always looks so good. Good in that diagonal diagonal hitting signature off of the slide charge and pivoting it to get the dodge in place of the dodge away.
Yeah, that was such a read. And kind of back in here, right?
Yep.
Comes off of the best performance we've seen of the night, comes in and kind of gets dealt with quick and easy by Brujo. Now you have to kind of just show that that wasn't a fluke, right?
Yeah.
You got to turn up.
Kind of out of everybody that I've watched so far today, I trust kind of the least, because I can't cast kind of playing and accurately tell you what the heck's gonna happen. Because right now, kind of, you're looking fantastic, but like, what am I supposed to expect now that Wes is on the screen? Are you gonna keep impressing me? Like, what is it, because you're at a deficit now that you're like, oh, you're like. Leading with Kaino is actually the biggest mistake the yellow team could make, right? Because that's not a lead, that's not a deficit. What's Kaino going to do? Just walk off the stage? But now that he's behind, oh, he's about to get on fire here, right? Like,
that makes perfect sense. I didn't even realize that's what's been happening. When Kaino's not down, Kaino's out.
Yeah. And you know what? In that sense, I feel like maybe put Kaino back on the anchor, but maybe even a bigger problem if they're actually in the lead at the beginning. Anyways, we'll have to see we'll have to see how this plays out here, right? Because he does still have to take Wes down for that theory to be totally accurate. And Wes giving a really telegraphed neutral sig there, giving kind of an opportunity for an edge guard, dash forward, dash back. Maybe could go for the side air. Wes gets that jumping side air, catches kind of off guard. Oh, but that's the stock.
Tried to catch him jumping and just smart.
Kind of
stayed grounded.
2 stocks, and the blue team had 8. And now it is
2-stock lead.
Now it is 6-6.
Perfect.
That means Kaino can just go back off the stage. Yep, there you
go.
Get
him out of there. There it is, right? Even the game up.
Even game, I'm bored. Gets hit by a side stick. For the viewers at home, I don't think that's seriously what's happening, but that's what it looks like. No, Brujo, on the other hand, really the star player today. If we had a star player on both sides, it'd be Brujo for the blue team and Kaino on the yellow, and that is carried over into game number 2. Monexo, I really want to see some adaptation here, bring Brujo into the orange and maybe even deeper in the red. Nice wake-up sideline.
Brujo's orb is ridiculous, actually. You know what I mean? Like, the way that Brujo's reading dodges and coming up on the right spots, using the right buttons, it's just been second to none so far. Oh, I like that. Tried to wait a second to see if the dodge was going to come out and could have got a recovery, but went for the neutral light because it, waited. That was good defense from Monexo. Oh my
Brujo.
Gosh. What's the percentage?
I think the accuracy on that move has to be, if we're not considering when he just uses signatures between stocks, it's got to be 80 to 90. Yeah. I mean, the fact that he's caught so many landings with the side sig, and now Brujo on the spear, puts it the downlight. I wouldn't be surprised to see Monexo get caught with that neutral sig if he jumps over his head. He's looking for the downlights instead, but if he gets him at the edge, that's a great alternative move, whereas downlight covers in front of you, the neutral sig covers right above you, and still gets that offwards hitbox. But there it is. D-light side air, and that's 2 stocks for Brujo once again.
Brujo back at it again with the white Vans. It's back to that 2-stock lead, and Kaina's not even back out yet.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? News better not get cleaned up.
Well, we're nearing critical mass for the yellow team, right? Because Kaina's on that last stock. There's the down stick. Yes, the ground
my gosh,
Brujo, no way.
No way.
Brujo's orb is crazy. And that is a well-deserved emote there at the end. Brujo's putting down the throne and being like, that's right, I am the king of this team in the crew battle, and really showing why I had so much faith in the blue team, right? This is one of those cases. Although Brujo popping off this hard isn't exactly why I was like, okay, blue team, you're my favorite for the game, but you know what? I'll take it. Kaina now in here, D-Light recovery, cleans up that stock. You got to do 2 more without taking any damage for this to be an even game. And then we have the problem where Kaina's not the anchor this time.
That's definitely not a good look. I mean, not to say that News can't hold it down for the team, but so far, it hasn't really been proven.
Yeah.
But, you know, Kaina's down. This is where Kaina shines, right? So maybe this stock gets taken care of quick. He gets rid of Baltazar, but who knows? Who knows?
Kaina maybe looking for a hammer pretty soon when the weapon spawn comes through. With the sword, he's only being able to get these fleeting hits, a nair here, a down air there, and whenever Baltazar does the same, you get that extra damage from the heavy weapon being the axe. Cider hits, disarms Kaina. If Kaina goes down here, I think that's all of yellow team's hopes and dreams for game number 2. And Baltazar looks like he wants to make that a reality. A weapon throw comes forward, Kaina picks up a fresh sword, but Baltazar still getting the neutral wins.
All right, here we go. Gonna pick up the spear, trying to go for a sig, and you're gonna allow some free damage there.
That's right.
Baltazar is giving a shy. That blade
Baltazar like
eyelashes.
walked back and forth in place, being like, "Oh, I thought I got hit by that." Like, I was expecting him to go for a side sig off the punish, but I guess Kaina was just that close to not getting hit. And now with the neutral light, Kaina could take the stock, but this is not the explosive comeback that we were hoping from Kaina in this situation. As Kaina now has to go through West once again, who admittedly hasn't done much in this game, but has shown in game number 1 that he has that explosive power. Let's see what he could do.
So look, if Kaina's able to take the stock of West, that could be huge. I feel like that's what gives the yellow team a chance.
All right, Wes. All right. Celebrate a little prematurely there, but I mean, there's a good reason. It is 4 stocks to 2, and the one player that took out half your team stocks is now out of the game. So I'll give it to him, but let's see. Manexo, yet to really pop off so far. Let's see what he could do. So far, it's been rough. There's a down air. Nice gravity cancel D-Light recovery. That's huge. The chase out to continue chasing. Like that play from Manexo.
All right. Man, that Lance, I feel like the Lance showed out maybe one time. Remember when I said he took him to the Lance dance?
Yeah.
That was the one shining moment from West that I've seen so far.
Ended with the neutral sig, blast him off the top.
Yeah. But, you know, okay, the Spear's actually been looking pretty good, too. Caught that recovery with the D-Line.
He even touched?
And that's,
he didn't have to. He didn't have to do it. He didn't have to do it. He didn't have to do that.
No.
Oh, that hurt. I see the sweat beads coming. He's out of there. He dash fast falls, gravity cancel D-Light. He's like, and now he's just going off on News with the Lance here. And what have we found out? We found out that if Kaina can't be brought out in a healthy stock to be able to deal with West, the rest of the yellow team falls apart.
That's true. That's true. And there goes News, Lance, the old snatcher.
That's not even West's last stock, though. And that's the challenge here. But you know what? We were literally here before with Kaina, and now we're here with News. I get it. He's on the I don't even, was it the Baba Ganoush?
Baba Ganoush,
He's on the Baba Ganoush,
you got it.
right? We have no idea what News' potential is with this character. We do know what Brujo's potential is with this character, though.
Man.
So we gotta be a little afraid for News here in this situation. Brujo goes to the dash jump forward, putting up the down airs. News can't get the anti-airs working, and Brujo just gets a plethora of hits off. There's the X recovery, but he's getting juggled right now. And he holds it. He holds it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, what?
Right, got the. Oh my goodness.
Huh. I learned something today, Zip. I was like, first of all, News held that ground pound. News held that ground for like 7 seconds.
Right.
It still hits him, and I was like, why did he still get hit by that? It was a setup. It was a total setup. He was like, and this is something that we'll see certain players do. Oh, we're going to see that double ground pound edge guard from Brujo. Brujo, MVP for even if Blue Team goes to lose the set, unless Kaina does like a reverse 6 stock, I'm calling Brujo MVP of this set for sure. Such beautiful play. There we saw that deal. West Like the way how quickly he got down there for that D-line side air was he basically teleported position. And now we're going to be seeing his so here's the ground pound. Brujo gets it, recovery, gets the spike. I was wondering why the spike happened. The down air traveling with the unarmed to get the jumps back, put him right underneath the ledge. There was no hope. That spear recovery gets him perfectly off the bottom of the stage.
Yeah, bounced him right off the bottom there. And now,
that was funny.
Now that move by West, even though there was no grave situation at hand or anything like that, just the way that was executed, that makes that the play of the match.
Yeah.
You guys can argue with me all you want. That was the play of the match.
Yeah, West and kind of both. As anchors and as the top seeds in their respective teams, have had some very the word that uses inconsistent. That's what I was looking for. Inconsistent performances so far, due to the fact that Kinda could go from 4-stocking a team to not taking a single stock. West had the same situation, right? Once Kinda was out of the way, West just destroyed the yellow team, left it in the hands of News, who just wasn't able to hold up against Brujo, who has been overall MVP of the match. But blue team's strengths are really starting to get highlighted there as we went into game number 2. And that's why I was talking about, even though game 1 happened and Kinda looked fantastic, this is why I really have high hopes for blue team going through the rest of this tournament. Just because I feel like their team really is well-rounded as far as everything else that got drafted.
Yeah, so it's the way that this set has been turning out. It's you go in and it looks like the blue team is pure dominance. And the only time it looks like the yellow team could even compete at all was because of a clutch by Kinda, right? That's the only reason they're even close to being in it.
Yeah.
Right? So they're going to have to show me something right here. That this team, the yellow team, is really going to have to step it up and make me believe in it.
They have decided that movement speed is the way, as News and Monexo are on the Hattori, going into game number 3. And you're right, at least how you described yellow team's performance so far, where it looks like it was saved by Kinda, otherwise it's looking pretty grim. When it comes to News and Monexo getting onto the field, each time that they're there, I feel like they're just getting a little bit more and more understood by their opponents, and they're doing less and less. So let's see if this switch, the double switch, the Tori, is enough variety here to really put blue team on the back foot. Because in the end, this next game is all that counts in this best of 3, right? The winner of this gets to move on.
So I like putting this one out here first. You put News out here versus Brujo. I mean, and the thing about News right now is News is moving very, very well.
Yeah.
And News was moving great with the Terrells, but not landing hits. Now we're seeing a kind of trading even game, but that is about
accuracy on
we're
that
about 96% now.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, we called it 80 to 90 earlier. We've dropped back down. We're about 87%.
Now we're getting into that cast or curse category there right now. And Brujo, this is pretty great from News. The siders are coming out for the edge guards here, but Brujo has been,
no.
You hate to see that. He just dodged straight into the orb. I think he was hoping he could dodge through it.
Definitely, of course.
Yeah.
But sometimes that trajectory and the speed of the weapon toss, you just miss time it a little bit.
It's a little bit more embarrassing because that orb is like literally the tiniest weapon. but you know, shout out to Brujo, cover that area. Monexo News could have dodged it in a lot of different ways. But yes, something to note, we didn't talk about it. Kind of back at the anchor position.
Kind of back at the anchor.
Not leading.
Yeah, that's what they needed to do. That's exactly what they needed to do. And Brujo, as the point, was the perfect decision for the blue team.
For the lead, yeah. I feel like almost what yellow team's hoping is that let's just keep Brujo damaged enough so that when Kinda gets onto the field, if ever he has to fight him, he doesn't have to fight him for very long. Because Brujo showed that he can most consistently rack up damage on anybody that he faces.
Any single one of them. Yeah. As I think Brujo's been showing that they're the player of the day. That orb is unstoppable. But here we go, West going up against Monexo. West is going to have to strut his stuff after doing all that taunting last game, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, it's a good start here for double light recovery. That's got a little deserving of a celebration right there when you get that in. And he gets the recovery off the top. Now West, it is 8 stocks to the 7 of the yellow team, and Kinda, it's in that sweet spot, right? You're at a deficit. This is where you shine. And look at that. I think that they were hoping. No, I don't know how a recovery could turn into a downer there. Maybe they were hoping that they could jump and they just ended up falling off the stage. I don't know.
That makes sense.
Whatever it was, though, it was still good damage. But now West, because he was able to escape the string, is continuing to do more damage here.
Yeah, the recovery was definitely the option there. You scoop him down, and then, honestly, with the lance in hand versus that hammer, I feel like West would have been in big-time danger.
Ooh. D-Light side airs, neutral lights. This is really back and forth between the two. Neutral light punishes the side light. The side light comes through. Oh, they're really just hitting each other. One move. Okay.
Oh, he doesn't go through the platform with the ground pound. That was supposed to be be a free punish, and now you're almost going to lose the stock.
I wonder why that happened. I don't know. That's interesting because I guess I could see if he was trying to let it go a little bit early to get a particular hitbox, or he didn't want to risk whisking it. But either way, that platform saved the heck out of Wes.
I just thought you are going for a ground pound.
If you just hold
the point of releasing it, right?
If you just hold it, you go all the way through. But you know, sometimes things happen.
And now stuff happens.
And now
it's like
Wes
getting popped in the noggin with the orb.
Exactly. Actually, it's like literally exactly like that, right? You have the idea, it all works out perfectly. You just mistime the mechanics a little bit, and suddenly it's a dead even game.
Dead even game. No, actually, no, they're down. They're down.
I was so fooled because I didn't realize that Baltazar was in the anchor position for the first time in this game 3. Wes usually holding that position, but now is putting in that center position to be able to deal with Kaina. Baltazar now going up against News. Blue team still solidly in the lead, but News here on the Notori for the first time, really popping off on the spear.
Yeah, I'm liking this. This is the best we've seen Use play this whole time. This is nice aggression, nice movement. Yeah. We're not at groovement yet.
No,
we're past movement and we're at movement for News. Yeah. And we're landing a lot of hits here. This is much better than the Taros pick.
Oh, but Baltazar cleverly dipping down underneath the Mammoth Fortress platform to avoid the weapon throw, then jump right back up to cover News' landing with recoveries. But News disarms Baltazar, tries to go for a side air. Baltazar gets around, but doesn't get the recovery after the downlights. News sweating, but still hitting with that gravity cancel side light, and News could take the stock right here. D-line recovery came so close. That was crazy, chasing him down with the side air that high up in the sky. That was great.
Not only chasing there, just chasing all along the map. I felt like he didn't even have a chance to play. Baltazar was just getting hounded.
Yeah, Baltazar, the weakest performance from so far being in that anchor position, but let's see if Brujo can make up for it. News evens up the game, but pretty severely damaged. As we were talking before, right when Brujo is up against anybody on the yellow team, it is just a tough matchup in that one stock scenario. Or picked up, this is what News really has to be afraid of, is that landing. If Brujo can get him with the side sig on the landing.
He's got to land. So, yeah, the side sig has been the answer. Tried to get it there.
Ready
drops that
it,
percentage again. And News is still trying to bring it up for his team. Trying to get that lead.
Straight up from the neutral sig coming up for Brujo, but that sider will do it. Really bad on a jump up or a dodge up there. News put the entire stock in the line. Doesn't work out, and now Manexo's going up against Brujo.
You know, put a good bit of damage on Brujo. And, you know, sometimes you got to risk it. Sometimes you gotta risk it. So I'm not mad at the attempt. The attempt does get your stock taken out, but you were already super hot Cheeto
If
red.
a Tori neutral sig hits you on the edge of Mammoth Fortress platform when it's on that side of the stage, you're out in orange.
Yeah.
It's worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, I'll go and say that was warranted.
Oh, but Manexo now, we'll see if it does the same thing. Side sig's coming through. Tons of damage from Brujo. Or picked up. Side air gets him as he whips the neutral light with a nair, dodged in place, and Brujo makes it back to the stage. Okay, this is the best that Manexo's been looking so far. Oh, I think he wanted to fall with the side air, but he gets on top of that platform. That platform has just been ruining everybody's day today.
Yeah, it definitely has. Everybody's struggling with it. They're trying to come through it, and nobody's able to get through.
As far as Mammoth Fortress goes, it has been spending an unusual amount of time over the center of the stage. But, you know, I could just be thinking, it could just be because we're spending a longer duration on Mammoth than we usually do in a regular 1v1 or 2v2.
That does make sense.
I didn't think about it.
That does make sense. Maybe we're just not used to seeing this thing stick out here. It's been putting in long hours.
It's already coming back.
On vacation.
It's just like, come on, man. 20-minute games. What are you talking about? No, Silent hits. Oh, kind of pop it off on Wes. And now Wes really has to take the stock back. So last time this happened, kind of got like 5 or 6 hammer attacks in, then goes down, and Wes just destroys the rest of the team. Let's see if we can do the same thing here, as it's really, really close between these two right now. I have to remind myself and the viewers at home, Baltazar's the anchor this time, not Wes. I keep thinking this is anchor versus anchor, but it's not.
Yeah, not at all. Wes is not the anchor this time around. It is Baltazar, but Wes, you know, when you look at the play of this round, every time I try to start breaking something down,
something happens.
Yeah, it happens in a way that it makes what I was going to say not matter.
But what were you going to say?
You know, we're throwing that away. That thought is gone. It's over with.
It's out. And now we've got Wes here, who I think if he takes down News here, we're going to see 3 different emotes at this rate, right? Like that's that I can see the energy behind Wes's playstyle right now. He's at that point where he's just having a ton of fun. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Spot dodge to the neutral weapon throw. Okay, Wes.
Wes, are you not taught yet? This is top territory.
You don't need to after you outplay your opponent that hard, right?
Yeah,
he does it down light. He lands on the platform, spot dodges in place, waits for whatever the heck News is going to do, gets the neutral sig to spike and the weapon throw to secure the knockout. The double D-line recovery. He does a chase dodge recovery with the sweat beads coming through, and now Minexo with the D-line sider is trying to fight for his dear life, but oh my goodness, Wes. After game number 1, I can't believe he has it in, but of course, I should. He's PR number 2 for a reason, but oh my goodness.
So we're thinking this because the first stock.
There it is. There's the second one. Where's the third?
It was 2. It was 2. That's fine.
It's 2.
That's
The
fine.
third will come at the end of the match when he takes down Kaina here, who, by the way, he just finished fighting about 60 seconds ago. And it's like, that's right. This is actually a crew battle. This isn't a 1v1. But Wes could have fooled me because he's already back to fighting Kaina again, and he still has 2 stocks. And guess what? He's still not the anchor. Nothing changed. I know it sounds obvious, but I still got to remind you, he's still not the anchor. Balthazar is.
It's 5 stocks on deck for the blue team. Take it down to 4. Good stock by Kaina, but man, you are down big.
Right.
You took 3 stocks. Can you do 4?
Well, if he does, I feel like we can go against production this time, right? When it comes to this run,
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
the
come
entire
on.
set's just going to explode at this point because Kaina, I mean, last time we said it. Oh, man. All right,
I wouldn't be
take it
surprised
back.
if
I take it
production
back.
ran out of the building too, right? Like I feel like the stream comes back and everyone's just gone.
I can see them getting the hammer and axe props behind us ready to start just like performing a Baba Ganoush axe recovery on me. If I'm not careful, right? Gotta watch what I'm saying. Balthazar could make this 4-stock happen. Kinda, went for the stomp on the platform. Scoop hits. All right.
Okay,
1 stock down, 3 to go.
We're on hot red. Got the hammer in hand. The hammer has been Kaina's best weapon so far.
Yes.
I feel like, especially at low damages, Kaina's been putting together
Kaina's
a lot
been stringing
of strings.
attacks through with the hammers, similar to how we were seeing Hazardell do with the greatsword. Let's go, Brujo. Let's go. Hit him with the neutral sig on the landing. Send him flying out the left side of the stage. Look, am I reading that right? 117 for Balthazar.
No, you didn't read that. Don't do that.
No?
No.
I was about to cheer. That's Anchor, right? Anchor on a good team. I didn't have to play. Let's go. Right?
Okay.
That's what I'm talking
I see
about.
what you're doing. I see what you're doing.
Yeah, that is 1,087 damage from West the second he was put off that anchor position, right? He gets set in the center of the stage like, this is comfy, right? I don't have to be responsible for opening, for closing. I'm just here to play the game, and play the game he did. Over 1,000 individual damage for West alone going into that game number 3. This set is exactly why I looked at Blue Team and I went, they are just incredibly stacked. I mean, that's exactly what you're hoping for, Zip. When you're on a team like that and you're put in the anchor position and your damage numbers just barely crack 3 digits.
Exactly.
That's got to feel great.
Exactly. It feels good. If you're playing ranked, you know you kind of want to play, right? But if you're here in this situation, if you're here for the competition, and you get to sit back and watch your boys, ooh, nice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's fine. I'm here for that.
Man.
So if Wes wanted to, I'm telling you right now, all those highlights we just showed, Wes could have been every single one of them.
Yeah.
Everything Wes did last game was a highlight.
Well, and that's what's so crazy about how Wes's performance was in game number 3, is that I still feel like Brujo's MVP, even though Wes really popped off at the end there because of how well Brujo played on the orb. And Brujo really doing well on the Nimue in a similar style that we were talking about with Hughes on the Vector, which is so cool to see. We're talking about legends that you barely have any matchup knowledge on competitively in other regions because they just aren't picked, right? When it comes to Spear and Orb, that combination, the signature kit looks really weird. People really like to dump on Vector signatures as well, but we're seeing them being used by players who really are comfortable with the characters. And it's so awesome because I feel like it really comes in strong in a crew battle environment where you can really mix up players who might be relying a little bit more on their muscle memory, the reflexes of playing Brawlhalla, not ready for not only the opponents changing up so much, but also the legends that they're playing as well, being very unfamiliar. So super awesome performance from the blue team. Really glad to see it. Crazy comeback from Kaina though. That's
Kaina, best play of the day.
That is the first reverse sweep that we got to see. And I'm glad that blue team woke up after that because when I was looking at blue team fight against Kaina at the end there, I was like, blue team, I know that you've got more in you guys than this. I mean, no, I'm not trying to put the yellow team down. It's like, oh my goodness, Kaina. I know you're good, but dang, wow, okay, so that is 2 best of 3s that went all the way to game 3. We're the team that won in game 1 ends up getting downloaded by the opposing team. These crew battles have been incredibly close.
Amazing. I love it. And that's what I was about to say. I love that you brought it up. I was going to talk about how neither team has been washed, right? When you watch competition, you want everyone to be evenly matched, and that's what we got here today. But I will say, the first set we watched, that was a little more even.
Yeah. As this one progressed.
Yeah, I think blue versus yellow, like I said earlier, the score only is close because kind of popped off.
Yeah.
Gameplay-wise, kind of blue dominated.
After the loss, once the blue team was able to counterpick how the yellow team had their players lined up, I felt like it was just all downhill from there.
Yeah,
it became a situation where I don't know if it was a player matchup thing or whatever have you, right? We'll be able to find out as the matchups develop here in the Invitational. But Monexo and News really never came online against anybody on the blue team. And I'm wondering if that's less of like a yellow team problem and more of just how well this blue team ended up rounding out. I'm going to keep saying it over and over again. When I look at the blue team, out of all of the teams that have been put together for the crew battles, this is the one where I feel like that none of the players really have any particularly bad matchups against the people in this tournament.
For sure. But I did want to mention that News did start coming alive in that last game. News started off. Who started off for against Brujo?
Yeah. And News kind of went.
Kicking that bad
News
boy
went
off.
all over the place with the characters that they picked too, starting off with the Roland, confusing the heck out of me because you started off with the Roland, and then switching over to the Gruagok or the Baba Ganoush, depending on what side you're feeling at the time, then ending it with the Hattori, where even though Monexo also switched on the Hattori, News' Hattori almost brought it back for the yellow team until West just decided to go on a rampage and erased all doubt. But yes, News was really picking up quite well towards the end of that game, and I'm wondering if he was able to be like, okay, maybe Hattori is the legend that I want to pick when moving forward into the Crew Battle Invitational in future matchups. But we've got the next matchup that's coming up. Taking a look at the players that are on the screen just to make sure. We've got the green team going up against the blue team. So these are the two winning teams here, right? And we've got this is pretty interesting. As far as Power Ranger using Hazard L go, right? I really feel like they are player matchup dependent, whereas the blue team, I don't know. They could go any way. We're looking at this game 1. We know for sure what the matchups are going to be. So let's first talk about that game 1 matchup: Hazard L versus Baltazar. What are you thinking after we watch those last 2 sets?
After watching the last 2 sets, I'm gonna go ahead and say that Hazard L.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And the thing that I want to see as we move on here into this set, I want to see when Hazard L has to match up and go up against Brujo. I think that's a big deciding factor. If those two ever get linked up, maybe they don't have to fight each other. I do want to see them face off, but I think the biggest factor for both teams, Brujo has to show out again, and Hazard L has to show out again. I think both of them need to hold it down.
I am biased towards Hazard L as well, just because I think we got to see more from Hazard L than before. I was like sarcastically bragging about Baltazar and his 117 damage as the anchor in that last game, but something that was kind of a deficit to us as commentators and as viewers is we just really didn't get to see Baltazar play that much because of how well his team did. So watching how he does against Hazard L and seeing if he can stop Hazard L from really warming up, that's going to be a big factor, because when Hazard was going up against Dexter, game 1 not so great, game 2 looked a lot better. All of a sudden he was the MVP. Every single game as they went through the crew battle, he was just getting better and better. Let's see if that happens in this matchup as well, because I'm seeing the JN locked in right away for him, but it is the Taros for use coming out.
The Taros. You guys all know. You guys have to know by now that I'm a Taros stan. You have to know this. Do you know this?
I didn't know this.
You didn't know this?
I didn't know this.
Sparky was tearing me to shreds about it.
I'm going to a little tidbit for you. I'm so used to talking with Sparky and sharing Sparky's opinion a lot of the time, not quite as aggressively. I'll tell you something about Taros, right? It's kind of like when I see some really fantastic Taros play, it is awesome. It is getting into one of those situations where I feel like a lot of people just pick Taros. This is the thing. This is the thing in Europe for a very, very long time. It made me so. Before Taros, I was so sick of Ulgrim, because it was one of those things where Ulgrim had such a beautiful stat line, and everybody was playing Action Lance at that point that everyone had a pocket Ulgrim.
Yeah.
You look at NA. There was once a time where everybody had a pocket Hattori or a pocket Bodvar, and we're in a little bit of that phase that I think is actually phasing out a little bit. So it makes it easier for me to be a fan of the actual Taros mains, where Taros was a pocket pick for a lot of people in team settings.
So who do you think, once Taros leaves his rightful place as the most picked character, who do you think comes up in that spot?
Cool, that's a great question. Probably Koji or Val.
Koji or Val?
Until somebody figures out what to do.
Yeah,
Those have been transitionary meta characters since the beginning of time. I feel like it's like okay, they've got sword, they got good stats, and then if you just choose whether or not you like the bow or the gauntlets better. But anyways, that is beyond the point. We are now, besides the point rather, we've got Hazardel versus Balthazar. Balthazar opening up with the Rayman like he did in game number 1. Now keep in mind, game 1 was the game where the blue team had that catastrophic loss against the yellow team, and Balthazar was on the Rayman. They're not saying that was exactly why, but he is trying it again as the opening pick against Hazardel and the J-Gun.
I mean, when we talk about universal pockets, and we're talking about monstrous characters, very good, solid characters, Rayman has got to be mentioned.
Rayman is interesting. I've talked about this a few times in different anecdotes, I feel like, on streams, where Rayman, I think, has actually been freaking fantastic for a very long time, but did not see play for a very long time because Axe players and Gauntlet players are the furthest away from each other on a spectrum of Brawlhalla players. Okay, in my opinion. No, that makes sense. It's like somebody who likes Gauntlets a lot is probably not the kind of player that has a lot of fun playing Axe. So for the Rayman players to really come out on their own, it had to be a player that just liked playing Rayman specifically.
I like that.
That's what I felt. That's what I felt like it took so long. In South America, really the first region to do it, and that's why a lot of the new players in both EU and North America, I feel like they're playing Rayman literally didn't exist beforehand. Right? When we look at like Snowy, we're looking at Godly. It's just because they're playing a character that I feel like's been good for a very long time, but just never fit anybody's play style previously. So here we go. Balthazar, after that huge tangent, goes down to Hazardel, and look at that, Hazardel doing the similar job that he did in his previous matchup. Balthazar kept it pretty darn close, though, and he actually damaged him so much that Brujo, I feel like the side stick he accidentally delayed. I thought he had that landing for sure.
I think the dodge was just really well timed. Do you think that was supposed to hit? I don't know. But we're looking at the two most consistent players of the day going at it with each other. But Hazard, it has that damage on. Right? So he's going to have to put in big-time work to get Brujo out of here. Brujo's kind of just fishing with that side stick because he knows it's going to KO. But you're going to have to rack something up. You're getting pieced and creased.
He's that sider almost hits him. Grandpa comes down.
Gosh!
Okay. Huge. Absolutely necessary for Brujo. He was getting demolished by every single option from Hazardel. His greatsword's looking fantastic, and now I am convinced that our impressions of him as a player coming out from the first set are not gone going into this set with how he's able to play against both players. Brujo took a ton of damage. Hughes comes in on the Taros, cleans up the stock right away. It is now 8 stocks to 7, and Wes is here in that anchor position once again. Let's see. Game 1 for the blue team has been a slow start in the last set. Is it going to be a slow start for this one too? It's starting to look that way, and it's totally up to Wes whether or not it stays that way.
Well, I mean, it was the Hazardel effect, right? Hazardel does a great job. Oh my gosh, tries to pivot off the side with the neutral sig, but no good from Wes. Like I was saying, Hazardel has been doing what Hazardel does, and what he needs is for players to come in like Hughes did and clean up that stock quick. What a gravity cancel down sig coming out from Hughes, sends him down at a left. What is that? What's that? Southeast? What are we talking about here?
It's definitely south. Okay, it's definitely.
No, that's southwest.
That's southwest. That's definitely southwest. I wasn't sitting there calculating the directions. I was trying to calculate how the heck could anybody come up with the idea of using that down sig there to counter a spear recovery. But he did it, and it hits. I guess it hits a little bit underneath with the radius there. And he gets the spiky hitbox similar to how Axe Recovery works. If you get him on the back swing enough, I guess it works out. Balthazar does take down, uses stock, but guess what? We're only now just hitting the anchor for the green team for the first time. And that's Power Ranger coming out here on the Koji.
And Balthazar did not really have to play in that last game in the last set.
And
now is the time to shine. That's what I'm saying. You got to turn up right here against Power Ranger.
There again, Balthazar doesn't get the landing down here, so Power Ranger gets a ton of damage off him as a punish, but Balthazar's already been doing a great job bringing this game back. All right, dodges the side air, but no, the side line a little too slow. Dodges the down air, but Power Ranger's just got Balthazar on the back foot, constantly forcing his dodges and not getting hit.
It's that bow, man. The bow started getting that momentum. Power Ranger with that thing dancing. It's just hard to really get around him once he starts understanding where you want to go, and then he gets to dictate where you go.
So Brujo in a difficult position here. Something really worth noting is that we haven't really actually seen the blue team at a deficit ever. even in the game that they lost.
Exactly.
So I'm wondering how that's affecting how they're thinking about this matchup here. Brujo has always been in a comfortable lead and has made that lead go further and further. Now he has to take down Power Ranger. Nice side stick, not even a landing catch. He just catches him in place. But now he has to go against Hazard L again, who really gave him a run for his money with the great sword last time. He caught Brujo trying to fish for that finisher and just didn't let him have it.
Yeah, he's been throwing that bad boy out all day. Hazard L back in the building, has to deal with the Orb of Brujo, and last time he had a lot of damage on and still did a great job against Brujo. So now with this fresh stock, we're just gonna see how it turns out. Having to use the sword this time. The great sword has been the answer.
And he switches right back to it. It's like you're right, Zip.
The commentator's premonition, like I said earlier.
Right back to it.
Oh, I'm scared.
That was clever. He fell without fast falling for a while, didn't exhaust any options, makes it back to the stage. I think Brujo, oddly enough, is in an advantageous position to where, because he can't knock Hazard L off, I think he's doing a better job at neutral.
That makes sense.
Than doing the side stick, right? And now that he's at this point, he's got Hazard L on the back foot. He might not be as mindful for the side stick. I say that.
Man.
And immediately he punishes it. Brujo's going to have a different idea if he wants to be able to finish off Hazard L's stock, because he has been getting a lot of confirms on the side stick against everybody but this player.
Exactly. This has been the one to not allow the recovery. Could have did it right there. Was just a little too wary to use it. Didn't want to get hit by a recovery right back at him from Brujo.
Brujo now on the recovery. Oh, he drops it. Oh, that's huge. Brujo could take the stock for that. That could literally be the difference between having a really huge lead or making the game go back to even. Hazard L makes it back though. Edge guard. Could happen. That's it. Doesn't drop it that time. Well, only once. Only once will he drop that.
I'm a Hazard L fan. Hazard, I'm about to send you like a t-shirt or something and say, can you sign this, please?
Yeah, I mean, he's fantastic. And the doubt, like, there's always those things when it comes to, okay, I say always. For me, in a crew battle invitational, the very first one that we watched, I was not certain if it was like, okay, is it the team that you're against or are you actually just this sick? I'm glad that you were actually just this sick.
Yes.
It's really fun to watch. And now we have Hazard L going down, but Hughes, who did a phenomenal job against West last time on the Terrace, going up against him again. Uh-oh, he's sweating already. He's sweating already. He's sweating already. Oh, and he's going to grab at him again. Hughes got caught without jump so early on.
Man, I was scared. I thought that was the end of that stock.
I mean, it still might be. West is still not letting him land. He still hasn't touched.
No,
he still hasn't touched. Oh, he went for the pogo, but Hughes dodges through and surprisingly fights back. Okay, pogo's coming through again. West just not letting up. Hughes gets hit with a side sig, picking up the axe. Okay, West.
West is
He's still going.
Out. Okay. If Hughes gets his footing and starts running this back, it's going to be like, Wes, you know what? You should have went for the safer options. But he still has the chance to take care of this Taro stock. But Hughes fighting back, has the axe in hand. And now he has to deal with the spear. And hits him with the back of it, the old cannon shot.
There was an intense moment there where I was like, okay, Wes is going for a side sig or a neutral sig. I don't know which one. And I'm like, and I feel like that Hughes was thinking similarly. So he's jumping up and down, waiting for the other, and he just didn't make the decision or react in time. And West catches him off guard, hits the neutral sig, and now Power Ranger is up against West, who's acting as the anchor for the team and doing so phenomenally. Power Ranger now trying to hit back, but West is making this comeback look great.
So, I mean, we've got the even game, and Power Rangers trying to open up that gap, right? If this right here is not going to KO, going to chase into this guy's trying to go to the center.
Oh, no,
but
the
a little
platform.
early. The platform saves the day, and the recovery is going to be able to take the stock out. And now Power Rangers sitting on orange,
and it's not like,
taking the lead for the team.
The Apocalypse platform did not move in the way there. That was miscalculation coming out from West with that weapon throw downwards. And this is up to Baltazar to really prove what he's got against Power Ranger here. Take this stock. Do a lot of damage to Hazard L because you need to set up Brujo for success.
Facts. All right, here we go. And we need that Rayman. We need Baltazar, that Rayman, to really turn up. You're dealing with Power Ranger right now. You can't let him rack up big time damage or ground pounds like that.
He went for the side sig, and Baltazar cleverly recovers to the other side of the stage, uses the neutral sig to have no question, gets back, tries to go for that landing sider. He does get it, pivots it, much to my surprise, and Power Rangers, but the downer hits, and Power Rangers so good with the weapon throw after this. Doesn't even need it.
Doesn't even need it.
Huge.
The gravity cancel neutral sig was not far enough to get to the edge.
Blue team has the potential here. This 4-2 doesn't look too brutal to me. Power Ranger is a good side air or side sig away. Brujo's caught Power Ranger with these side sigs before. And then it's just a matter of who pops off first, Brujo or West. But man, green team's looking really solid.
Yeah, so, I mean, the problem here is Power Rangers is looking this good and has another stock, right?
There's a side
okay,
stick.
right? So there we go. Finally get that one out
We
of
know
there.
that Brujo
But
at least
you
has
all-
Power Rangers number with that move. But as you're saying.
But just in general, he's just looking too good and then gets to come out again, and now you have to deal with this man, Hazard, right? You've already had 2 chances to take a stock off of him and create lead situations. Now you're trying to come back against this man. I don't know.
Yeah, Brujo hasn't even encountered Hazard in the same way that Dexter did, where the stocks that they were taking were back and forth, always really close. Hazard has been dominating, or been successfully dominating his opponents every time that he's back onto the field, and we're seeing it here with the great sword as the swings come through, nair after nair. So, man, 4-piece string coming out with the finisher from Hazard. Goes up for the jumping side air, sideline finisher. I thought he was going to go for that downlight finisher. It's my favorite one. Everybody says it's the forbidden move. You don't use that one. I don't care. That swing down is my favorite to see, but he doesn't go for it. He's going for that recovery instead. Such a powerful knockout move. If Hazard gets that, West has to run the gauntlet similar to how Kaina did if he wants to have a chance. But Brujo goes down, and now West has to do that reverse sweep.
Well, I mean, we've seen West popping off. We've seen West styling on anybody he
Have
has
we
the chance
seen
to.
West versus Hazard L, though?
We haven't. Well, yes, we have, because that's happened already, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
He's come in and he's been able to take the stock off pretty quick due to the damage that Brujo was doing.
A 5th neutral sig, Wes.
Right.
You're not done yet. Oh, dang. He got 4 through. That's fine.
Okay.
Pretty
this
big.
is very doable.
Yeah.
Very, very doable.
Hughes has shown to have some difficulty.
Yeah,
with
for
Wes.
sure. With West? Oh, yeah, for sure. But I think it's more he's been struggling with the spear of West. The lance, I think he can handle this.
Yeah, if he gets hold of an axe, possibly.
Exactly.
But he's throwing that weapon away pretty quickly. That platform has just been messing with everybody on both sides. I saw him go for a weapon throw there, just bounces right off of it, picks up the axe once again, could go for a neutral light to catch the landings. Okay, sidelight nair, huge damage from Hughes, and Hughes is in a comfortable position where he just has to win the game. I was going to say build the damage, but that side stick comes through, and Hughes gets a heavy hit and move on the West. Down stick comes through, and West gets a hard punish. But that damage means that West is basically 1 hit away, and that's it.
Yes, sirree, Bob. Hits him with the bullhorn. You see that? That's double bull.
Yeah, Power Ranger 790, not Power Ranger, sorry. Hazard L, 790 damage at the end there. Still playing the role of MVP, moving in from the last game. And, I mean, Hughes getting the finish. Man, what a great performance coming out from the green team. And so...
That highlight, man.
That was fantastic. Yeah, that is a utilization of Teros downstick technology that I have never seen, right? That is like, in those moments, Sparky, I'm sorry. Teros is pretty cool.
Look at this. Look at the way that he put this together right here.
Oh, yeah, I think he side sticks here after the spot dodge. Yep.
Yes, sir,
Beautiful.
Bobby. He's a bull, and then he hit him with the bull horn. That's what I meant by double bull. Are you kidding me? Come on, guys. That's hotness right there. I like it. The green team is looking too good altogether.
Yeah.
I don't think there's ever been a moment where I've been like, I don't know about you, Hughes. And you know what I mean? He's just been that solid, that piece, that backbone for the team. And then Hazard and Power Ranger are popping off. How do you deal with that? You've got 2 guys that are popping off like they're the champions, and then you've got Hughes just holding it solid for them.
So what I'm thinking that they wait to see what green team selects for their lineup, whether they stay the same or they change it. And then blue team, if they stay the same, the green team does, they completely reverse the lineup. They go West, Brujo, Baltazar. They put Baltazar back in that anchor position. They have either West or Brujo open. The reason why I'm thinking West is because I think West has had the best matchup against Hazard out of everybody on the team. You stop Hazard out from being so great and that opening, right? Stop him from having that explosive start, which he's just been getting every single game ever since game number 2 of their first set of the day. And they have a chance to be able to get a lead and keep it, right? Because we saw that when blue team has a lead, they're super comfortable. That's where Brujo plays his best. But we have to see what the team lineup is here, right? Because I see over here on the screen, okay, yes, all the legends are still the same for the green team, and it looks like the lineup's going to stay the same as well. We've got Baltazar, once again, switching to the Bryn after the Rayman didn't quite work out so well in game number 1. Nimue coming out for Brujo, of course, and the Orion on Wes. I think that means they're leading with Wes. I don't... You know,
I think that's
translation from Legend Select into the loading screen's a little weird for my brain, but we'll just see it when we get there. I know when we're on the actual loading screen, whoever's in the center of the screen is going to be fighting against each other. But
that's for sure.
I do hope that Wes is leading, because I think that's what's going to give blue team the best chance here, and that's the advantage that blue team has, in my opinion, is that they're they have such well-rounded players that they can order them whatever they see fit against the team that they're fighting against, and they've got themselves a pretty good chance of winning everything.
Makes me wonder. I think Brujo in the middle is definitely the answer, right? Brujo in the middle.
Yeah. It was either Brujo or West lead. But Brujo, I think I don't know. We'll have to see how this works out here, because if it doesn't, that's it. That'll be the first 2-0 of the day.
Racking my brain, man. I'm racking my brain. I really don't know what the answer is for these guys, because that order on the left, that is chef's kiss.
Yes, it is. So they are leading with Baltazar into Brujo into Wes for game number 2. Hughes has actually been switched off to Anchor with Power Ranger in the center. So that's important to consider. Because at first I was like, why isn't blue team switched the lineup? They're probably keeping the lineup because the green team tried to snipe a switch by having Power Ranger be in that middle ground spot rather than being in the anchor. So let's see how this works. Baltazar has to deal with this matchup once again, with Hazardel, but now on the Bryn instead of the Rayman. When he was on Rayman, Hazardel kind of just wiped him off the screen.
Fast.
So let's see how this plays out here. Hazard's so great with the great sword nairs on these landings.
He's just controlling every space. It's like you want to say that the great sword controls the ground, but he's controlling everywhere.
Yeah. A very aerial heavy play style, which is pretty cool. A lot of his knockouts end up being off of Dare Nairs to begin with, right?
Yeah.
So Hazard on the sword. Oh, he's trying to get that starting. Went for the neutral sig, but Baltazar dodges straight in. Sidelight, neutral light bridge. And tries to go for the recovery afterwards. Baltazar, I'm starting to think it's less of a legend thing and just like when Baltazar's fighting against Hazardel, this is just a tough matchup for him. And he can't even get his bearings off the left side of the stage. That's not the first time we've seen Hazardel put that much pressure on somebody. DB had a similar stock falling off on the Volkov on the right side of the stage where the sweat beats just happened. It's just like the greatsword pressure was just too much.
It was just too much. You get scared, man. You don't know what to do. You don't know if he's coming up top with you. You don't know if he's poking down low. And then he's got the gravity cancel capabilities. If he decides to pull one of those out and you dodge too early, smack it. You're going down low.
Weapon throw from Hazardel. This is Brujo's time to shine here if he wants to be able to make this game even. The opponent he's got after this is not Hughes, but Power Ranger, previous anchor of game number 1. And he's really trying to avoid these starters from Hazardel. And because of that, Hazardel is just like, that's fine. I'll start with the dares. He does these jumping down airs, doesn't do the dash jump so he can get the right amount of spacing for it, and Brujo gets the recovery.
Man, I'm thinking, I'm feeling like they should have started with Wes, man. Brujo needs to stay mid, right? I'm feeling like they should have started with Wes. I don't know. Because this is tough. Hazard is a beast.
Yeah.
Does not get KO'd by that neutral sig and still in here, ready to take another giant leap into this lead. That's going to get punished, but it's not the stock. What's going to happen?
There's the neutral light. Hazardel's got 2 stocks up. It's one of those situations, too, on the Nimue where if that was Spear neutral sig, that would have knocked out.
Yes.
Because we're on Apocalypse, Orb neutral sig, higher ceiling, not going to quite do the job. And Wes is now fighting against the first player on the team, and there's that side sig. I'm telling you, when you're stuck in that dilemma where it's like, okay, what are you going to dash forward? Which one was? Last time it was neutral sig.
Yeah.
This time it was side sig, gets to the landing, and there goes Hazardel. But you know what? Hazardel can feel pretty good about that start.
That's such a mix-up that's so dangerous. It makes that sig so good because it is the lance, right? The sig covers so much ground space, and then you're already scared to jump because it's the lance, and the short hop into the side air covers the other space, right? Yeah. That's real dangerous territory, and they ended up getting him out of there.
And then all of that is compounded by the fact that Wes, as a player, tends to make you pressure you into the corners of the map.
Definitely.
And then he gets to have all the advantages of getting all those mix-ups, taking the 50-50s, and not really getting punished that hard for it. We just saw 2 neutral sigs go there, and okay, actually Power Ranger is getting a lot of unarmed punishes, but usually that doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's been the case for most of this.
Ooh, I was going to serum.
Wes has not been getting punished too hard, and finally, if you look back, he has not landed very many of those, but he has thrown out a lot of those down.
And he always slightly charges them too. You can hear it for a little bit, and he's just kind of like, oh, I hope they fall into it and start spinning, and then that time he does, and he gets it. And now Hughes is actually in the anchor position against Wes, and Wes has done a great job. I mean, this game, Hazardel has taken all the stocks for the green team. So Wes now trying to make up for what happened to the beginning with his team. Hughes really trying to stop that, being like, this is why they put me on anchor here. Neutral sig coming out from the Taros. Tries to dash jump forward, but Wes. Oh, that's it. Wes takes 3 clean stocks.
That, man, I'm telling you. Well, so I guess that throws away what I was going to say, right? What I said earlier.
Yeah, I was considering what you said, But then it's just kind of one of those things we just have to wait and see because I think the blue team really did.
Did you see that?
Oh, I did see that. But you know what else I saw? Wes miraculously make the recovery back. Can he dodge back to the stage? He can, and he has his jumps. I can't believe it. Wes making a miracle happen with that recovery. Is he going to keep going with the extra credit at this point? I mean, Wes, you've taken 3 stocks. Are you going to take another one of Hazard's at this rate? Hazard's working so hard to take you down.
He better not take another stock. He better not.
He
doing
dashed.
such a great job.
Okay. He diagonal
Finally.
dodged into a sword neutral light, got the timing perfectly so that he could punish with a lance down light. Who thinks of that other than Wes?
My goodness.
And now blue team's in the lead.
One of the most beautiful things about the play of Wes is getting to that super high damage, still playing aggressive. Don't shy off. The more aggressive you are, the scarier it is to the other opponent because they're like, man, I can't keep getting hit by this guy.
Yeah, it is absolutely difficult to take away Wes's momentum. I mean, I've seen moments where Wes just is getting the snot beat out of him, right? But he's still being aggressive. It's not like he's just like, oh, what do I do? What do I do? It's like he has an idea. It's just not working. Meanwhile, here Baltazar can't get anything working against Hazardel. That is the one little weak link that I think you and I both agree on when it comes to the particular order that they've chosen.
Yeah.
Is I would have liked to see Baltazar not leading in against Hazardel, against maybe somebody else on the team. But let's see if Brujo can even things up because Hazard has just been a star on this team so far.
Yep, going up against Brujo. Brujo, this is the time to be able to turn it around in the set, right? I think that Hazard has been dominant every single time they've met up with each other. This is your time. Ooh. Oh, my gosh. Tried to go for the ground
opportunity
pound.
here.
Used a lot of, yeah, that could have been it. That Pogo could have been it.
Pogo's so hard when you're fighting against somebody recovering with sword in particular. Oh, you just get so much steerability on that recovery. Ground pound, but they were stacked. But Hazard was just a little bit above him, so it was before the like helicopter attack started, and Brujo's not able to get that to connect, and now Hazard.
Oh no, trying to go for the gusto, but it's just not going to work out.
Who's going to get it?
And now Hazard, I feel like something big's about to happen, man. I can feel it in my bones.
Oh, he misses the neutral light. But Brujo only gets a weapon throw Pogo. Both players really recognizing how huge this is here.
Yes.
If Brujo goes down here, I'm not sure. Okay, I wasn't sure if Wes could do a similarly stellar performance as he did on the first 3 stocks that he did. But with Brujo being able to take that down, if he can get some extra credit on the Power Ranger before this goes down, there is a great chance that Wes can take the lead and make it even bigger than last time.
So, Brujo was the MVP of this team in the last set, but Wes is showing why he's power ranked the way he is, right?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Wes is coming out there and tearing up the streets.
Nice down sit. Catches Power Ranger out of his blind spot, but the side light gets him, the side air gets him, and Brujo goes down. And yeah, much to my doubts about Hazardel before this set started, Brujo is having those things where now that he's against a different set of players, the strengths that he had are really only shining against Power Ranger and not everybody else. Whereas Hazardel is continuing with the performance that we saw him against the last team.
I understand. I'm just trying to see what Power Ranger is going to do here with this stock. Do you open the gap, or is Wes going to turn up on you once again?
Yeah, if Wes takes down Power Ranger here, there's a possibility he goes for another 2 stocks right after that. But Wes in the orange now. Sidelight gets him, but he doesn't get the pivot down light. That time he didn't hold it down, Sig. Yeah, you gotta get a little lucky with those. D-Light Cider, that gets it, and Wes evens up the stocks. Now he's got to take down Hughes to get a lead for the blue team.
Wes is relentless. It's like, this misses. You better punish me, because if not, here I come.
Yep.
You okay? This lands. It's going to combo. If you don't dot, man, if he's on you at any given moment, he's not letting go. He's on you like glue.
Yeah, fighting Wes is a bit like fighting a Souls-like loss, right? Because like the thing with Wes is that he's using his weapon throws almost as like continuations of the same attack that he's been doing.
Yeah,
and he catches them and continues the attack right afterwards, rather than using the weapon throw as a finisher or as something to start a combo. It's always in the middle.
Hughes had to take that stock right there.
You think so?
I'm sad. He had to.
You think Hughes gets really punished for that? You think Hughes goes down here? I'm thinking that Hughes.
I
think Hughes could get it down like.
He just should have, right? Like that's what I mean.
That I agree with. That I agree with. Because I was wondering if you were making a momentum call. Uh-oh, it may have been a momentum call. Wes might take the stock now because of that. That could be huge. I mean, Hughes is like an axe downlight away from taking this. There we go. Unarmed side air sends him flying, and that's saying something. It takes a lot of damage for an unarmed stare to knock you down.
Yeah,
and now all the blue teams on one stock. All right, Baltazar, take down Hughes and do some damage to Hazard L. His damage has been pretty low this game, and it has nothing to do with him being the anchor this time around. He has just been having a tough matchup, and now he can really do great for his team if he can take down Hughes here.
and having a tough go at it. This is the chance. Ooh, okay,
Nice.
I like that.
Liked it a lot.
Baited him out with the movement and said, and you're going right here, pinpointed, set him up. I like it.
Held the neutral sig long enough for him to get into position. The extra little charge, I think,
little
actually made the knockout happen. And now he's against Hazard and on the axe. So every time he's been against Hazard, it's kind of been a sweep. Let's see. Baltazar, really looking forward to that adaptation here, because if you could take that Hazard out, you basically guarantee the win for the blue team here. It's huge. It's 3 stocks to 3-zip. It's so close after what has been really a struggle for the blue team all set.
So what's great right now is Baltazar hasn't been having a stellar day, right? But understanding who you're going against and playing it carefully. That's what we're seeing from Baltazar right now. Not overextending and just trying to play it nice and poised, but it is scary. Not having a weapon right now.
He's got the right ideas, though. He's dodging the openers. He's going for the unarmed punishes, but he's pivoting them in the wrong direction. And the neutral sig after the sidelight opener from Hazard means that Baltazar is very close to losing his last stock.
Ooh, this is so scary. Almost at this point, there it is.
Yep.
There. Every single time, if he catches you at that angle and you're deep red like that, you're out of there.
Okay,
He's
so
linking that.
Baltazar, we were talking about having some difficulty. Really, I think we should just start singing the praises of Hazard from the heavens, right?
For sure.
Because Brujo has been having just as much, if not more, trouble against Hazard, right? Hazard goes to orange against Baltazar, and then he cleans up Brujo's stock like nothing, and all of a sudden it's up to West to take 3 stocks in a row. Let's see if Brujo could do something with the spear, because so far nothing has worked out well against Hazard's greatsword.
Nothing at all. Nobody's been able to really just get him out of there cleanly.
Every time he goes for it, he whiffs, he holds the charge longer, hoping that he falls into it, and Hazard just gives him so much damage for it.
Every single time. High damage punishes. And what's the option? Wow, the Sayer to fight back
Weapon
and get back onto the stage.
What? I don't think I've ever seen that move work competitively. It was so sick. He did a dash jump pivot ground pound, but he delayed the ground pound long enough so that it didn't right against the edge of the stage. It kind of went out in the center there. And Bruiser just wasn't sure how to react. He goes down, and now Wes has to do the reverse 3-stock here. Takes down Hazard out without taking any damage. Okay. This is tough. Power Ranger and Use are equally tough opponents. Wes has just got to play out of his mind, because if he loses this, they're done for.
It's a tough position to be in. You're having to deal with Power Ranger, but you are Wes the man. You've been doing great today, and you've already showed yourself. Can you do this and keep your team in it? You've already showed yourself you can. You just got to make it happen.
But when you're going even in this situation, that's not so great. Wes falls down, tries to go for the Cider. Power Ranger staying completely grounded. Nair hits one, Cider comes through. Wes goes for the neutral sig. Once he gets one hit going, that's where the pressure starts. But Power Ranger, believe it or not, is starting to make Wes look like he can't play as aggressively as he likes. I said that. Now it's changing. Oh, he went for the neutral sig, and Power Ranger just neutralizes him.
I think that's the... Ooh, just barely missed.
Sidelights him to the stage. Wes goes for the recovery. Pick up recovery. Oh, no, he went for the downline instead. Okay.
I thought it was going to be a recovery also. I'm on
Wes,
the same page.
That down sig. Oh,
what a dodge into a Pogo.
No way. Does he win the game off this? You got the recovery. That's okay.
Oh my
goodness. There's a chance that we have a game 3 here. Power Ranger drops the edge guard. Wes gets a dive kick that gets the recovery, and now Use on the Taros. You just gotta hit one side there, man. He goes for the down stick. That's not a great start. Wes looks at that. Okay.
Ooh.
Never mind. It's 2 sides.
Yee.
Ow.
Chuck that thing. That was Tom Brady.
Let's go, Use.
That was Tom Brady. And Tom Brady just said he's not retiring, right? So he just came in here, took the control from Use, and chucked the touchdown.
Over 1,000 damage from Hazard with Power Rangers on your team? What the heck, man? That is so incredible. He is doing so well as the forward position on this crew battle roster, and it works out so nicely for him because he's coming in here at power rank 10, right? The lowest power rank on the team. And yeah, I think there's no question that Hazard's who you want to lead with for them. Going on to every single one of these matchups. What a phenomenal play from them. And Wes really did his best to come back there at the end. But Use is phenomenal in that anchor position, right? We were seeing Use do so well holding the middle ground in the previous sets, but we could just see that they just have so much flexibility switching between Power Ranger and Use depending on what matchup that they're going up against, and they have the confidence that no matter what team that they're against, if they put Hazard there, he's just going to demolish 2 stocks at a time with the greatsword. I mean, what gives? He's looking phenomenal today.
Exactly. Hazard is just showing out, popping off, right? You look at Hazard's damage in that match, he had 1,018, and that was off of just I'm just mad nice, right? That's what that looked like. I'm controlling this game. And then if you looked at if you looked at Wes's damage, Wes had 986. That's almost 1,000. But the difference is Wes's damage looked like it was off of necessity.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Hazard had people to help him. He had that backup help.
That's right.
It just looked like all the weight of the world was on Wes.
And like, what a difficult job that is for Wes to be able to do and still be able to do that much damage in that position for sure. Although it's arguable that, you know what, Hazard just popping off and destroying everybody is also a necessity.
Yeah, right. Maybe that's a necessity.
I get what you're saying, where it's like the pressure is a very different kind of pressure when you are in the position where the lead is being created by you, whereas in Wes's position it's just kind of like, oh, I am literally the final line of defense.
Yeah, for sure. But with that being said, guys, we're going to be going to a break. It's been me, Zipmaster Flex. Did you have fun?
I had fun, Zip. This was great. It was awesome casting with you. We got to do it again. We are going to do it again.
We're going to do it
But you know
again.
what? We've got a quick break. We're not done with the Crew Battle Invitational. South America's been so hype. Stick around. We'll be back after a few minutes.
Welcome back, guys, to the Crew Battle Invitational here from the $3 million Brawlhalla studio. I love it. That's the first time I've been here, so I'm having a great time. Guys, we got a lot of cool stuff for you, which actually is going to be the end of this here Crew Battle tournament. It's going to be a great time, but we still got all these teams in, and we got to figure out who's coming first and fourth. I'm TK Breezy, joined along with my man, Duke. Duke, how you doing, man?
Yo, I'm doing good. We had some exciting sets. Of course, the fact that so many of these matches have gone to game 3. In particular, like, one of the things that's coolest is, like, these matches have been very close. These teams have shaken out really close. Like, I was looking at the teams and I was like, oh man, that team's got some killers. Oh wait, that team also has some killers. I'm specifically calling out Hazard L, who's popping off today. He's looking like the carry of his team, despite the fact that he's the bottom seed on his team.
They actually said before, when we were pulling the teams, all the teams rank out to, I think, rank 7, except for one team, which is ranked, like, if you average it out, ranks 5. So the teams are definitely, like, you know, this random format could have went worse. Could have went way worse. But we managed to keep some very, very even teams here. And, yeah, as you said, man, even some of the bottom seed players actually performed a little harder than the top seed, which you would expect them to perform the hardest, the fastest. But we are going to have to see what happens here now as people will start getting eliminated from the tournament as we get into these next few matches.
Yeah, this is where it starts getting tough. This is the loser side of things. Both of these teams have lost a match already. And, of course, this is the first elimination match of the day. So we're going to find out, is it going to be red team, is it going to be yellow team, which team is going to get knocked out?
Yeah, man, so red and yellow, just in case you were just walking in, yellow team is Kaina, Ackerman, Monexo, and News, and then red team will be DB, Fiend, and Dexter. Again, Dexter, you know, relatively new to the rankings here, so this man's got to really prove himself here on this crew battle things. I mean, the more stocks he takes, the better he'll look here. So
yeah, this is a great place to prove yourself. There's really no like PR on the line,
right.
So this is where you can just kind of show off, do something flashy, and get people to start recognizing that name.
Yeah, man. So I'm super excited for that. Looking at the screen right now, I can definitely see what they have. We have Dusk, Undertaker, Val on one side, Olgrim, Bodvar, and Hattori on the other side. So no real newness here. Dusk being the newest character, like as far as all the characters being picked here. But regardless of that, like, you still have some pretty standard picks right here between, you know, Bodvar, Hattori, Olgrim, Val, all the characters you've seen all over the place.
Yeah, some classics. It's interesting to see Orb start to make more of a resurgence into the meta, right? Like, there's a while where it's kind of sat on the side, and then nothing really changed, but suddenly people are like, oh yeah, that's a really good weapon.
Yeah, I mean, I think since Thor, I was like, yeah, that Orb is pretty insane. I've been still playing Fate pretty much anytime I jump back in. She's one of, I'm terrible at the scythe, but the orb makes up for it. I'm just like, I don't care. That orb is cool. So, and she has a bunch of force, so definitely a character that I like to mess around with. But as we stop messing around and getting into our first match, we got them setting up. I don't know if this is a button check or are we getting straight into it.
We might be just getting right on into it. It's going to be Dexter and News starting off.
Ooh.
That seems to be the meta for the team so far, is like having that lowest seed person be the one to kick it off for your teams.
Yeah, and like, you know, that's kind of what you want to do, just in case the last person has to anchor that last stock, like that very last stock. And we've seen some good anchor play so far. Somebody making a 3v1 comeback on stocks. But at the same time, sometimes you could front load and just hope for the best. Not going to see that right now, but that is another strategy some people might decide to do if this first strategy doesn't work out.
I'm a big fan of putting your heavy hitter right in the middle. That's the person who can like bring you back. That's the spot where you can like give your team that lead or take down some of the lead the other team has got. But
yeah,
we'll see how this works out for him.
All right, man. So here we are, News. Actually, not. I mean, pretty much an even game right. Oh, ooh. Dexter trying to go for the double tap right there. Definitely would have pushed him past that blast zone if he was able to get that. But Dexter doing a pretty good job, kind of they swing it now.
Yeah. They're like, all right, both of us are in that KO percent. Who's going to get that heavy hit? Dexter right now likely looking for that recovery. News might need a little bit more damage before he can go for the KO.
Okay. Oh,
Ooh, it's
yeah.
close.
Yeah, Dexter. I think he's spinning his jump up there to stay a little further away, but man, News is just chasing him down now. Dexter having a hard time. Yeah, he's gonna lose that stock, unfortunately. Man, could not find his way back to the stage.
Yeah, kind of like you were saying, News was just sticking right on top of him. Every time Dexter tried to get away from him, there was some damage coming at him.
Yeah. I think the interesting thing about this mode too is that, you know, obviously getting that stock can mean a lot, but it really is about like what you can do on the second one. And seeing in Brawlhalla, there's a decent amount of like ways you can rack up damage from like white to orange. With a couple good reads. Sometimes that really could be all you really need to get your team like pretty far ahead, but unfortunately not going to get too far ahead here as he barely gets that man into yellow. DB and Monexo now on the screen.
Yeah, we definitely see momentum being a big thing in this game mode, right? It's like teams that start getting 2 stocks, suddenly you're like, all right, that team's looking real strong.
Yeah, man. So here we go. All right, big damage right here. Coming in from DB again. You know, I said that orb weapon has been in the game for quite a bit now, and really wasn't getting crazy amount of shine until just kind of recently, where it seems like a lot of people are starting to pick up an orb, you know, an orb character. And right here you have the Thor crossover for Undertaker. Here we go.
All right, just trying to swing, get some big damage built up. He doesn't quite have him in D-Light Sayer range. Good dodge through from DB. He's going to start moving forward again. Another dare, needs one more hit. Needs that nair, can't get it though. Oh, no.
Oh, no, he had it too, but yeah.
Oh.
Okay, he's getting kind of tricky with the nairs here, but just that one from the stage, not going to be it. I think the next one could have taken it, but unfortunately puts himself in a bad position to get stomp Sayered. And yeah, right next to that to the end of the stage, you're going to definitely hit that blast zone.
Yeah, you close. And again, this is small Brawl Haven, so KOs happen a lot faster. Sidelight Sayer should be enough. Fiend doesn't even need this sidelight to set it up. It's looking like a close one. It's just trading right back and forth.
Yeah, pretty even right here. I mean, honestly, just straight up even. Everybody down to we're getting down to their last first stock on both teams right here with Kaina and now Fiend stepping up both of the, well, no, actually not even the highest rank. Fiend is actually the second one on his. So they did decide to put DB in the middle. And that seemed to, don't know if it worked yet, but we'll see a little later into this, man. Maybe DB will start cleaning up in these second and third stocks.
Yeah, definitely a lot of name power on Fiend at the very least. Like, he played really well in the most recent South American tournaments. So a nice side stick, and suddenly Fiend's looking healthy. This could be a good lead for the red team.
Actually, I see what I see what happened here.
The,
all right,
the
no, so Fiend
sticks.
is definitely the top. I was like, wait, hold on now. They swapped the popsicle sticks over here a little bit, but regardless, yeah, Fiend number 3 and then DB number 6. So this is again. Oh, hold on now.
Almost. Good
Really
jumps,
good
got
damage
outside
here.
of it.
I mean, this is really good damage, and it's on Hattori too, who could definitely be, you know, sent out of this stage a little faster than some of the other legends here. A big bet, and that is going to be a big bet that you did not get the winning side of, man. You went red, and they went black, so unfortunate.
Dude, that's the same thing Bruja was doing in his earlier matches. Is like he holds that for that second swing, and it just isn't working out for any of the Dust players out there today.
Is there like some different properties on holding that, or is it just like
Well,
they're
I mean,
hoping
like you
someone
get more
falls
force,
into it?
but yeah, you're hoping somebody's gonna panic and fall in front of it. That's usually why they're holding it, and it's not working.
Yeah, definitely not working right there. That was another stock loss for that same reason, but you know, still keeping a pretty even game right down the middle yet again, an orange and a light orange pretty much. So yeah, no one really got a full lead here. Kind of waiting for one of these teams to really just take off, but it really takes just one person to kind of slap 2 stocks to really start the snowball effect.
Yeah, so far it's been a game of inches. Each team, like, they'll get 1 stock, and then the next person comes in, immediately gets the other one. So as long as the pace keeps going out the way it is going, red team might be able to walk away with a victory, but it's going to be close.
All right, Dexter playing a little patient right there, trying to see if he can catch Monexo, getting a little hasty on trying to get a weapon, and well, immediately
like
out
that.
of there. Just nobody is catching any type of lead right now. As soon as one person drops, within the next 10 seconds, the next person does too. So just a straight up even game right now. 5 stocks left between our entire team. Yeah, and this is, I mean, it really, again, really depends on who's going to be the first person to really get some momentum going and carry their team to the promised land.
Well, DB's trying to be the one to get that momentum for his team. Monexo is going to have to deal with DB's hammer. DB's hammer was actually looking really good when he was on the screen a little while ago, but Monexo's finding more momentum against it.
Yeah, Monexo definitely finding a hit out of each one of these interactions, and that's just damage on damage, all unanswered, by the way. But finally, Monexo getting DB getting a little 3-piece right there. Go.
That recovery almost does it. High defense on the Thor.
Ooh, okay, managed to find himself a way. Oh, that was such a nice dodge right there into getting the recovery as well, man. Stayed above the neutral light and then immediately gets that recovery for the KO.
It's going to take a decent amount here for Fiend to finish off this stock of Monexo. A side sig might be able to do it, but other than that, that side air doesn't even put him off screen.
Okay, down
off the
air.
stage.
Yeah, not gonna get. That would have been great if he was able to get him off the stage, but side light or side air from pretty much the middle of the stage. But again, these small blast zones from the side. Yeah, people are going to be down pretty quickly here. And again, another even game, just a little bit of damage here on to Fiend. Kind of going to try to put his team a little farther ahead if he can take this little damage lead and turn it into a stock lead.
Doesn't hit with the side air. No punish, though, from Fiend. Had the positioning. Nice double nairs coming out from Kaina. He's getting damage built up. Suddenly, Yellow Team's looking really good to close this one out.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about too, man. One person had to really start making some plays, and it looks like kind of might be that guy, because if he's able to get the stock off of Fiend, that means we're swapping back into Dexter, which just, you know, it's could be potentially a lopsided matchup as far as ranking goes. So, kind of though, I mean, he is looking extra healthy too on this stock.
He's got a lot of health to play with here, and he's one good neutral light away from finishing the stock up. A downlight's gonna do it. All right, this is a huge lead for the Yellow Team.
Yeah, that was actually insane. You know, you said neutral light. I was not expecting a downlight to take the KO, but there it is. And now, yeah, Dexter got to find himself a weapon here, but does have to also deal with the axe. I mean, this weapon has never really been a bad weapon at all, to be honest. So, like, it's just a very solid weapon, big hits and good kill power, especially on this stage.
You can't go wrong with some big swings, especially on small Brawlhaven. Dexter trying to get some damage built up. If he gets this stock, it won't be too bad, but oh man, he's getting swung on.
Okay, hold on. Another. Okay, yeah, can't get up there again, but still, I like the idea, man. Keeping the pressure on, at least getting some extra damage.
He's trying. He knows how important it is to get this stock. Don't let Yellow Team get too much momentum, and that will get the stock. It's completely even in stock count, but Dexter has taken a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, but I mean, could have been way worse. You know, seeing that, you know, we're looking at the way that the rank is went, and you have your lowest ranked person on your team playing the highest ranked person in the other team. Could have been a little scary, but he played that one pretty correctly. You know, took a couple hits here and there, but hopefully he can get himself back into this. And he does have the weapon that can really, like, snowball some damage off of one good read. Tried it right there, but didn't get the right side.
Oh, he didn't touch. Oh! News tried to go for the big plays with the gravity cancel neutral signature, and Dexter's actually going to live off that one. Can Dexter capitalize?
Okay, Dexter got to get back down to the ground here. Just barely, but still looking for those neutral airs. Okay, finds a side light, but unfortunately I think he missed the follow-up and just got scooped up after that with that recovery. So didn't get a lot of damage there. But again, you do have a pretty defensive legend within Thor coming through, so maybe you can use that to your advantage if you're able to, you know, eat a couple of hits while delivering some good damage.
Now, this is what I was talking about, where this is that second person, right? This is that pivot position where if DB plays it right, could suddenly put his team back in it, but he's going to have to get a stock and a half with this one.
Okay. And I feel like this, I mean, if anybody, you know, he's playing against Hattori again, character doesn't have the craziest amount of defense here, so, oh, wait a minute.
Oh, snap. Didn't get the follow-up, though.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that, I guess because the stomp, he hit him pretty low, or he hit News pretty high up on the stomp, so it was a little hard for him to get that follow-up. But regardless, News definitely hurting here. Side air should be able to take it from the right side of the stage, but...
Okay.
Ooh, okay, scoop.
Okay.
All right.
He dashed into it, so he had to go for the scoop up. The side air wasn't going to hit the way that he wanted to. He's going to juggle for a little bit. All right, Orb. He needs to get this damage built up.
Okay, a little bit of an overreach right there, but still. Yeah, as Duke said, definitely need to get this damage going if he wants a chance to keep his team back in. Oh, the damage is definitely stacking a little bit here. Ooh.
Got the dodge. Didn't get the second recovery. Doesn't get punished for it, though, but he's chasing. Nice weapon toss.
Yeah, he needed that alive. Okay, and a perfect weapon spawn right there for DB. Might be able to get his team back in here if he can find this stock. Get his team ahead of the game. I mean, he pretty much already got his team back in, even if he loses this stock. But getting his team ahead would be just great for the momentum of the red team right now.
Yeah, getting the stock off Monexo gives him an opportunity to get damage onto Kaina and make it a more secure victory. Punish, and that's going to be a stock. It's 2 stocks left. Red team bringing this one back. All, again, that pivot position from DB.
That was a masterclass of, like, staying composed in the corner. Because, like, you know, a lot of people, they will try to jump out the corner, and that's exactly what I think News was looking for, or not News.
Monexo
was looking for, but yeah, because he just stayed on the ground, he got the easiest punish of his life because he was, nice. That ground pound right there, the reversal off the stage, and he's able to get him down to now another, just an even game. There was one section of this game where it looked like one team was going to run away with it, but then, yeah, DB came through and cleaned that back up, and now we have a one-stock runoff between Kaina and Fiend.
He's going to do it. The odd thing is, like, neither of them are on their mains, so it's really hard to call this one. Nice read with the unsig and a side air. Fiend going to secure it for the red team.
All right, man. And just looking at the stats here, no one really was, like, behind here. Dexter only taking 2, but he still did a decent amount of damage here. But then on the other side of things, yeah, it's just that's kind of how it was going to go. This is a super even game, and those stats are showing you just that. What an insane first game right there between our competitors.
Yeah, that was a good spread. We saw some of the other ones where it was like one person doing 1,000 damage and then conversely another teammate doing like 100 damage.
Yeah.
That one had everyone in the 4s to 500s. So that was a pretty good, like, everybody kind of did their part.
Yeah, so I'm going to be interested to see if anybody decides to swap here off their characters. As you said, Fiend and Kaina were not on their main, so they might actually decide to go back. Well, one of them, whoever lost, I guess, was thinking about it, kind of in Monexo news, maybe thinking about swapping right here. But still, man, got to give it up to the Undertaker there. Really showed up and like made sure that the game did not escape and almost got his team back into the lead off a whole stock.
Yeah, that was definitely huge plays coming out from DB. We are seeing a swap from the yellow team, but funny enough, it's News picking up Kaina's Bodvar and color scheme, or not color scheme, but like skin setup. Like, we've got 2 of the potential 3 Bodvars on this yellow team right now.
All right, well, I mean, look, we were talking about this a little earlier before the tournament, how, there was Photo said something about like people were talking about power creeps when they're like, but Bodvar's still winning everything. So it's like even the first character in the game is still like so effective. You can't really say that these new characters, they have a lot of cool tools, but sometimes you just need something to hit hard in one direction, and that's what Bodvar does.
Sometimes you got to go back to the Coke classics, right? You got to just keep it simple. So far we got 2 Bodvars. It looks like Kaina's thinking about it. Oh, yellow team, are they making a switch up? No.
Okay, Olgrim, Bodvar, and all right, so I'm going to get the 3 Stooges right here, but now just going to keep the 2 Bodvars and an Olgrim here. On the other side of things, Dusk and the Undertaker and Val still on the screen, so no reason for them to swap. I think really it's just Dexter probably has to, play just a little harder here at the beginning of these of his own stocks. Because I feel like he kind of gets handled somewhere in the beginning, but he does manage to bring it back and not get absolutely overran. But if he can get a stronger start, I think that can bring his the red team like way ahead.
Yeah, I think like for the most part, he's been winning his first 1v1, but then he immediately gets taken out. If he can get some damage built up on the second player coming in, then I think things are going to look a lot better for the red team.
All right, so here we go. We're getting into our next game here. The first game going to the red team, so they only need 1 more to go ahead and move forward. I will be putting Kaina, Monexo, and News out. But here we go. I want to Demon Island as well.
And it looks like Kaina, or the yellow team, doing a full swap of the order. We've got Kaina now starting it off for the team. The highest seed on the team is going to try to get his team an early lead, and hopefully they can keep that momentum going.
And see, that's exactly what I was thinking too, man. Again, their first strategy, it's not like it didn't work. It was definitely down to the wire. But if you can get a super, super solid lead, by the time Kaina comes back in, I mean, he might actually be able to just continue to extend that lead depending on what happens here. So, not really showing like the super prowess just yet of him being put in over Dexter, because they're pretty much even on damage here. Dexter just a little more hurt, but it's not something he can't get back after a small shrink. Oh, almost got red there.
Yeah, as long as Dexter doesn't get taken out, I think things are still looking pretty solid for the red team as he hits the side sig. Opportunity here. Lance not great in the offstage. Dexter gives him a lot of breathing room and doesn't hit the side sig again.
Wait a minute. This strategy might have actually backfired. Dexter looking like he might be able to get the stock first.
That would be tragic. This is the bottom seed of the red team. If he takes out the top seed of the yellow team, that's going to be huge for the red team. But another neutral light, and does he have the jumps? Nope. Kind of guarantees it.
Yeah, kind of, man. It was looking a little scary, though, man. He's already up into the red, so that means DB doesn't have to do a crazy amount to get him off of this stock, but has to find himself a weapon first, or, I mean, unless he wants to try to just go for an unarmed haymaker, but okay. Not going to be enough.
One more hit.
Oh, makes it on stage. I like the idea, though, by DB. Just a little, little off of the axis that he needed to do to get this actual spike. But still, it takes literally 1 hit, and now he's got that stock off. DB and Monexo now going to be running up against each other. The first Bodvar of the 2 on the yellow team.
So far, DB and Monexo have been relatively even. It was only in that, like, the final moments of that last game where DB really took it over Monexo, and suddenly Monexo could get nice turnaround there. The weapon toss, he's still going to touch. DB hanging around. Gravity cancel, goes for the recovery. He didn't have the position for the ground pound.
Yeah, that gravity cancel, you saw how low he was on the D-Light, so he had to just go for a different recovery or a different option instead of going for another stomp. Either way, though, still got some good damage there on the left side. Hopefully he can turn this into a stock, but now getting marked over here by Monexo. He does not have a lot of option off stage yet. He is out of there. Great side air by Monexo, catching him before he was able to touch the ground again.
Yeah, really good positioning from him, making sure that he got that side air. Fiend might be able to clean up the stock. I don't think a sidelight side air will quite do it. Yeah, Monexo's got a little bit of health here.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to have to go for definitely an edge guard of some sort if he wants to get himself off the stock soon. I think maybe the next sidelight side air from this position specifically would get him off. Oh, or just a side air.
Just a side air. Was building up that damage. All right, still relatively even. What's Fiend got against News?
Hey, News, a little unarmed action right here. Manages to sneak that weapon as well, so down light dare. I always like that usage of the neutral air. It's after the side light, because it seems like it just covers so much. Like if you're air dodging, it's a long move. It's around you. Oh, double scoops. He's out of there, man. Fiend, I like the way he is using that neutral sig, getting the double scoops right there and sends him packing.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that Fiend's really good at is starting to download his opponents. He's one of the longest playing competitors in the region, so clear adaptability, but he's coming in against the top seed of the yellow team. Good dodge under. He needs to get some damage built up.
Yeah, at least a little bit of damage here to make sure this lead. I mean, like that was a crazy stock or a crazy early stock you were able to take. You got to really make the most of it, but he's not been able to get too many hits here on kind of Ackerman. Okay. Well, safe sig. I mean, no one's around, so no punish right there.
Fiend wasn't in position. A nice gravity cancel neutralite and kind of cleans it up. It's back to even.
Man, actually, it's just insane how this is so seesaw, topsy-turvy pretty much with the way that this is going. Like you see like what could look like a lead's going to start to develop, and then the next teammate comes through and he's like, oh, I'm not going to let this lead get too far away. So that's exactly what kind of did. Now he's back on to fighting Dexter. Okay. And this is kind of where Dexter needs to shine the most. Again, he's done pretty decent on his first stock. It's just these next few stocks, or his second and third, where he doesn't seem like he's able to get much going. Or if he does get the stock, he isn't able to like really get a lot of damage onto the stock of the next person. Okay.
Yeah, he's trying to approach onto but kind of starting to swing, getting more damage built up. Ground pound not going to connect. This could be bad for Dexter. Oh, he hasn't touched in a while, and he's not going to get the opportunity. Sidelight, side air, kind of Ackerman starting to build up that momentum.
That was actually a really good weapon toss there from Kinda, but I think Dexter could have shot for maybe just a piece of the stage. Seemed like he was trying to go over. Oh, wait a minute.
Is he going to get it? Oh, he still gets the wall touch.
Yeah, he gets the down air, but not the, no ground pound, no big knockback on that yet with the damage that Kinda Ackerman is taking. Uh-oh. Speaking of damage he's taking, Kinda Ackerman now starting to do a bit of work here for the yellow team. I think this is exactly why they wanted him in the front.
Snap.
Oh, man.
He just took 3. Fiend coming back in against Kinda Ackerman. He's like, yo, no one could get him out of here. I have to fight him twice in a row.
This is unfortunate right here for the red team. This is, but again, this is why the strategy was, this is why the yellow team went for this strategy. Put Kinda up front, see how much damage he can do, and make it a little easier for the next 2 people to come in and just kind of clean up a stock that he may have left over, which could be the case here. Okay, gonna be off of that stock right there. And we have a 1 stock lead. Not a crazy amount of damage here onto Fiend, but he does have to deal with Monexo and News next.
Yeah, everybody's going to have to do a little bit extra on the red team if they want to close this one out. Fiend just getting a 2-piece onto Monexo.
They still swinging. Nice. Okay, that was three good reads right there from Fiend. Wasn't able to kind of to expound there on that down light at the end, though, but he's going to make his way back down. Good weapon toss. Oh. Is that going to be? No, close.
Not quite. Does he have the movement for it? Does get the wall touch.
Right,
a lot of things will take out Fiend here, and a recovery is going to do it.
Just good patience right there, Robin Exo too, man. Didn't decide to swing at it seemed like Fiend kind of put himself in a position where he was probably trying to bait Monexo into going for a side. Oh, nice.
Oh my gosh.
But going for a side air, but he just kind of waited out, got that recovery, and now Monexo starting to run out. run some good damage here on a Dexter.
Hops over the weapon toss. This is a huge lead for the yellow team.
Ooh, Dexter not guarding that weapon hard enough. I think he was, you know, kind of leaned forward a little too hard on that side light. That's allowing Manexo to get himself a sword. And, oh, wait a minute.
He's gone.
No.
He's gone. Oh! He gets back. Manexo lets him touch.
It doesn't matter, though. Still, though, he was able to get back. That was crazy that Manexo was still able to clean that up, even with him touching the side. And Manexo put his team even further ahead. That means Dexter is out of there. Again, that's exactly what we were talking about. Did absolutely nothing on that last stock for himself. And now 5 stocks to 2 here. I think the yellow team is definitely going to run away with this one.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, both DB and Fiend have to take 2.5 stocks if they want to get this one. DB might get one of them. A stomp sider? No. The hammer down air. It was all a bait.
A little misdirection, yeah. I like that. I mean, you could not go wide for quite a bit. You see how big that hammer is when you're throwing it. So, a nice reverse down air, too.
Oh, the emo might be having some connection issues. Yeah, that's looking like a news bot in DB. This is one thing South America's like, they're a very respectful region. They will definitely wait out the disconnect.
All right, well, you know, I appreciate that. No one's trying to get that unfair advantage here because, I mean, Lord knows Red needs it. But
like, I would take it.
All right, looks like they are back into it. Yeah, News is back, and now we're going to go ahead and get back into the to the match. Okay. Here we go, man. So, again, like, if you guys are looking at the top, man, we have 1 stock left on DB and obviously 1 stock left on Fiend. Well, we have News, who is, even if he loses this, he's going to be able to come back in and fight one more time. So, like that idea.
Close.
Like the idea for sure. Oh, ends up throwing his weapon away, though. Now sitting unarmed. Immediate pickup right there of the hammer.
Nice. The side stick picks up. News running. Oh, the turnaround. DB.
Okay.
He's got movement.
I was ready to say DB put himself in a terrible position right there, but it was managed to make it back to the stage here.
Nice. The neutral air. Not quite enough, though. Oh, the quick neutral light. Keeping himself in here. Side air. All right, he gets 2. If he can get half off News and let Fiend clutch it, this could be huge. If he gets a full stock off of Kaina here, this could be massive for the red team.
All right, man. So, yeah, Kaina on his last stock. He did a crazy amount of work on his second stock, but will he be able to go ahead and clean up DB? Now, this is, I mean, like, even with just 1 stock. Oh, I thought he touched.
I thought for sure he dodged through. I swear he touched and bounced off, but he might have pulled off a little too early there, and now it's all left to Fiend to take off 3 stocks from this yellow team.
Not a hot start right there from Fiend, looking for a side light. Eats a neutral light right there from the axe, but yeah, this is 3 whole stocks he has to take. And, well, this is not the start that you want when you're trying to take 3 stocks. Connor Ackerman all over Fiend right now. Okay, Fiend firing back, don't like it.
The quick 3-piece. Oh, he lets kind of touch, though. The side stick comes out from both of them. Fiend trying to chase. Side air.
Wait a minute.
He's still on the corner.
Oh, not super in position right there for that down air, but...
Oh, man, he gets disarmed. He's in the red. This is very rough for the red team now. And that is going to take him out. Kind of Ackerman gives 1 to the yellow team.
I like that. Similarly, a small bait right there where he looks like he was going to jump and do like a side air, but then he turns around and does an actual sig or gravity cancel sig backwards. Really smart stuff right there from the yellow team just in general. But, man, wow at that. Kind of Ackerman, really, he went first, and he showed you why sometimes front loading is it, man.
Yeah.
Because on his second stock, he went absolutely insane, put his team way far ahead. And even though they were somewhat bringing it back, no, man, it looked like he did touch, but yeah, unfortunately, just was not actually, touching the wall right there. So didn't get any of his options back for the refresher. But yeah, man, Connor Ackerman definitely the star of the show here in this second game. Got to give it up to him.
He put up 1,000 damage. Like,
yeah.
That's pretty hard to argue against. He was putting out good damage. I want to give a lot of credit to DB. He was the one who was bringing it back. It was looking doable, but you got to give a lot of credit to kind of Ackerman putting out 1,000.
Yeah, man, and it just, Fiend, I feel like right at the beginning of that, he had to show up and, like, not take a crazy amount of damage. He ended up taking, like, a 4-piece. It was just like, all right, this isn't the way that you're going to start a comeback, man. So, unfortunate, things happen, but obviously they won the first game, so here we are going into Game 3. See what happens here between kind of Manexo News, Fiend, DB, and Dexter, man. Dexter, you know, had a pretty rough game, I would say, like the last half of that, but don't want to count him out just yet. He is having a pretty nice, like, start for these crew battles. It's just, as the crew battle goes on, it seems like he's getting more and more figured out.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? He's coming in as the bottom seed out of everybody in the crew battles, so there's a lot of pressure on him to try to keep up with, I mean, number 6 and number 3, right? Like, he's trying to do his part, but it's just that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, man. And so, you know, looking at the other bottom seed, you know, you have Baltazar, Hazard L, who used to be LX, and then News. You know, all these names, these are guys that, like, if you were ever watching, you know, most of the, like, the Brawlhalla tournaments, like, you see these guys' names in top 8s or top 4s, like, all the time, be it singles, be it doubles. But, like, these are all people that you know. So, like, Dexter, you know, to me specifically is a relatively new guy. So I feel like he's got a little more to prove, a little more on his plate to really, like, you know, muster up, shoulder up.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. He's coming in with gauntlets, and, like, when you come in with a read-heavy weapon, especially in a situation like crew battles, you don't really have that time to, like, read them out, right? Get those early sidelights and see how they're going to react out of it. Instead, you have to come in and just go for those quick meta reads or just be fast on reacting to what they're doing. And he's not really getting that momentum off his gauntlets, right? Like, that's the big thing he's trying to play with his Val, and he's just not finding it. It looks like we're almost ready. Maybe having a little bit of connection issues. We did see one of them disconnect for a sec.
I think the crazy thing is, like, his sword actually was doing a decent amount of work, but it does seem like he actually favors the gauntlets. I feel like he's willing to throw that sword away to get those gauntlets. But I'm just thinking about a couple of those, like, side sticks that he actually hit, where most of them were mostly swords, and was like, these are very close to getting KOs. I'm like, all right, you know, maybe double down on the sword a little bit here, especially against the people that you're playing with. You have a lot of ranged weapons, you know, to deal with counter Ackerman. You know, you got the axe, the lance specifically, but it's going to be interesting to see how he decides to change it up. And actually, we do got a couple change-ups here, just as far as the lineup goes. Stevani and Petra stepping out here on the red side of things. Dusk is still there for Fiend, though.
Yeah, a little bit of a skin game change-up, but more importantly, it's the order change-up. Fiend going to 1v1 against Kinda Ackerman, not let Kinda Ackerman get too much momentum.
All right, man. Petra's, does she have the Ryu crossover?
Now you're making me question it.
No, it is. All right.
Yeah.
Well, man, come on, bro. Play the Ryu crossover. No, maybe you didn't get it. Anyway, here we are. On to the best stage music in the game, and honestly, this is a pretty solid stage altogether. Ramen Stadium, Ramen Bowl, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. But let's go ahead and get into it, man.
Go. Fiend doing a good job getting some damage built up, but kind of on that axe, man. He's so good at hitting that 2-piece, sometimes getting that third one. The neutral lights, neutral sig thrown out. Fiend with no punish, he lets him get away with that one.
Okay. So as far as the blast zones, this in comparison to, like, what, I guess small Brawlhaven, like, what would you say? Are these, like, way out there, or these are, like...
I think the horizontal boxes are still close. The vertical, though, that one's real far. Kind of still finds a vertical KO, though, with that down signature, and here's his momentum opportunity.
All right. So, yeah, again, kind of starting front-loading again for his team, and, you know, he on the first stock of the last time that he did this, he didn't get the hardest front load, but this time he might be able to get a way harder front load this, you know, going, as he's already got that stock, and he did not have a crazy amount of damage on him right now. Oh, big chase down right there by Petra, but nothing going to work for her.
DB is not finding connections.
Not
Kinda
at all.
Ackerman basically 0-to-deathing DB right now.
Okay, DB opting to get rid of those gauntlets, but it may not even matter. DB already lapped in percentage here by Connor Ackerman, and he is reaching for some sigs right now, man.
He's getting desperate. You can see, like, he's trying to throw out anything he can, hoping he'll find the KO tool. Kinda Ackerman playing with his food a little bit. He doesn't want a weapon just yet. Picks up the axe, but it's a D-Sig, and he gets another. Oh, this is that front load.
That front load is definitely working right now, man. All the horsepower right now on the engine. That man said, rear-wheel drive, never heard of it. Like, I am here. So this man absolutely popping off already. Got 2 stocks and finally loses it to Dexter. But Dexter coming up against Manexo now. Man, you know, still got the Val, obviously. Just a little bit of a skin change here with the Stevani, but man, just what a start right here for the yellow team.
Yeah, this is big, and, like, of course you have the stock momentum, but you also have a huge emotional momentum, right? Kinda Ackerman, like, he can just put a smile on his face and be like, that's how it's done, boys. Now y'all just got to do your part. Even if you trade stock for stock, we're already up big.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's definitely a big thing, too, especially specifically in this mode, too. Like, you realize, you only can do so much for your team. So, when one person on the other team is doing a crazy amount, that's easily emotional damage, bro. Yeah. That's got to hurt. So, Monexo, though, not really living up to that lead right now. Dexter might actually be able to even this up pretty quickly if he's able to find another solid hit.
I think Dexter was listening in the in-between between the last two last game. Oh, no. Oh, I was going to say he's playing a whole lot more sword. Yeah. He's looking good. Ooh. Nice nair. Keeps him in.
Yeah, good timing right there. Okay, he's going for the big chase. I mean, still some damage right there, but now he swaps back over to the gauntlets. Right now, man, the red team gauntlets, I think they just got to put those away, bro. Those are just all together as a unit. But he does manage to make that work.
Stock.
Good stuff.
All right, stock count is numerically evened up. If Dexter can get some damage on News, they could start to creep back into this match.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay, hold on now. The Dexter Gauntlet's kind of picking up. He's only finding 2 pieces here, but if he can get one solid read on one of these air dodges, could go a little crazy on that. Fortunately, off stage now.
Still has side airs if he needs it. Doesn't go for it. News with the recovery, not quite enough. Oh, he drops it. Over to the hammer. Going to go for the consistency. A side air will do it, and he gets it.
Yeah. News actually looked like he was kind of in position to thwart that first recovery, but maybe he just wasn't expecting for Dex to go like that. But either way, still just a pretty good lead here for the yellow team, and it seems as though they might be trying to build on that even more. That was a great start right there onto Fiend from News. And he has actually kept the stage control on his side for most of this. He keeps finding ways to get new. Oh, I like the idea.
Yeah, he wanted it. You saw that recovery. Fiend, though, he is getting clapped up, and New is going to get the down air. The yellow team, they don't even need kind of Ackerman to build up that momentum because it's now News who's putting out the work.
Yeah, I think right now what's happening is, so, we're watching South America, and, like, we know them to be pretty aggressive. But News, he's chilling for a bit. He's letting the over-aggression of the red team and their desperation kind of bite him, because, like, that's exactly what's happening. You saw him kind of reaching for things that are putting him in bad positions to get hard punished. And, oh, wait a minute. Speaking of reaching.
Okay.
Oh, dang. All right, so take the Spirit Bomb right there. It's going to work out, but still, man, a whole stock ahead. And DB in the yellow on Petra, who does not have a lot of defense either. She's very strong, but that defense is not really way up there.
Yeah, I mean, potential here for DB to put out a lot of damage, but he won't survive a lot of damage. Ooh. I like the weapon toss. He's still going on to kind of Ackerman, trying to make up for that early loss against him in the first stock. Oh, man, he went for style.
Okay.
Punish.
Yeah, that right there, you're seeing exactly what I'm talking about, man. Like, kind of, they're kind of jockeying for position with the dashing back and forth, but the red team always swings first, and the yellow team is right there to get the hardest punish that they can. So good stuff to the yellow team. Honestly, they lost first game. They kind of slowed it down, decided to go for a different strategy of front load, and it has worked out perfectly for these second games, or for second and third game.
Yeah, they're looking so strong. They've just leveled up game after game, and now kind of Ackerman gets a 3-piece. Dexter's in trouble.
Okay. Dexter's got to get this stock.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Does not, actually just hard commits to that ground pound. He's like, all right, I could drift the wrong way, but I just believe it's going to hit, and it does. So still one stock behind and a little bit of damage, but if he's able to at least add some good damage here on the Monexo, I think that would set up Fiend to take that and maybe try to push his team back into the lead on the next stock.
Yeah, by stock counts, it's only a 1 stock difference, but emotional damage is there, man. Red team, it's looking rough.
Because, I mean, they're still looking like kind of still has another stock, And with the way that he's been able to play, I mean, he didn't do so crazy on the second stock, but that first stock was definitely a cleanup.
There's a real possibility here that it comes down to a Dexter clutch in the final moments, because he is now the anchor for the red team. Throws out the side stick. That's a punish. Downlight side air. Val's got some defense.
Ooh, okay. Oh, wait a minute. This is
where'd you go?
Oh, man. Well, that's a way to throw a stock for sure, and throw a lead as well, but still a lot of damage here already onto Dexter, so hopefully they're able to kind of even, or, clean this up quickly and not let that stock, that SD really affect the yellow team.
Yep, a nice wake up from News. He's going to clean that up, but you know what? Dexter did keep this one relatively even. Still a full stock difference. Fiend Can he take out News without losing too much health here?
And this is Fiend's last stock. Fiend was the anchor on the second game, but you saw kind of what happened. It was Fiend versus Kaina, and that did not go that well. But seeing that he's not the anchor here, and he's going against what, off-seeding is an easier opponent, maybe this will work out for him. Doing a pretty decent job right now. Actually, again, man, I'm telling you, this is why I need the stats today, because I need to know how many of those did not hit, man. Like, they're throwing out some SIGs, and they are getting hard punished for those a lot.
Okay. Yep. Gets the KO, double down light into the recovery. He's coming in against Kaina Ackerman. This is critical. If Fiend wins this matchup against Kaina Ackerman, I think Red Team's got a good opportunity here. But if Kaina wins this, I think Red Team's in trouble.
Yeah. I mean, like, it is Kaina who has been handling some gauntlets against two gauntlet users. Both of them seem to kind of favor the gauntlets as well, too. So this could be an issue, but it may not be an issue if Fiend's able to kind of thwart it, nip it in the bud before it actually becomes an issue. Man. Good start for him.
Yeah, he's getting some hits pretty safely. Kaina Ackerman isn't falling for the dodge over bait, though. You see Fiend really looking for it. Kaina getting the damage built up.
Uh-oh.
He's stuck. How does he get onto the stage?
Yeah, you got to get back off this wall soon enough. That wall slip did start to set in, but he's managed to get back on the stage. And again, he faked him out for a little bit and then used. I mean, look, that down sig reaches for a down sig. That reaches pretty vertical. Yeah. So good stuff to Kaina Ackerman, finding yet another one, and now this could be an issue.
All right, DB. He's been able to clutch up multiple times here for the red team. But there's 3 stocks left on the yellow team, 2 stocks for the red team. Oh, good dodge through.
Like the idea, though. I mean, like, I feel like that's probably one of the fewer times that I could say the SIG usage was ideal and wasn't going to get him punished. Yeah. No weapons right now against the Lance. Not favorable, but does find himself some gauntlets. Nice.
Okay. All right, opportunity here. DB's got some health. He's got a lot of damage behind each of these swings. Again, Petra, a high-strength legend. If he gets a good dodge read on Monexo, suddenly Red Team could get it. But we saw Monexo really pop off on that second stock.
Yeah. I think the hardest part for the Red Team right now is it's the Dexter anchor. Like, DB, even if he does get the stock, I do think he needs to put a little extra onto News just to kind of make it a little easier for Dexter. But we will see. He is not going to get that stock. Runs directly into that. Oh, no. Dexter coming down to a pretty freshman EXO and News in the background. What can he do?
There's people who like this position, right? Where there's basically nothing on the line. There's no pressure. Everybody's expecting him to fall.
God.
And he's
falling, bro.
he's falling. I'm trying to build it up. Like, imagine if you got to turn around. That'd be so sick.
Yeah, this was the hardest turnaround known to man right now if he's able to get himself back into this game. Dexter took a lot of damage right off the platform and now already into deep orange, light red. Honestly, that's pretty much red.
Man. Yeah, he's definitely on the last legs here. It's going to take something big. Monexo, he's one downlight side air away from closing this one out and taking Red Team out of the tournament.
I don't even know if they're in comms right now, but I feel like if anything, kind of just saying, do not approach. Like, do not approach at all. They will always overextend.
You got this. You just got to hit a D-light. D-light to win.
Ooh, okay. Again, man, he just does not want to use the sword, and I really feel like the sword would have been a little easier for him to kind of manage. But okay, he's gonna have to opt for that. Oh wow. Okay. Tense situation here onto the side.
And that'll do it. Yellow team gonna close it out. Red team, first team knocked out of the tournament. Fiend, DB, and Dexter now get to watch the final moments of this.
Man, so, I mean, even with the first game being going to Fiend, DB, and Dexter, the swap of putting Kaina Ackerman first really paid off there for the yellow team. That last game, I mean, Monexo, I think, he dropped a stock SD'd, and so that was a little unfortunate, but they were still able to clean it up, and I just think that right here, that was pretty much pretty much all she wrote with that side stick coming in from Bodevar, just kind of finishing it off.
Yeah, definitely Red Team in that moment was hoping that DB was going to be able to clutch up, take out Monexo, get some damage built up. Unfortunately, he ate the hammer side sig to the head. So it's a pretty big meal to eat.
Yeah, just kind of slid just a little too far up that side and just right over the dome. Pretty much whack-a-moled him right there. So that's unfortunate, but it does happen. That does mean they are going to take this 4th place spot though, and Kino now will be moving on to losers finals here. But man, what a turnaround and what a display of like strategy there. You know, they decided to do this thing everybody else does with like weakest first. Weakest first didn't work, but it went down to the last stock, and they're like, wait a minute, kind of like, I'll see what I can do from the beginning. We're going to pop off, and that's exactly what he did. Like, I mean, the first game, first stock, he didn't pop off, but that second, or the third game, I guess, went crazy.
Yeah, he really started to find more momentum, really start to pop off. I'm curious, this is the exact same thing that happened in their earlier match, I believe, is where they started off with news, and then they're like, no, let's put Kina in front. They won game 2, and then I think they lost game 3 just because the other team switched to putting their heavy hitter up front. I'm curious if the other team's going to just like put Kina up front. That seems to be the thing that's working the best for them, is let Kina start off, let's have Kina pop off.
Yeah, I mean, they have like pretty much like the nicest spread too. 4, 8, and 9. Like you have the top of the bottom of the second pool, and then the top of the third pool. Like that's just the first pool. All those guys got like right. Second pool, all those guys pretty good. Third pool, all those guys pretty good. But like having those two right next to each other means like the skill set. You can kind of like interchange them.
Yeah.
You want Monexo to go first? You want News to go first? Like it doesn't matter. They're going to do, off seeding relatively around the same. But then you have kind of wild carding it right now. He was the bottom of the top pool, and well, he popped off right there. So good stuff to him.
He's definitely still showing why he was in that top pool, right? Showing why he was in the top 4, one of the first ones picked. And, I mean, he's definitely a strong player. He's been able to clutch up multiple times, put up 800 damage in that last one, 1,000 damage in the game before. He put 1,000 damage in an earlier match. Like, he's putting out some big numbers.
Yeah, man. So it looks like over there they are setting up real quick. Well, at least we have half the setup. We still have the Ogre and Bodvar stepping up, which, I mean, they did well. That was a pretty good, pretty good swap right there. 2 legends that are seen a lot, but then you have 2 versions of one of them. And yeah, I mean, Bovar, he's just simple guy. I hit, it goes that way. That's all I need. And you got a pretty good weapon spread with the sword and the hammer. Those pretty much have also never really been like terrible. So good stuff to those good stuff to them for swapping to that and then making it work.
Yeah, but they are going to be running into the blue team right now. It's going to be Wes, Brujo, and Baltazar. We might end up having to redo this one because right now the colors are swapped. They might have to change it, but it is going to be the blue team as Wes, Brujo, and Baltazar. This is an interesting one. Wes, of course, has a lot of emotional momentum. Just an absolutely strong player. He's the one who's like got the most ego behind him, right? Like he's the one who you'll see taunt whenever his team starts to pull up big.
Okay. Well, it looks like we're not going to restart. So just for you guys out there, the teams are swapped. Blue is supposed to be yellow. Yellow is supposed to be blue, but it doesn't matter. They're still the same people. Y'all get it. Let's go.
You know the teams, they're on the correct sides.
Yeah.
Just they got the colors wrong. It happens. But right now, Baltazar, he's been the one who I've been the most curious about on his team. My hope for Baltazar is that he at least makes it possible for the next person to come in and take out 2. So far, he's just been kind of getting taken out early, and News going to take him out. It's now on Brujo again to clutch up, and he's been doing it in his earlier matches.
That feels like whenever you get put into a position to recover against Hammer, and it feels like such a checkmate, because like, am I getting side air or am I getting recovered? Like, one or the other, I'm definitely dead. And so, unfortunately, that's exactly what happened to Baltazar. Didn't have the greatest start there, but Brujo now is going to come through.
Oh, held it a little too long.
Oh, man. Yeah, he got the first hit. I didn't confirm it, I guess, or, confirmed it a little too late. So, unfortunate.
There's a sweet spot where you can hold it, get a little bit of extra force and damage, and he's been pretty good about getting that second one. But now you're starting to see the pitfall of Brujo, which is that he does it a lot, and he was getting punished for it a lot in the winner's side.
Yeah, look, you Dust players love that sig, bro. Like, what is going on here, man? Like, I feel like I've only seen that hit once today since our block has started. And yeah, they're getting thrown out, though. So sometimes you got to just play a little simple, man. The side air is just as effective. There it is.
And there you go. Side air's going to do it. News does not have the jumps. He's been in sweat beats for a while there, and Brujo knew it. But, I mean, he took a lot of damage there. Again, a lot of side sticks were thrown out, and now it's on Monexo, who it's a big side air.
Man, yeah, there's the checkmate one more time. If you go low, I'm probably coming down there with a Sarah, and if you go high, I'm bringing you back down. So he was, just almost had enough damage, to manage to make it back to the stage, but unfortunately, was just a little too low or a little too high on damage to get back in time. So now Monexo versus Wes have a slight lead here.
We did see Wes on that spear really pop off in his earlier games. Like, he was getting some fantastic reads. We'll see if he can do it again. No, he's going to swap over to the Lance here against Monexo. This is kind of the weapon that he started off with. Like, if you know Wes in South America, you know him for the Lance.
All right.
Nice. Downlight to cover himself.
Well, good punish on that too, man. Sometimes getting off that stage can make it a little hard to punish those very mobile Lance. Oh, no.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Just putting out the coverage there with that down signature. It'll keep the stock count even, but still, Team West, Baltazar, and Brujo playing from behind. Kind of Ackerman's going to come in. We've seen him clutch up in these situations.
Okay. West looking for an air dodge back in, but oh, wait a minute. Get some good damage right now. Just finding the strings, looking for an air dodge in that time as well, but gonna have to start keeping in mind where it kind of is going and see if he can get himself a nice read on the next one.
Downlight recovery. Downlight neutral air coming out from Wes. Nice big NSIG coming out from Wes.
Yeah, man. That one, yeah, that was a super blast right there. Does exactly what it looks like. It's nice anti-air. Got a lot of, covers a lot of space right, in that 45-degree angle. So good hit right there, but unfortunately is going to lose that stock immediately. Baltazar back onto the screen. Hopefully he's able to do a little more right here. This is the, that was the Harpy Bryn. I hate this skin. I just like every time I hate this skin, man. But here we go. It's still Bryn though, one of my favorite characters in the game. Hopefully she can get something going for Bryn. Another one, kind of one of those middle of the road characters as far as like stats goes, but everything that she has.
Snap. Oh, dude, News just has Baltazar's number.
He really does, man. Nothing has went well for him. Okay, the second swing right there.
No, but it's not even close to enough. News, a downlight sider, and Baltazar is going to get taken out. Baltazar swinging, but a scoop up, and he's out of there. He hasn't gotten to play more than a minute of Brawlhalla against News.
This feels like a hard counter pick. Like they knew where Baltazar was going. They were like, put News right there.
I think they played earlier, if I'm not mistaken, and it was the yellow team who knocked. Sorry, it was Team West that knocked the other team down.
Okay. Yeah, well, unfortunately, man, this is definitely looking like a turn of events right here. And it's going to be out of there, not going to be able to make that back, but stock is taken. Opt to stay with the Lance here, which, we also have seen some good work from the Lance. Not from Brujo's as far as, like, our block so far, but he may be able to get himself some reads off those NSIGs and drag him away, too. So, here we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brujo's doing really good for himself. He got the neutral air. He's getting damaged, and nice double downlight into the follow-up side air. Watch out for the spear. Monexo goes real high to avoid it, but he burned so much movement. I thought Brujo had him there.
I thought he was going to just go. He had straight up hit a recovery, but side stick is going to manage to do it right there. But it seemed like he was literally just under him. Yeah. Like he had nowhere else he could drift. The recovery would have definitely rocked. But regardless, a little borrowed time there, and he still managed to get that stock. Now Brujo, he put the orb away, stopped doing some of the side stakes, and now he is doing mad work here on the spear. So, mid-set adjustment or mid-game adjustment.
Yeah, between after he lost that first stock, you got to believe the team was like, "Yo, can you like maybe a little less of those?"
Yeah, those are just not hitting, man. Let's try the spear this time. And that spear has been doing some work.
It's working. Good coaching from the team. Coming out from the blue team again, color swapped. Brujo right now needs to get a little bit more damage on the Kaina though, because otherwise Kaina's gonna have a real big opportunity of taking out Wes. Punish? No, he just backs away.
He kind of loves that down stick though. It has been doing a lot of work for him. Covers a lot of space. Pretty fast stick as well. So I feel like this the difference I am seeing between this team, and the red team from last is like, they're not super extending like crazy on when they're deciding to go for these hits.
Oh!
Nice.
What?
Is he going to be able to? Oh, no, he dropped too low.
There?
Yeah, I thought. It's like maybe a down air, but no.
I thought a dare, something that doesn't save the opponent, but you know what? He was swinging. I'm still popping off for that Sig read, because that was crazy. Side Sig connects. Brujo takes out kind of Ackerman. Things are looking really good. He's dominating right now.
Yeah, he needed just to reset, that's all. Like, he had to get a little spear play in there so he can kind of reset, get the orb chakras going, and now he's hitting some of these side Sigs.
All right. News will clean up the stock. Here comes Wes to try to take out News. We've seen News really be the counter pick to Baltazar. So if Wes takes out News, maybe Baltazar will have an opportunity to play against one of the other members of the team. Wes, not like this!
Wes.
Not like this!
Oh, no. That's the worst way to go, man. It just comes in and immediately drops a stock to an SD or puts himself in the worst position to get just weapon tossed and die. And now the game is even. The game is even.
Man.
You have News versus Baltazar, and this has not went well. Oh, no.
That was your opportunity to save Baltazar from the pit of News, but now, again, the 1v1 matchup. But you know what? Baltazar's looking better.
Yeah.
He's looking a little bit better in this matchup. He's learning.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine they're probably sitting in Discord to get a little crosstalk going. You know, get some mid stock coaching, so hopefully you can get something going for you now. But yeah, it's just literally, like as you said, Baltazar probably has played 1:30 of Brawlhalla altogether. Okay.
It's been a struggle, but you know what? He could take out News here. Needs to get the read. Oh,
man.
Some delayed actions coming out from News. That's Sweat Beats. He doesn't have a dodge. Baltazar dodges through the stomp. All right, axe in hand.
Okay, it's not sending
He's
him
gonna get it
anywhere right there, and that's going to be a neutral light.
Oh, it
no!
drops the wall. Another one. Still not enough. No weapon toss. No GC. He dodges through the weapon toss. Baltazar with the spear in hand. Down Sig, and he takes out News. That's all he needed to do.
All right, man. Yeah. So the time that it matters. Okay,
Yeah.
You might have bought him in those first 2 stocks, but now you're out of the game. So Baltazar might have actually been able to clutch it up here. Oh. But actually ends up losing that stock immediately, man. Doesn't even get a single hit here on Monexo. So just another 2-stock runoff now. Monexo and Brujo going at it right now. See how this one goes.
All right, Brujo. I mean, he was dominating on that second stock, so things are looking solid for this team. But we also saw earlier, Kinda Ackerman was able to get that run back, taking out 4 stocks of this team. So who knows for sure?
Okay.
Punish. Yep. He's got to be careful about those.
Yeah, let's put that away until we get to the red. Like, let's go ahead and go back to that spear real quick. That spear is really, I mean, it really got him a lot of stocks. I know he got some pretty cool plays with the orb, but he is reaching right now, and this reaching is getting him nothing but damage taken. Okay.
All right, nice sidelight side air. Okay, good 2-piece. Monexo with the neutral air, though. Brujo, can he try to keep this one even? Side stick thrown out. It's trying to bait Monexo a little bit.
I feel like he's using that almost like a Jala down sig, like where it just does not have any like lag. So he's like, I can just throw this out. But unfortunately, yeah, wasn't able to get too much further on that. Still got a lot of good damage here on to Monexo. So Wes can go ahead and even this, or clean this up real quick. Find himself a recovery.
Yeah, you can tell Monexo knows that he needs to survive this, get some damage built up, but it's going to be the side air. It's all down to Kinda Ackerman. And again, I want to reiterate the fact that Kinda Ackerman was able to take out 4 stocks of the blue team, which is Team West, in an earlier set. So there's a very real possibility that Kinda Ackerman still does it here.
Nope. All right, man, it's pretty intense right now. No one wanted to be the first one to swing because they do not want to get punished, especially with Kinda, man. He has been doing really good as far as punishing overshoots and things like that, but okay.
Good jump up. Caught the dodge there.
All right, man.
This is back and forth. This could go either direction, but no weapon for Wes. Did he touch? All right, he's got jumps. Down sig, just raw.
Actually kind of surprised. Kinda didn't drop his own down sig right there, but okay, man, this is literally like next good hit wins, or I guess next well-positioned hit. Wait a minute.
He
From
did it.
across the stage. He's nice with it, man. He is nice with it. Was not expecting for him to just go out there and bet like that, but hey, sometimes you bet right.
I mean, that's such a gamble play, too. That's a long active frame move that if you get called out, you get hard punished, and he did it right. The dash in down sigs.
It's crazy. You did that against Kinda too, who is definitely, again, like as I was saying, if you were watching the set before, he has been punishing a lot of overshoots, a lot of missed options. But I guess he just was not expecting him to double down on it. Basically, he got hit with it already, and then he came right back and did it again. Yeah. Nice. So that's going to be the first game to the I was going to say yellow team, but the blue-yellow team. It's all
we
whatever.
We got the colors corrected now.
Yeah.
It was the blue team that was on yellow colors, but now they're back to being the blue team on the blue colors.
This is so confusing for Chad. I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
When we get into the game, there's going to be some fancy graphics down there. You just got to look for the thing with the 1 next to it, and that's the team that won.
And there you go. So, yeah, we're looking at the screen right now to see if we're getting any type of swaps right now. And Orion, Nimue, okay.
Hellboy crossover.
Okay, I was like, I definitely did not watch that movie, so. And then Braden, yet again. But here on the other side of things, kind of has not picked yet. We still have the double both bar, and he's swapping around right now. We might see something new here, man. I think they just got to go back to the front load strategy.
Yeah. I definitely like the front load strategy. It looks like he's hovering right now a Ragnar, which is an interesting pick. The Axe has definitely been doing well for I'm kind of surprised to see him switch off of the Ulgrim, though, because there was nothing wrong with the Ulgrim.
Right.
The Ulgrim was great, but it just seems like maybe for this new front load strat. But right now he's sitting in the second seat for his team.
Oh, man. Yeah, well, I mean, that works too, I guess. Again, that was like, we were talking about that earlier. The front load is cool because it's like, how much can I do to make it easy for my team? Anchor is like, all right, like, if we get too far behind, hopefully I can clutch it. And then the middle is basically you saying that, like, whatever happens, I'm going to work with. Like, if you get bodied in that first stock, then I'll just take that and keep going. If you get us a good lead, I'm going to make it a better lead. Yeah. So we'll see how this one goes. Looks like he's actually swapped back to the front, though. Would have been interesting to see him at the second position. I don't know if he's actually played that at all today. But, yeah, the Ragnar is on. We have not fully went in yet, but I think that's the team we're going to go with. Ragnar, Bodvar, and then Orion, Nimue, and Bryn.
And you can kind of see the blue team was already kind of prepared for it. They put West front-loaded as well, and they've got Baltazar in the back to play against News. So they're going to just try to keep that matchup going, right? Like the 2 top seeds playing against each other, the 2 bottom seeds playing against each other.
All right. Now we're getting all the strikes out the way. Yeah, Small Mammoth, Apocalypse, and Demon Island left. Where are we going to go? Now, we just had that last match on Demon Island. I think there was an unfortunate SD on that one, right?
Yeah. West kind of fell off. It's okay. Their team was still able to close it out, but it looks like they're going to go to a Small Mammoth where it's a lot harder. There's a little bit of a longer wall there.
Yeah. So yeah, this one works out, man. It's obviously a stage you guys have seen and played around with a lot. That moving platform can kind of change up the dynamic of the stage, but let's see what we get into. West and kind of going to start it off first. As you said, they're both front-loading here to see what they can do. Kind of bringing out the only guitars here I guess in the entire group of characters. But yeah, see how that one works out for him, man. How are the guitars right now in the meta?
I think they got a little bit of love most recently, so I think there's some potential there. There's definitely a lot of cool stuff. Like the consistency off of downlight has been cleaned up a lot, right? Like you can go for that recovery if you hit the downlight right. If you can go for the dare if you hit it the other way. But West doesn't care about any of that because he's got his spear downlights.
Okay.
Ooh. Oh, snap. Oh, he didn't touch.
Oh, man. Perfect usage of that neutral air into the down air, too. Hit the neutral air bottom and then down air to push him even further down. Managed to get back. So this is a good start for kind of Ackerman on his newest weapon, too. He still has the axe, but he has not had to pull that out yet because the guitars have been doing him, doing him wonders.
He definitely switched to the Ragnar specifically for the guitars, right? Like sometimes you'll see them swap because I like the stat line a little bit more, but no, this is definitely kind of Ackerman saying, I want to play guitars into this matchup. As he gets a double slap, is he going to get another one? Turn around, Sayer? Doesn't even need it.
Okay. All right. Man, this is the front load. Like, the worst part about this front load, too, is that you beat the other front load, so now it's just like, all right, it's only going to get kind of easier for you as far as seeds go. Baltazar kind of hasn't had a good time so far here in this here set, but he is able to clean that stock up at the very least. But still, man, kind of starting off very nice with 2 stocks taken.
Yeah, but you got to give a lot of credit to Baltazar making sure that it didn't go a full cycle. He was able to get that stock off of Kaina, and if you can get a little bit more damage here onto Monexo, I think there's potential here for the blue team to come back, but a stomp side air puts Baltazar on his heels. He's starting to take a lot of damage here.
Yeah. I feel like, man, if you get full cycled, man, that's got to be like a quick, I want to FF. You know what I mean? Like, this is...
You just go next.
Yeah, this is rough. So, but either way, you see Baltazar seem to play just a little more defensive, but still having a hard time against these Bodvars, man. It doesn't matter if it's News or Monexo. He is just not having a good time against Bodvar.
Dude, Monexo, like... I swear, News, you kind of called it out, right? News and Monexo are both 1 seat away from each other. They're both on Bodvar, so it's kind of interchangeable. Just they know exactly what to do against Baltazar's Bryn.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure like why it feels like it's so hard because like just thinking about like the you know, the spread in the matchup. It doesn't seem like Bren is at like a weapon disadvantage by any means, but just as far as how this matchup is going, it's just not. It looks so much more into the side of Nexo and News. So Baltazar maybe just playing a little nervous. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure, right? You've got two teammates that you don't want to let down. And right now, Wes knows that pressure. He's trying to make it up for the yellow team. Oh, went for the side Sigma Nexo. Oh, the bear didn't hit.
That's actually insane. He just got over the bear, like the head, man. He managed to avoid the claw, but it was kind of expecting to just maybe a bigger, like a big hitbox to hit him regardless, but no. And just slide out that. Now News going to be on the stage here against Wes.
Dude, that's tough, too, because sometimes the teeth of that bear will catch people.
Yeah.
So Wes just high enough, and he's doing his job, right? He's bringing this one back. He knows that he's the high seed, so he has to get as many stocks as he can.
Okay, man, he's doing a really good job, though. I mean, like, he has been in red pretty much his entire stock, and he is doing some good damage to News. Finally gets himself a side air, has to dodge through that, and still makes it back on the stage. Okay, good stuff.
And he's still swinging, trying to get some damage. Not quite enough there, but the scoop up. All right, News will halt Wes, putting Wes onto his final stocks here. News still on his first one. Yellow team has quite the lead right now.
Yeah, this is, I mean, with the way that kind of put them pretty far ahead, you're kind of expecting it too. And he's coming right back out after this. And if he managed to get himself another guitars, I could see him take another 2 stock because he's playing on those guitars well. Did he hit the first part?
No, he did not hit the first part. A great spot dodge from News on the second one. Brujo finally finishes off the stock, but in comes Kaina, the person who just took Brujo out not too long ago.
I mean, I feel like he's going to get like 3 hits and then he's going for that side sig. Just, okay. He's getting a lot of downlights though.
Oh, there's the side sigs again.
Yeah, like maybe it's conditioning because I think, you know, everyone's going to, if they know you're going to do that, every time they get hit, they're just going to jump. So eventually he might be able to turn that into, all right, it's a jump read.
There it is, there it is, all right.
I was like, it could be some level conditioning. It looks sloppy though, because you're getting almost every time he does it, he gets hard punished.
Yeah, it's great conditioning if you don't get punished for it, but he's been taking damage for it. There's the side sig though. Looks like he's still willing to throw those out. Over to the spear. Kind of Ackerman's taking a decent amount of damage here. So, Brujo keeping the team alive. Oh, this is scary.
All right, Connie, you got to watch out, man. You know, they will definitely come up off that wall with the sig, so.
Oh. He needs this. Ground pound connects. All right, stock count evened up.
So you kind of, you know, popped off in that first stock, but did not really pop off in the second stock at all. So Brujo actually being the one. This is the second time he's done that, though. He actually did dominate in the last game, too. So see if he's able to.
That's a punish.
Yeah.
He went for the big plays there, threw out the signature. Unfortunately, didn't work out for him, but here comes Baltazar. Eyes are on Baltazar.
Yeah, Baltazar so far, you know, at least I think in this game he's got a chance to play a little more, but yeah, in the first game was not really instrumental to his team at all. But hopefully this time around he will become a bigger part of the you know, the process of winning here. It seems like he's doing a decent job right now, but they are still 1 whole stock behind.
A little bit of dash dancing coming out on both sides. Baltazar throws out the down air, or his down light.
Baltazar. Okay, weapon toss right there. Is going to lose weapon, though, and not going to be able to. Oh, it does manage to slide by and get that, though. Now, axe in hand. Heard a 6 start, but did not get it to go.
Okay, gets a 2-piece. Nexo, just immediate wake-up ground pound. Baltazar trying to swing here.
Oh, Baltazar gave up so much stage right there. You can see he kept trying to run away to reset the situation, but Nexo just kept pushing forward. And so pushed himself all the way to that soft platform, pushing him even way closer to the blast zone. He ends up eating that side sig, that Bovar jump. Got him.
Okay. Got him with the end sig. Only a stock difference between the two teams. West with the juggle. News coming in. Can West get this stock off of News?
Ooh. Okay, hold on now. News.
Oh, man.
Getting a couple of pieces right there. Man, 5 hits unanswered right there.
Not again? Oh, he'll
Okay.
touch the nair just to guarantee it. Oh, man, that was scary.
He
though.
was also so lucky
Yeah.
that weapon toss missed, bro. He was gone. He was under the stage. There was no way he was going to be able to make that back after. But either way, man, lives to see another day on this stock.
Oh, he's going for the NSIG read. Nice side airs coming out from Wes. Another side air. News going to get taken out. The stock count's evened up. Wes needs more, though. He needs to make sure Kinda can't play. It's going to the spear.
All right, man. Again, this is Wes Bruzzo and Baltazar needing this W right here to go ahead and move forward, but kind of not trying to hear that at all. Again, you know, they front-loaded, and it did work on that first stock. Not too much on the second. Kind of has been all Katars, too, since this swap. I don't think I've seen him pick up an axe yet. So he is, you know, when he said I wanted to play guitars, he meant it.
Yeah. That's a full commit coming
Yeah.
out from Kinda Ackerman, but he
Okay.
goes over to the axe. Just a raw down light.
Yeah, a little more kill power on these raw hits here. If he can manage to find a good side air near the edge, especially on that soft platform, that definitely will take stock. Okay, gonna go the other way though with that neutral light.
Oh, Wes trying to get the reads. Another neutral light, and Wes is in trouble, especially off the soft platform. He'll get back up. The side air.
Bounced
It's
him.
close.
Nice. Yeah,
Yep.
I was like, I'm not sure how he's gonna make this one back. You know, but good stuff. Easy, you know, easy edge guard right there with the neutral air. And now, Kinda gonna have to try to put his team a little further ahead here. But last time Bruzzo came out, he really handled Kinda pretty quickly. So, but that was on the Katars. Now he's on the Axis. Could be a different, you know, different Kinda right now.
Bruzzo trying to find the read, kind of doing such a good job. He did it against Wes. He's doing it again against Bruzzo, just like mixing up those dodges, making sure that he doesn't get caught. Oh, that recovery almost did it. Side sig. Oh,
Okay.
he dared right into it.
Yeah. Look, I'll clap it up for that one specifically. Only that one specifically.
You get one. All right.
So either way, man, he does manage to make sure the lead doesn't get too far ahead. And now this, I mean, it kind of feels like it might be up to Bruzzo. Because Baltazar, again, has not really been having good games so far. And he could still clutch it out. You know, it could be the last stock wonder. But right now, Bruzzo has kind of done the brunt of the work here on the blue team.
Yeah, Bruzzo's definitely been doing a lot of damage. I mean, he's the one who was dominating in the last one. He's the one who's been able to pivot in that middle position and bring things back, but he throws out the side sig, his pitfall, and it's all left to Baltazar to take 2 Bodvars down.
Man, can he do it, though? That is going to be a very, you know, very hard-fought battle, but and this is against the character that has kind of been putting him into the dirt, but he does get the first one. A double down air is going to go ahead and send out Monexo, but it is was now News, who has kind of been his demon, except for the last time on that last stock he did handle him. So this could be, again, the last stock wonder. Baltazar doing a decent job of weapon starving right now.
You know what? It only takes one, right?
Yeah.
He's 1 stock from victory. He just needs to play the stock of his life to shut down this yellow team. But
Yeah.
News does pick up a weapon.
Don't think he wanted to give up that axe right there, so he, you know, kind of just went for the swing instead of the weapon toss. But either way, that was still some decent damage he was able to get off that weapon starve. Now it's all coming right back though, and this is the thing. I feel like News and Monexo, both of them have been doing a good job of just reading what Baltazar does out of disadvantage. So, ooh.
Oh, snap. Baltazar, you're starting to see that stress build up on him, right? Like he's not swinging as much. You're seeing him try to backdash out of hit stun a lot more. And now News with the weapon control over to the spear for Baltazar. Baltazar's afraid to make that approach.
Yeah, he is definitely, you can see, I mean, he is jockeying for position on this center stage. Hopefully he's not giving up too much. Oh, okay.
Oh, the weapon toss not going to connect. He's finding more hits, though.
Man, just barely sniped that weapon without getting hit.
Oh!
Double?
One more.
Oh, okay. Almost triple tapped him right there. Would have been an insane end to this game, but luckily Baltazar was able to drift far enough away.
Ooh. He's 1 hit from getting knocked out of this one. He gets the wall touch.
Man, a ground pound would have been it, but yeah, he's probably expecting to go a little higher. He is.
Oh, he didn't.
That is so unfortunate. What a way to go down on that stock, man. He put up such a decent fight. It was really just whoever got the next strongest hit, but did not touch that wall. Easy weapon toss right there to go ahead and finish him off. And that's going to get them a game right there.
You got to give a lot of credit to News, though, faking him out, right? Like, keeping just enough pressure. Obviously, like, if News sat on the other side of the wall, Baltazar's going to touch that wall 100% of the time. But being just in front of him, denied him that wall touch, and unfortunately now we're going to a game 3, and the pressure is on top of this blue team. Are they going to front load again? Didn't work out that great last time.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, man. Like, the first front load was, well, the first stock front load was great. He took 2 stocks, but then after that, it's just like Brujo had his number. Yeah. You know, he just was not able to really get a lot started anytime Brujo was on the screen. So, kind of, I don't know if they should do the front load again. I'm thinking they may be able to put him second.
Okay.
Yeah, put him second. You know, Monexo and News are kind of handling their, you know, they're really holding their own in this crew battle as far as who do you want to put first and third. So, again, as I said, you know, they're a little interchangeable being 8 and 9, and they're kind of showing that, too, with the way that they've been playing. Like, they both have had good matchups against the same person, and I feel like, inversely, they've kind of had bad matchups against the same person. So, it could be a double-edged sword.
It's tough. The one thing that I do know is that we're seeing kind of make the swap over to the Koji for game number 3. This is what I was expecting. Yeah, the Ragnar was cool. Honestly, the Katars did pop off, but this is like a little bit more familiar to territory for Kaina, and considering it's game point, set point, I think that's what you got to go to.
All right, so you have 3 swords against 3 spears here now with the pickup of Koji. You have the bow introduced as well. And then on the other side of things, you also have the lance, the orb, and the axe. So a decent weapon spread here altogether. But going to be interesting to see how this last one plays out. This is to find out who gets to play the green team.
Yep, it's who's going into the grand finals to fight against the green team. Blue team going to change it up once again. They're keeping their characters, but the order changes. Brujo going to kick it off, Wes in that pivot position, and then Baltazar to clutch it out.
All right. So kind of, well, this I feel like is almost bad, you know, like a bad matchup for Kaina, but that could have just been on the Ragnar. So we'll see how this Koji works out. But yeah, as far as the way the Brujo's been playing, he's been doing a really good job of kind of handling Kaina Ackerman, or at least stifling the fact that he is the top seed. So.
Ooh. Nice, side sig. Kaina's in trouble. But he still gets back onto the stage. Opportunities here for kind of get some damage built up. The neutral sig connects, and Brujo shuts him down.
Man, absolute shutdown right there. Just exactly, you know, what happened in that last game too on the Ragnar. But he played around that bow so perfectly. I almost felt like I was hoping to see if we could get the sword out from Koji in time, but never got a chance to see another weapon because he was only on the stage for so long.
Yeah. I think you're 100% right with your analysis, though, that Brujo has Kaina's number. Like, Brujo, there's something about it that he just knows exactly what Kaina wants to do, regardless of character.
Yeah, it is definitely not going well for him. And now Brujo, I mean, but this, weirdly enough, you know, he is number 7, but this, to me, is the front load. Because Brujo has been doing some work here in this crew battle right now. So
it's crazy, though, because, like, I say the exact same thing. Like, at the end of the last one, I thought Brujo was the one who was really putting in the work. He was the one who was pivoting it, keeping the team alive. But if you looked at the damage numbers, Wes was putting them up. Brujo wants to get on the top damage as he's taken out 2.
They must have bet. They must have bet or something. He was like, no, I can definitely do more damage than you. I promise. So Brujo already taken out 2. He could die to a side light, maybe even a neutral. Neutral layer. Yeah, I was saying neutral layer. Even on this stage, I mean, those Blaststones do look a little high up, but didn't matter. That man was hurting.
But still, it took 2 people to take down 1. It's now Wes coming in. The top seed of his team. He's playing a little wild there, going unarmed against News in the off stage. He's taking a lot of damage and not really putting any out.
Yeah, you don't want to take this lead and kind of throw it right here, man. Brujo fought really hard, and that looks exactly what Wes is doing. Managed to fight his way back to stage, luckily with that side air.
A madman does an unarmed down air in that position. Wes, an absolute psychopath, throws out a ground pound. News is he's honestly handling Wes right now.
Like, quite well, and Wes is definitely playing on some very some very reckless gameplay a little bit. Like, you've seen the way that he's gone for these ground pounds, about to get himself punished there, but it turns around. Does it work? It works.
Goes for the down air. I think the side air he would have survived, but the down air has enough vertical force that unfortunately News couldn't come back. But man, Wes is I think his ego's coming in a little bit. Like, he's feeling too good right now.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely kind of see it in his play. I feel like the way that he's going for, it's almost like he wants to make the highlight reel more than anything right now. But either way, you know, they still have kept themselves a very solid lead. Now finally loses that stock. It's only a 1-stock lead, but it is going into Baltazar on the Kaina, which to me is probably the best person for him to play, weirdly enough, you know, because it's just these Bodvars have been giving him all kind of issues.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely struggled in the matchups against the Bodvars. We'll see how well he does against Kaina. At the same time, I mean, Kaina's got a sword, Bodvar's got a sword. Still an opportunity here. And kind of like he's the top seed of the team.
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh.
Good fastball.
Okay, little three-piece right there. Now picks him up another weapon as well, but kind of now on to the sword. Definitely just chase him down. And this is the other thing that they can definitely do to Baltazar, because when he gets hit, he wants to create so much space. Like, he wants to create neutral. So if you're just chasing him down, that's how you saw him lose a decent amount of stocks on the first game, I think. But yeah, Connor Ackerman is doing exactly that. He's like, oh, you're running away. I'm using my far-reaching normals. Just go ahead and grab.
I'm just going to chase dodge after you.
Yep.
Like, I got this. But Brujo coming back in. We saw him take 2 earlier and kind of more damage. Can Brujo do it again?
Okay, first hit right there from the recovery, and gets a lot of it too, so some good damage there. All right, man. Brujo has not been able to like really handle kind of so far on this stock just yet. Kind of doing a really, again, I was saying though, he handled him on the bow. Kind of now on to the, was on the sword. Yeah. You know, got some good damage in there, but did not actually clean that stock up. Still, though, about orange damage right now. We're getting closer to that orange. This could be good for Monexo. Finds a nice 3-piece right there.
Yeah, keeping Brujo from taking 2 would still be pretty good for this yellow team. Brujo avoids the down air there. Weapon toss, all right. There's the dodge. Oh, the nair beats out the ground pound from Brujo.
Okay, scooped up. There we go. Get him out of there. And so, again, you know, Brujo is the answer to kind of, I'm not sure if he's the answer to the other two, though, but Wes also, you know, if he, you know, can maybe get off the off the highlight reel, he might be able to keep his team well into this. But this is evened up now, man. A very hard start right there for Brujo.
I love that dash forward, turnaround, down light. Catches a lot there, and the side sig will take out Monexo.
Yeah, there we go. So keeping the lead alive right there. Good stuff to Wes. Now, again, Brujo taking 2 stocks right at the beginning. You do not want to give that up.
I mean, yeah, all things considered, blue team had a massive lead to start this off, and right now it's still a 2-stock difference, but could easily turn into a 1-stock difference. Oh, where was that spear going?
Okay.
Oh, didn't catch him. Oh, jumped into the side sig, and now it's only a 1-stock difference between the two teams. Actually, sorry, it's even.
It's even now. Yeah, even with a little bit of damage here on to News. But it is Bodvar versus Baltazar, and just historically it's not went well yet. I do think that Baltazar has to find a better way to play from disadvantage instead of just trying to reset, because they are eating that up. So, you know, you might have to swing out of disadvantage every now and then, but he has not been doing that. It's like he just wants to get back to even footing, and they don't want to hear that.
Ooh. Nice. But he does get the side air. He's going to keep the lead just a little bit for the blue team. If he can get some damage built up onto Kaina, things might be okay.
I haven't seen Kaina's bow ever since the first you know, stock. Like, he just decided to put that away, so maybe he just did not like that at all. But right now, Baltazar doing a good job getting some good damage here onto Kaina. Kaina finally getting himself a hit. Oh, wait a minute.
Weapon toss. Pressure. Doesn't go for the down light ground pound. Instead, plays a little bit safer. Wants to just get more damage built up.
Yeah, and I mean, he stuck his head right over the edge for that ground light down pound, or down light ground pound too. So that would have definitely been it. Oh, good weapon toss. Love to see it. Kind of now keeping himself and his team alive, but now going up against kind of his Achilles heel right here. See what happens.
Brujo in great position to put the team back up. Side sig connects. Kaina's out of there. Huge lead for the blue team.
It's just so funny because we all know what he's looking for. Like, everybody is like, all right, he's jockeying for position for the side sig specifically. Maybe a down sig if you're over the edge. But yeah, no, he finds another one. And they are starting to hit now. You know, the earlier parts of this, or of our block, when he was throwing those out, they were looking real reckless. But he's now finding a way to do it. He's like, you're out of air options. I'm just going to go ahead and try to cover the area where you're going. Oh,
got past it. Monexo!
No. Oh, and she's sitting waiting in the chair. That might have been all she wrote.
Yeah.
News could do it, though. If he can get this stock off, I believe that News could definitely, if he can at least get down to Baltazar, this could still be his way. But you have to get past Brujo first, and he has been playing quite well. I mean, I cannot wait to see the damage numbers on this at the end. Or the stock taken.
Oh, snap. He's working on this stock of Brujo. He's got to take 3, throws out the bear, soft punish, down light side
There's
air.
one.
There's one.
And he did not take a lot of damage
No.
there either, so. Again, you're playing against the highest seed, but again, Wes has been, I don't feel like he's playing up to the highest seed potential right now, so you might be able to take that and run with it. But let's see what he can do.
I definitely feel like it's been the Brujo show for the blue team. Wes is, I mean, he's at his moments. He's definitely still a strong competitor, but.
For sure.
Oh.
Okay, hold on. He's having his moment right now.
He's
That
like,
is
all right,
it.
we
Damn.
close out the show. Wes gonna take out News, and blue team gonna close it out against yellow team, beating them twice the double tap.
Yeah.
And they're going into the grand finals.
He's crazy, too. You're looking at this damage. It's only 688, but, like, it's the stocks that he was taking, how efficient he was in those first 2 stocks. I mean, it was a good read. It was just great play all together from Brujo. And then, you know, his team's not too far behind. 314, not the greatest amount, but he did. But Baltazar did get a stock, and then, of course, here 407 as well from West did get 3 stocks as well. Baltazar, into being the weakest link, though, might have to revisit either a different character or a different strategy here, because the strategy used here against the yellow team was not it, and you're going against a harder team next, so got to figure it out.
They're going into the team that knocked them down in a little bit, and that's the big question, right? Like, Brujo looks strong. Brujo looks like he can take at least 2 stocks for 1, which is like the most you can ask for. Wes also looks strong. We know he can do the same. It's on Baltazar. If he can at least make it doable, like, you know, get close to taking a stock, I think things are okay. But if he gets handled the way that some of the Bode bars were handling him, I think it's going to be tough.
Yeah, man. So we are going to have to see how this one goes out. Here we go. We got the way that everything went down. Team Green took out Team Blue, and then Team Yellow over Team Red. Team Blue over Team Yellow, and now we're getting Team Green versus Team Blue at the end, man. It is it's been a nice day of Brawlhalla altogether. This is a pretty cool crew battle format too. You know, not the normal like 3 stocks and then you go, 3 stocks and you go. Everybody has to pull their weight like right now. You know what I mean? Like you can't wait for it to see what happens. You know, and then hopefully you can clean up. You have to do whatever you can on your one stock, and then wait for your next stock to come around and try to do the same thing again. Really cool crew battle. You know. Thing that you guys have concluded into the game.
Yeah, it's a cool format. Like you're talking about in comparison to some other games where they do crew battles, right? Like usually it's player for based, and like you that's how it used to be for us as well, right? Before we added the game mode. But it's super cool to see because, like you said, everybody gets an opportunity to show up. Everybody gets an opportunity to do their part for the team.
Yeah. So I like the green team mostly because I feel like they have picks of characters that like are not as common. I mean, Teros, yes. Teros is kind of like everyone has a Teros. Jaehyun, I feel like he kind of lost popularity after the Great Sword got nerfed. And then, but like it's still, you know, he's still got some strength, and and the Great Sword can still be welded to great success. And then here again, you have another Koji. But on the other side of things, you already saw their team. You have the Orion, then Nimue, and Bryn yet again. I'm very interested to see what we're going to do about Baltazar, or what he can do for his team against now the top ranked or the top seeded team, I guess, in this here tournament.
I mean, the big tough thing is that, like, generally speaking, we see teams put in, like, their lowest seed, and they go head-to-head, and it's, like, relatively even. And that's what, like, you kind of hope for. But Hazard L is punching way above his belt. He is taking names. He's, I said it earlier, looking like the top seed of his team with just how he's playing. He's putting up 1K in some of these matches. Like, he's looking so good today.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy, too, though, because, you know, you can say the same thing about Brujo. You know, he was second seed. I think he was middle of his pack as far as the area that he was, but he is looking like first seed of the blue team right now. Wes definitely cleaned it up at the end though. Like on that last stock, he played like he was the first seed, did exactly what he needed to do, cleaned it up super quickly, nice reads and all that. But we're gonna need that from the beginning if you want a chance to take out the green team right now.
I absolutely want to see like Wes at the top of his game, because right now green took out blue team 2-0. when they last fought. So it's looking like it's going to be a green team wash if the blue team doesn't change something up big.
Yeah, so we are just kind of waiting for this to go down. I am definitely excited. I didn't get a chance to actually like fully watch the first time they played, mostly because I was playing a rhythm game. Focus, you know. But we'll see how this one goes, man. Again, I'm super hyped to see some more Jaehyun on the screen as well. Just great swords in general, man. I really like that weapon, regardless of nerfs or not. still it's just a cool concept for a weapon.
Yeah, it's super cool. I think some people state that it feels the most like other fighting games when they're playing it, and that like that kind of readability, those mix-ups, those resets. I think it's super cool to see, and that's what we're seeing coming out from Hazardell, formerly known as LX, is just some impressive resets.
All right, man. So here we are, Small Brawlhalla, Small Mammoth Fortress, and Apocalypse still left on the screen. And it looks like we are going to Mammoth. Yep. There it is. So
we love a mammoth.
Yeah, look, that stage always works in any capacity, man. That Mammoth is y'all Smashville, and we love Smashville. Well, when it moved, at least. Anyway, here we go. Getting into it. Green team versus blue team. Balthazar is going to go first against Hazard L, so they are going to send in their lower seeds. But again, as you said, Hazard L has been playing a little bit above his seed.
But Balthazar making sure, I mean, one of the biggest things about Greatsword is it needs runway, right? Like, you need your feet on the ground to do well with Greatsword, and if Balthazar keeps Hazard L in the air, he won't have a lot of opportunities to get those resets, but he's now got his footing.
I was going to say, Balthazar has to play aggressive to do such, though, and he did do that at the left side. Almost had another Sayer to kind of might have actually pushed him too far to make the recovery, but now we are back to playing neutral, and that neutral is not going to help out getting around this Greatsword at all, especially with whiff punishes like that. Good stuff to Hazard L.
Yeah, that's tough. He did the dash spot dodge. Oh, doesn't immediately throw out the neutral light. But those dash spot dodges burns your dodge, and Hazard L was like, all right, I get a free 3-piece here because you can't get out.
Ooh, okay. They got a punish on that.
Oh.
He wanted it all right there.
Yeah, he really tried to bet big there. Unfortunately, didn't connect with the neutral signature. Hazard L is going to get the downlight recovery. But you know what? This is what I wanted from Balthazar, is get enough damage on Hazard L that Bruiser just comes in, throws out a side signature, cleans up the stock, and then he's got a 1v1.
Yeah, it's basically just doing something for the team, because like I feel like even if you don't get the stock, but you're always able to put the opponent into like deep red or something so that your next teammate can come down and just get like a Sayer, then you still did something.
Yeah.
But like, yes, it's when the team gets ran over, you get ran over, and now you're putting a lot more pressure onto the rest of the team. That's when the pressure builds up for everybody, because now they're looking at you to do something better on your second stock. Wait a minute. This might not even matter, though.
Yeah.
Like, he gave him the runway, and he just has not taken off yet. This is not looking good for
no. Oh.
No!
The read 2, dash forward, turnaround, neutral signature, downlight recovery. Hazard L takes 2.
I think Hazard L is probably the worst person for Brujo to do his, like, I'm just going to throw out side sigs against. Because that man has got, like, first of all, the amount of space that the Greatsword Sigs for Ji-Young covers is insane. And two, just the way that he's piloting this Greatsword to great success is something I wouldn't want to go. I'm surprised that hit off the ground.
Yep.
All right, mods? No.
Hello?
Yeah, it's like, we were just talking about that, these neutral sigs hitting off the ground. But anyway.
All right, still full stock behind for the blue team. Wes coming in with this lance. We need Wes to clutch up here, get this stock off of Use. Use coming in on this terrace. It's hard swinging, so he'll definitely put out a lot of damage if he gets a connection.
Okay, out of there yet again. So News, man, using that powerhouse of Teros, though, all these hits are going to matter and potentially get these stocks off sooner than later. I don't know if he went force Teros to get that 9, but regardless, he's still doing a really good job of just finding these 2 pieces. Oh, wait a minute, put himself in a bad position. Should be able to make it back, though.
Oh, no, doesn't drift. You saw him actually just start falling straight down. Potential to drift into the stage, but unfortunately not able to get the wall touch, so the stock count will be evened up. But still, Wes took a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, this I feel like this should be an easy roll in right here for Koji. Finds himself a side sig, rolls in for that, or maybe if it's Tommy Matt. But here we go.
Yep. We've seen those tatami mats take stocks very quickly, especially like a gravity canceled one could be big. Ooh, nice 2-piece, gets the side air.
Wait,
Power
I think
Ranger.
he might be. Oh man, if he just went back to stage. Oh no.
He bet big. He wanted it, right? Like if he hits the side air, he takes out Power Ranger, gets a chase dodge back, he's good. But unfortunately, Power Ranger able to dodge through that side air, and now Wes is out of there. Power Ranger's back on the stage.
Oh man, without betting big, had he went back to the stage, that was an easy edge guard for him. He would have refreshed all his things, and I think we saw the sweat beads coming from a way far distance away from the stage. So just an easy pickup for Wes. It could have been, but he wanted to go ahead and finish it quick sooner than later. Well, only thing that got finished was him now. So Oh,
Yo, okay. Baltazar looking good with the axe in hand. Unfortunately, it rolls off the stage, so he's stuck with the spear for a moment. There's the weapon spawn. Yep, back over to the axe. But does he have an answer to Hazardell? Because Hazardell's been, I mean, he's been popping off.
to me, it's got to be the weapon starve because you know he's going to be looking. Oh, watch out. I think
Almost
he's
dodged into it.
going to be looking for that great sword again. Not to say that he can't do well on the sword. I mean, this weapon has been in the game since the beginning of time. So, you know, you got to know something about it at this point in time.
Yo, but you saw that weapon spawn came out, and both of them were like, all right, we need to make sure we have this Baltazar to deny Hazardell, and Hazardell because he wants the greatsword.
Okay, Baltazar, he's getting caught on reaching every time, man. He's going to have to overshoot just a little more than he actually. Ooh!
Immediate dare nair takes him out.
Picks like literally immediate. Picks it up, and he's like, all right, I got my greatsword. I'm powered up. Okay.
That's the training weights, right? Like he takes off the weighted body armor.
Yeah. So, with a slight lead here off of the.
Yo, what a wake
nice.
up.
What a way to get back, though.
Yeah.
So yeah, with a slight lead of stocks here, Hazardell is going to try to push his team just a little farther forward, but Ruxo is starting to find these hits.
It goes in, hits a neutral air. There, goes for the gravity cancel neutral light read, hoping Hazardell will dodge down.
See, I like the way that Brujo is like. You can tell he's playing a little fearless, and you have to right here if you want to get these hits onto Hazardell because he has definitely been kind of bait and punishing. So can't bait and punish me if I don't throw anything out until I'm right next to you. And Brujo is just running up and doing that, which if Hazardell ends up starting to read that, he can just preemptively throw out something during that dash, but he has to be able to read that as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a bold call out as he hits the side signature, and he's hit 3 for 3 against Hazardell. But like you were saying, like Brujo is just calling the bluff from Hazardell. He's just running straight forward, and Hazardell keeps backing up, and Brujo gets all this runway for it.
Yeah, man. So you're effectively just giving up stage too, man. And you never really want to. In all platform fighters, in center stage is it's where you want to be. You want to hold, either center stage or have your opponent off the stage, and you are holding them there. So this man is doing a really good job of that. Kind of putting that on display right now as he had him over there at the wall. Okay. Oh,
double nair. Dash dancing. You can see the changeup too. Like really good immediate adaptation from Brujo against a different opponent. Charges for the extra force.
Yeah, he's getting that charge now, man. I think he's online now. It took him a little bit.
Yeah.
It took him a lot of whiffs, but he is here and he is hitting quite a bit of those.
Still, you see a little bit of conservative movement, right? He's not going for the off-stage dare, wall bounce, or anything like that. He's like, I want this center stage control. Like you were saying, so valuable in a platform fighter.
All right. He is, I think he might.
Ooh,
oh, wow.
Off the soft platform.
Off the moving platform. That was I got to give it up for him on that one, man. Extended it, allowed him to move forward just a little bit, and then, yeah, find himself a grounded down light to send out the top blast on him. So, Brujo, though, I mean, still, damage probably looking good. I'm sure he's taking some decent stocks as well. Doing some good work here for the blue team.
But is it enough right now? There's still a stock behind Wes. Lots of potential here if he catches the movement of Use, but Use doing a good job going to the outside, just trying to avoid the KO tool from Wes. Okay. Wes showing his hand a little bit here with those down sigs, but a downlight side air will even up the stock count.
Yeah, Wes, I mean, he ended a game like that. Now he's like, you know what, that move slaps. Like, I'm going to do that all the time. So either way, didn't get punished for any of them and still find a different finisher for for the W right there. So still, man, somehow this game has been going so back and forth. It doesn't feel like it should be even, but it is. West, though, okay, chopped up. Not going to send him too far away, though.
No, but he's got so much control here. No weapon in Wes's hands. Downlight recovery. Wes one hit away from getting taken out, but he's going to fight his way back. Get some damage on the Power Ranger.
Okay. A little dash back right there, but weapon toss as well. Trying to hold that center stage. Neither one of them wanting to give up position too much, but one whiff, and you see exactly what happens with whiff punishes in this game. You overextend one time too hard and put yourself on the outside of the stage, and you get sent. Exactly what happened to him, man. So now into
oh my gosh,
Power Ranger.
Baltazar. All right, he's getting some damage. You know what? He did pretty well against Power Ranger earlier, but right now it is final stocks here for the blue team in game number 1. So he's got to play very well here.
I almost had that wait. I think it looked like he was kind of expecting him to actually dodge past him instead, so he had to adjust for the fact that he was still in the same spot. There it is.
Yo, what a call out.
Yeah.
That's so crazy, too, because like you have true combos off down light, but he goes, down light, I'm going to watch you dodge down, hit you with a neutral light.
He's not going to be able to get over there in timeout. I like that idea for the weapon toss, though, but hold on.
Okay.
Another one.
Still getting wall touches, and he's back up safely. Power Ranger, he's extending this stock, but he's not getting anything for it. He did get some decent damage built up onto Baltazar. There's still potential here.
There's definitely still potential here, especially with Brujo coming in. So even if, you know, Baltazar doesn't get anything crazy here on to Hazard L, Brujo has been playing quite well the entirety of these crew battles. So let us see if he can do it one more time on his last stock to at least keep his team in it and maybe get a runoff between Wes and Power Ranger.
Neutral light connects. Oh, but Hazard L with the wake up gets the 3-piece. Baltazar is out of there. And like you're saying, here comes Brujo.
I think if Baltazar would just push the envelope a little more, man. I know that Hazard L has been able to punish.
Oh
Jesus!
God.
Oh man, he almost died already.
Oh my God.
You were supposed to be the chosen one. Oh no!
You were supposed to destroy the Sig, not become it. Side Sig, okay.
Oh man.
He
Okay,
did get the touch though, so he's got the jumps. Hazard L. He's done so much work though. Even if he loses this stock, like Brujo, the fact that he's not coming in with a fresh stock, that's rough.
I think he's gonna take it, man. Like,
Oh!
okay.
He's just inside of it. Spot dodging through the side sigs. Nice neutral sig. Brujo knows. He's been throwing out a lot of side sigs. The response is to jump.
Yep. Got to give it up to him, man. A little bit of condition in there. It ends up turning into a 50-50 after a while, and that's exactly what he's doing. So, okay, waiting him out, expecting to air dodge back in. But it's true. It's guaranteed, isn't it? Like at all.
Yeah, you have true combos off side light.
Okay. Oh man. Living to see one more hit.
Nope.
Yeah, exactly one more hit. Oh, man.
He saw it with his whole face. Wes now coming in, has to take 2 stocks. Can he be that anchor for the team?
It's 2 stocks, and you're going against Teros right now, who's hitting extra hard. So, I mean, this is the guy you want to avoid the most hits from. You know, okay. Okay, Wes swapping over to the spear. But he is getting punished quite a bit on these misses.
Yeah, he's taking damage that he cannot afford. Okay, a little bit of a punish there. Weapon denial. Oh, but Yuz is just staying right above him.
Yeah, I definitely like the area that he's playing in, just right above that horizontal range of the lance. But this time, it actually does end up getting hit. Wait a minute.
Weapon toss, not gonna hit.
Yeah, wide weapon toss, but yeah, threw it actually wide as well. So, okay. And this is kind of Orion's, he's got some of the widest, well, the 2 widest weapon tosses in the game right there as far as throwing it straight down. Wait a minute.
Oh, what a call out. Used with the gravity cancel. Haymaker will shut down Wes, and now Green Team is 1 away from closing this out.
Yeah, and that was a solid win too. There were still a lot of people in the background, or there was still Koji in the background just ready to go. Yeah. Not a lot of damage there on the Teros as well. Look at the damage though. As you said, Hazard L, 841. Man, like, yeah, well, it might not have been 1,000, but we were watching the last game, and none of those people were like, they were like at 600 at best. This man is doing 841, while the rest of his team is still doing respectable damage at 548 and 396. So yeah, just a very solid game there for the Green Team.
Yeah, Yuz putting up 548 as well. That's more than Wes, who is the top seed of the other team. It's more than Brujo, who is also the one who we are seeing clutch up the most for the blue team. So Green Team's got a real powerhouse team right now. Power Rangers, like, he hasn't really had to even step up yet, and he's the #1 seed for the pools.
Yeah. So, does Baltazar have another character? Because I know, like, for the longest I remember, he's Fiend and Battlestar that have teamed a lot, right? So yeah, they were doing. He's been on the Brand for a while, but does he have another character to pick?
I mean, I think so. I feel like he leans into the spear play, kind of similar to Fiend, right? Like I feel like he's got a Nash. I feel like he's got a Hattori. But at the end of the day, the Brand.
Believe in the Brand.
That's what he's known for. Level 100 on it. His axe was starting to have some moments, right? He was still able to put up some decent damage. He wasn't sitting in the hundreds or anything like that. So,
all right, man.
Can't blame him.
They're going to go ahead and run the same team again. As far as the blue side, I do see the Orion, the Nimue, and the Bren out, but we are waiting for one more person here on the green team. We have the Jaeyoung, we have the Koji. So I think we're waiting for use. Oh, actually, wait, we're just waiting out in general. So, guys, you guys see the score right here. I didn't know this is behind us. 1-0, man. Yeah, green team definitely doing a good job. And as we said, we random picked, these are still some very, very balanced teams, but it does feel like the green team, they really have these other teams' numbers.
Yeah, so they're just slightly ahead. And again, I want to give a lot of credit to Hazard L, because he's the one who, like, coming in as the bottom pick, right? He's number 10 in this pool of 12 people, and he's the one putting up big numbers for his team. Like, you got to give a lot of credit for him for really performing today. Yeah.
So, that's the thing, too, is, like, again, if you're in the bottom side of things, you wanted to come out here and kind of perform. And most of them have done that. I mean, I think Dexter had a couple hard matches, but for what it's worth, I mean, playing with all the people he's played, he had some pretty good plays there. Baltazar, my only thing for him is I feel like, you sometimes you got to swing a little more. That's it. Just swing a little more, man, because I feel like when you're getting the hits, you're getting the hits. But every now, even when he's in advantage, sometimes he kind of like steps back and goes back to neutral. And I'm like, dude, you got to push that advantage sometimes, because you only get it but so many times in this game,
I feel you. I think sometimes I want someone to just like go into Baltazar's ears and just be like, turn off your brain. Yeah. Just stop panicking. just swing. Just go in. Just do something different. Because right now, what you're doing, it's hit and miss. It's not having a consistency. Just start swinging. We'll see what happens. It'll work out. But right now, we're going into it. Wes and Brujo going to lead off for the team. They're putting Baltazar on the back end to anchor it out.
All right. So let's see how this one goes. Brujo. Wes going to go ahead and go up against Hazard L at the beginning. Wes, I don't think he's actually been the point in any of these matches so far. It's mostly, well, maybe
yes. He went against Kaina.
Yeah. Okay, but all I know is that's like, as of right now, as long as he's been able to clean his gameplay up, he has been going for some pretty haphazard ground pounds and a couple of hard reads that have got him punished too. But if he's able to clean that up, I can see this team at least getting a game here. But maybe not against Hazard L, man. This guy is going insane today.
He's untouched so far. Going into this one, just some great positioning. That weapon toss is going to be the first bit of damage on Hazard L, but that's like 2 damage. Oh, snap. Caught the dodge. Didn't go for the third hit.
And the Hazard L locked in right now.
Okay.
Finally taking some damage there. Okay, wait a minute. Oh, if he would have got that stock, that would have been
more damage.
The greatest 5-piece in 5 seconds in this game right now.
Especially because it had a spear Ensig on the stage to start that off. Like, that's crazy. He still hits it. The haymaker to take down Hazard L. That's one of the biggest threats this green team has. So blue team has potential.
Here we go. So hopefully he can get some damage here onto Power Ranger, though. And he does. Oh, okay. Looking for him to come back down again just to check him. Make sure you don't try to come right back down.
The panic dodge down.
Yeah. All right, man. So this is good damage altogether, though. Don't know if he's gonna make the stock yet, but no, he does end up getting stock taken. I was like, I'm not sure if he's gonna actually take the stock here for Power Ranger, but he does put some good damage here onto him, and this should be good for Brujo, who loves to throw out some SIGs.
Yeah. Brujo does enjoy his Nimue orb side signatures. There's a side sig thrown out. It forces Power Ranger to move forward. Power Ranger.
Oh, okay. Nice. I like that. He had to line it up, make sure he was going to hit right in the middle, and he does find it.
Good movement on both sides. Downlight not going to connect. Nice weapon toss into the neutral there. Brujo keeping the pressure on.
Weapon toss up. Okay, side air to the other side, and does manage to get that touch to the wall.
Another side air, and Power Rangers out of there. Brujo, potential to build a lead here for the blue team.
I wasn't for sure that was one was actually going to kill or not. He was kind of
going far.
Yeah, he was drifting for a while. So, but does manage to drift just past that blast zone, and now got used in here going against Brujo.
Use was able to put out a decent amount of damage in the last one, so definitely don't count out Use just yet.
Wait a minute. Okay, Use looking for those down airs, kind of get his offense started. Yeah, just raw. Just I'm gonna do it, man.
And that took him out?
Well, I mean, I'm never surprised when anybody dies to anything that Teros does, but that thing in itself just covers so much space. I know it got nerfed too as far as I think like frames on it or something, but it's still, it's still going to cover a lot of space when you decide to just throw it out like that.
That high strength really working out for him, but it is enough to even it up. Now it's on Baltazar. We saw Baltazar put out good damage with the axe in hand in the last game. He's over to the spear though. Okay.
Ooh. Neutral air. Gonna find this piece right there now. Kind of trying to mark. The reverse down air. Oh no. The reverse down air into the ground pound is going to go ahead and finish out there. And the KO, what was that? I think that might have been the Street Fighter, Street Fighter one like that.
The Street Fighter KO now. It's back to Wes. Use, like I said, you can't count him out. He already took 2 off of this blue team. Looking to get the full cycle.
Okay. Wes, now he's looking for him to slide off that platform quite a bit with those neutral sigs, and not a bad option to throw out. Again, that is a very large move as far as covering that 45-degree angle, but he's looking. I think it actually might hit platform too. Ooh.
Weapon toss. Okay. Doesn't get the second one to go over the corner.
Yeah.
Over to the spear. What's the sig? What's the sig? Down
you know what's coming.
Side sig.
It's like he baited out his own the sig from Teros as well. Slides out of there and immediately hits him for the punish on that down sig that Teros actually threw out. But he was right on top of him. I thought he was just going to throw out the down sig just because. Oh man, hold on.
What a wake up.
This is the guy you got to watch out for on the green team though. Hazard L has been going crazy, and he is looking to get this stock off of Wes sooner than later. Doesn't want to take too much damage. Now Wes did take first stock on him.
But Wes does not have the health potential to get the second stock. He's 1 hit away, and that down air will... Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep, no touches.
Yeah,
Wes is out of there. Down to his final stock. Hazardel now has a lot of health, and Brujo has done it before, but it's never for free.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not going to be a free against Hazardel right now. And so Brujo, style of throwing a decent amount of saves. He does have to put him in the air first so he can try to mark that landing. And whoa, hold on now. His orb doing some work.
Hazardel gets back down onto the stage, throws away the great sword, picks up a sword. Side sig raw, and it works out, keeping it even.
I think the way that Brujo is playing is like a straight contrast to the way that Baltazar is playing as far as like he's willing to just do it.
Yeah.
And I think that sometimes it's kind of throwing off the green team a little bit. They have to keep track of 3 different play styles at once. And it is, that Brujo play style into the Baltazar play style. All together, I think all their play styles are just a little different. But Brujo's is kind of working in that vein. It's like, oh, you think I'm going to play neutral? I'm not. Like, I'm just going to go in there.
It's just those pacing changes can work so well. Brujo avoids the weapon toss, but Power Ranger covers the wall. Takes Brujo down to his final stock.
All right. So now Baltazar onto the stage looking for a weapon, kind of fakes him out right there on where he was going to go. All right. I'm sorry, looking for early recovery right now. I think just dropping down with a neutral air would probably be the better option, but if you really want that damage, understandable. Just don't really think that's going to lead into much right now for you at the damage that Power Ranger is at right now. Oh, wait a minute.
Doesn't hit the recovery.
Literally a recovery a little different here on the axe.
Oh, what? Throws away the axe. Downlight side air. Baltazar fast falls to avoid the weapon toss, but the ground pound comes out. Power Ranger takes another one. Green team with a massive lead here. They're looking to close this out and be crowned the South American Crew Battle Championship team.
Yeah, Baltazar's going to have to do something crazy on this last stock because he has just not had a good day of Brawlhalla today. Like, as far as how it's been going since our block has started. And honestly, even in the game that I kind of caught before, he actually wasn't doing a crazy amount of work either. So he's going to have to step it up. He is the anchor for his team, so it's going to be all up to him to at least try to get these guys into a third game. Might not happen, though, with the commanding lead that we are getting from Power Ranger right now all over Wes, who's going to lose his stock.
Yeah, Wes is just getting beaten out every time he comes close to the stage. Neutral sig thrown out. Side air.
Oh, wait. That could have been a crazy turnaround, but...
Okay.
Ooh.
Not even enough. Oh, my goodness. Power Ranger, there's the recovery. Takes him out, but he needs much more than that.
Yeah, you're going to have to do, like, all, the full... stock here on to use just to get yourself a respectable game.
Oh, nice spot dodge. Keeps him from getting taken out.
Yeah, he's going to live that one for sure. I still got shook. I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oh, but a downlight side air. Brujo and Baltazar have to take 2 stocks each if they want to keep themselves in this tournament.
Right. Here we go. Brujo is on the spear, but I feel like he's been doing well. As far as racking damage, the spear has done him some wonders. I think as far as getting stocks, the orbs has done some wonders, so hopefully he can keep that going for him. And he can still get a stock here too, but ends up throwing that away. Now forced to use that orb. Got some good damage already though. Oh, wait a minute.
Him. Finish it. Oh, doesn't hit the side light and now uses back.
I was for sure he was just going to go for the down air there, but he went for the gravity cancel side light. He wanted the side light side air, and look at the damage that he has taken because he did not go for that down air. Wait.
Okay, nice punish. Nice. But still, 3 stocks left. Brujo running out of life in this one. And here comes Hazardel.
This is the guy you got to watch out for too. This is the guy that you have to really get the stock off of, man, or at least starve him out so he can't get himself a great sword. Could not starve long enough, and there it is. Uh-oh. Not the guy I think I want to be reaching against either, but we'll see, It worked out quite a bit. He might actually start going for that 50-50 now, but normally saves that for the stock. Doesn't have enough damage yet. Oh, good punish.
He goes the wrong way with the side stick. Brujo swinging big. Yeah, that was a wild play. That's a burn dodge, but he gets back. He's living for a little bit. Throws up the end sig. Hazardel will get the punish. It's all left to Baltazar to take 3. Can he do it?
Yeah, man, Baltazar, again, Baltazar has had a hard day of Brawlhalla today, so I am not sure if it's going to happen for him. But, as we said, someone get in his ear, turn his brain off, just start hitting some buttons, man. Sometimes you're thinking 5 steps ahead, and you only need to think 1. Here we go.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. See, if you do that the other way,
I believe it. Side air connects. Hazardel in the offstage. 1 hit. Oh, the weapon toss keeps him in. Side air. 1 hit. Again, the weapon tosses from Hazardel.
Some favors. Looking for that jump out. Oh, no. He's got to find the stock. He's got to find the stock soon.
He needs it. Danzig doesn't get the dodge read.
Okay, threw his weapon away. Still not going to get the K off here. Now onto the
punish.
Nice.
Okay, he gets 1. Yeah. Baltazar gets 1.
Faded that one, but yeah, Baltazar gets 1, but he is in the deep orange. He's going against Power Ranger, the highest seeded person altogether.
Yeah. Period.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I love the chase dodge nair. Another nair.
Okay, he's staying on top of him quite well.
Oh, just the raw in the face spot dodge. Power Ranger starting to swing. Baltazar is swinging as well. More stairs. Can he do it? Oh, the ground pound. That was bold. Oh. It was bold.
Okay. Yeah, luckily he did not have a weapon in hand, and Baltazar with the mix.
Oh, went for the read.
He's been looking for that mix, the dodge in the entire time, and no one is giving it to him. Right? You gotta start. You're looking for the gold read right now. Uh-oh.
Good spot dodge. Just outside of it. Oh, that'll do it. Power Ranger closes it out. Green team takes it 2-0 over the blue team. They are going to win it for South America.
Ah, man. But Baltazar did put up a valiant fight near the end. Definitely, it was going to be a very, very hard fought battle for him to make that one, make that comeback. But I feel like he hit more buttons. He hit more buttons, and that was good. I definitely think he was going for a certain read. He had one read in mind that he really wanted to hit, and it just was not going to happen. So, but unfortunate though, yeah, that's just a hard team to go up against. The Jaeon went absolutely crazy. The Taros, the Koji or Power Ranger being top ranked. Like you had a lot going against you.
I mean, like, for many of the games, Power Ranger was putting in, like, maybe 300 damage while Hazardell was putting up the big 800s to 1,000. That time, Power Ranger was like, all right, it's my turn to step up, put out 710 damage. You got to give a lot of credit. That's a really strong team to the green team. But I love the way that Baltazar played that last one. Like, he really, like, shut up a bunch of haters. You know what?
Yeah.
He's like, I got nothing to lose here, so I'm just going to do it, and I'm going to take some stocks. He turned off the brain, and he got a couple.
Yeah, got a couple stocks there, man. So got to give it up to him. Love to see some Bryn action just in general. That's one of the other characters that I play outside of Jala. So always like to see some Bryn, but just here's how everything went down, man. Got the green team just went crazy today, man.
Yep.
2 O's on everybody. Some pretty hard fought battles here between the red, yellow, and blue team. But yeah, as the blue team managed to make it all the way back to the top, still couldn't do it again against the green team, man. The green team just too strong for this crew battle.
Yep. Green team wins it out. Blue team goes home with the 2nd place. And then I believe it's yellow team in 3rd, red team in the 4th place for the South American crew battle invitational. But we still got more, right? Tomorrow we got Europe. The day after we've got North America. We've got more teams competing in each of those, and we've got a little bit of a longer day, but it'll still be exciting because, I mean, look at how this shook out. It was all RNG and yet still very evenly matched teams that were able to compete against each other.
So I assume we're doing the RNG thing tomorrow too, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I guess for the next 2 days. So yeah, man, it's just gonna be a fun weekend of Brawlhalla, man. Obviously, keep getting your awards in the chat, but keep hanging out with us as well here, as we appreciate you guys, your viewership, and just y'all being homies.
Yep. On that note, I think it's time to close it out. Thank you for watching today for the South American portion of the Crew Battle Invitational. Tomorrow, again, Europe, the day after North America. If you're confused about time zones, brawlhalla.com/schedule. Great place to find out. I've been Duke. This has been TK Breezy. Thank you all for watching, and have a wonderful rest of your night.